Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Pepaganda with your host, Pep Talks. How's everybody doing today? Hope you guys are all well. All right. Well, grab by the Pep Talks. Well, could you imagine if Kamala actually won? My whole intro just, it would be completely irrelevant. Also, I would probably not be doing as well. I hate to say, I really do, but like we all have seen it. We've all seen that people are more engaged in politics when things are just completely ass backwards. So that's where we're at. Well, hey, everybody say hello to the co-host. He is here. He is he had a rough morning, so everybody give him some love. He's a good boy. All right, guys. Today on the agenda, we have some fun. What up, everybody? So Hassan Piker, one of our favorites, I guess. Some people love him, some people hate him, some people are just right in the middle there. It's kind of like everything, isn't it? Well, we're gonna be watching. Hassan Piker was on the I've Had It podcast. I keep forgetting the name of it. They have been just blowing up all over mainstream media. They have, which is good. I'm just gonna say, I do have like a little bit of a thing where I haven't been able to really watch enough content to get the entire vibe from them. So if they are more left than I'm giving them, or like than I am portraying them as, because for some reason I was cutting up some stuff and I realized that I may have been selling them as like centrist content. So I was like, that might not be fair. So I want to be fair here, especially the fact that they are platforming Hassan, that they have kind of gone out of their way to really, really go after the Trump administration. But with that being said, I want to get right to this because it is a little bit of a longer interview and it just dropped. So I have not seen even a clip of this. This is going to be a complete live react. Let's go into it together, shall we? Oh, by the way, they're gonna do the Kinkles McTaco Tits thing. So just it has kind of become one of those things that it was hilarious the first time I heard it, but it's losing its luster.
Oh my god!
Oh my god, Mr. GQ.
Oh my God.
Pumps, go ahead and get it out of your system.
Oh my God, I loved it. Loved the bubble bath. Here's the deal, Hassan. You're the only person. Like, I hate everybody that posts their workouts on the internet. I hate everybody that posts their outfits of the day. I fucking like yours every single day because you're so cute and so smart and so everything.
I do it for you specifically.
Whoa.
So that's why I do it. But thank you so much for the kind words.
Guys.
I'm honored to be on the most radical progressive podcast.
Just real quick, it is one of those like underachieved, like every time, because he starts so early in the day too, it is one of those situations where if you see like his workout on Twitter, it is like, I really am sitting here with my coffee just like debating, do I want a waffle or not?
In North America,
That's right.
This is the headquarters. This is the headquarters of the actual resistance, and not like the 2016 era resistance liberalism, like the real resistance.
This is it. You are in the epicenter of it. We are not.
Okay, so she was like a real housewife at one point. Like somebody, like you guys can, while we're watching this, give me a little bit of background if you know any of it.
Fucking around. We have had it from top to bottom, and we're calling every motherfucker out. No one is safe. No one. We have had it. Fox News is on our trail.
It is nice.
They're wound.
It is nice to see everybody just finally gloves off. I mean, the fact that she's just using the language that needs to be used.
Up like cheap clocks,
Potty mouth.
which is always just a bonus.
Of course.
When they get wound up. But Hassan, what have you been up to and what have you had it with?
Oh, I
I feel like this is like watching a Zoom call of Hassan calling into like his therapist.
have
Just like the background.
so many things that I've had it with, but first and foremost, I wanted to say I've had it with Democrats who are
Oh, she was okay. So this is again. I don't know. I I mix up information. So she had a decorating. Oh, wait. So was she just on the same network or something? And that's why I was confused.
not fighting. If you're a Democrat, you have to fight. If you can't take the heat, you got to get out of the kitchen. That's the number one thing I've had it with, because we know that Republicans are bad. We know that they're going to ruin the country. They're doing it already. They're doing all the fascist stuff. They got the military takeover of the Capitol. But we need Democrats to be out there putting their bodies on the line. It can't just be the American public. I'm out there at the protests. We're getting shot at. I don't see any Democrats with us. You know, I need to start seeing Democrats at those protests. I need to start seeing like actual, visible, prominent politicians that are making a big fuss about the kidnappings that are going on all aroround the country. And also
Trying to think of one, like a single Democrat that would do that,
even
outside of AOC, obviously.
the unlimited funding that's seemingly going to Israel.
Well, that was a real aha moment for us because it's such an easy layup right now to take down MAGA, to say MAGA isn't America first. They are clearly Israel first. Moses Mike Johnson packed up his toys because he didn't want his base to find out that Trump is in the middle of a pedophile ring. And
Her nicknames are pretty funny.
he went immediately to his home district of Israel. They are Israel first.
Yeah.
And so I was waiting for the Democrats to say this. And they can't say it because they're beholden to the same people that Moses Mike Johnson is. So when the only bipartisanship that you see in Congress right now is support for killing marginalized Palestinians and starving them out, that's a huge problem for the Democratic Party. And I mean, here's the thing, and the Democrats are being really stupid about this. I played a clip yesterday, Hassan, of Marjorie Taylor Greene bashing Israel and talking about an economic populist message, like Americans are sick of funding
God, is she going to go to full jank here?
wars. They're sick of not having health care. And I just said, she's a nut. She's clearly anti-Semitic, all this stuff. But I said, when you consume news, you're a middle information viewer and you just see those clips, the Democrats are leaving us vulnerable to more fascism, to more conservatism, to more Christian nationalism by not taking the lead on this. And it enrages me.
Yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene should not be the leading voice on this. Like,
Right.
she should not be. She should not be outflanking any Democrat on this issue whatsoever. The Democrats are.
I mean, it does come from an anti-Semitic. Like I don't know, man. Like I've seen a lot of people commenting on this stuff and really just leaving out the part that this is coming from true anti-Semitism on her end. Like she still believes in Jewish like space laser theory. Come on,
leaving a massive.
Allegedly.
They're leaving this space and discourse completely void, and it's allowed Republicans to basically capture this issue because they recognize, at least some of these Republicans recognize, that this is a way to communicate earnesty, because it's a 92 to 8% issue at this point in the Democratic Party's base of support. The majority of Republicans don't even support Israel as they once did. You got basically just a base of evangelical Christians who are evangelical Zionists, who are some of the most rabid supporters of Israel. American Jews don't even fuck with Israel like that anymore. And, the Democrats are...
I mean, Zoran's turnout really proves that.
They're still seemingly leaving this conversation out there for the likes of Marjorie Taylor Greene to take advantage of, to make themselves seem like they're earnest and not grifters.
Totally. And she's
It's interesting to see like her own party roasting her though, because like
total grifter. But we've been keeping an eye on her, and she has been hanging out with Steve Bannon a lot, and they're nuts. But Steve Bannon has good political instincts, and he always returns to an economic
yes, that's what
populist message. Now,
I don't know. Sometimes every once in a while I hear some of this stuff. I'm like, what?
Does he want to deliver that populism once he gets power? Fuck no. Absolutely not. But he knows that he can use it to lure them in. And Marjorie Taylor Greene, she's figured out how to game the stock system. You know, she's made her money. And I think she is starting to realize that Trump's 95. He's got cankles, you know, clearly has dementia. She's starting to see beyond
I love it.
Trumpism. And she is evolving in a Darwinian style to say, how am I going to survive after this cult? And once the damage and the
I just looked it up. She was on a show called Sweet Home Oklahoma, 2 seasons, 2017 to 2018.
debris filled of all of this shit that he's done, there is going to be a rise of economic populism. And the Democrats are leaving us so fucking vulnerable.
No, absolutely.
I mean, Hakeem Jeffries just doing the thing where he won't even support Zoran, and then they're like kind of playing this game of, we have big plans for the future.
They are, I think the real scary person in this league of villains is Tucker Carlson.
Really?
I'm truly terrified of that guy. And the reason why I say this is because he was early. He was an early adopter of the fake populist messaging. When he was on Fox News, he was one of the only guys in mainstream news that was actively talking about like workers' rights. And how important it is that like the right wing actually care about American labor, right? And Donald Trump in many ways actually adopted that framing when he was talking about why he was going to do a tariffs, when he was going to do this tariff strategy, when he was like, oh, we got to revitalize American manufacturing. These kinds of like anti-NAFTA positioning, all of this is actually trade protectionism. It's technically supposed to be like a left wing economic message. Now, of course, the way that Trump has implemented it is ridiculous and has been disastrous. But I think a lot of that actually stems from not only Steve Bannon, like you correctly identified, but also even someone like Tucker Carlson. And I truly am worried about what kind of damage he would do if he was actually in charge, if he actually ran for president.
Well,
TV guys won before
because they also have
but TV guy won before because he was an outsider. Tucker Carlson isn't viewed as an outsider. The guy is as like party hack as you get.
The support.
The one that could honestly like counter that is Jon Stewart, and I hate saying that because now like it's been ruined, but it is true. Like the guy, like Zelensky proved something, that there is an appetite and there is an ability for a left-wing commentator, comedian commentator, to actually win an election just based on their observations and like telling everybody just how crazy shit is. And the fact that Jon Stewart has kind of started playing coy about whether or not he would run is interesting.
Support of what you called them Christian Zionists. I call them rapture preppers.
But that's where I'm just saying, like, I don't think I fear the Tucker angle as much.
I live in the Bible Belt, and these people are genuinely prepping for the rapture. And this percentage of the population, or what
I can tell you right now, they are.
Leave us.
My ex church, I should say, they are 1000% like in full doomsday prep mode. But I have made this observation, and I made this observation all the way back when I kind of started leaving my faith, was that if they're so convicted in that, then tell them to give you all their routing numbers and to leave you in their will. Like, no joke.
Vulnerable. These religious rapture preppers. This is the way Putin entered, is through the prayer breakfast. This is the way everybody gets radicalized to Trumpism. This part of the electorate is the worst part of America. I think you may remember during this last election, a guy in France that worked in the French government, who's a politician, said, we have to have more independence than waiting every 4 years to find out how the voters of Wisconsin vote, because other countries are recognizing that we have a dipshit problem in America with part of the electorate. And the thing that pisses me off, Hassan, about the Democrats is there's still this that they want to lure some of them their way, instead of just saying, look, we need to get new voters. Those people are always going to vote right. Yeah. But there's still this kind of, like, you probably saw when I got into it with Rahm Emanuel. I got in a fight with him, and he was trying to
I loved that,
to bend to like say, hey, I don't like trans people either. And I'm like, that's not the way. Randy Brashear proved that we don't have to throw any group under the bus. He got elected in Bible thumping Kentucky. like Mitch
Oh, yeah.
McConnell land. And so I don't know why the base beyond the Israel thing, I don't know why they want to, if it's just still upholding patriarchal structures or protecting capitalism. But at this stage,
I hate to be that guy, but duh.
I'm so mad as a Democrat. And listen, I was
No, why else would they be like they'd be protecting the status quo so aggressively? Come on.
in the tank. I was Hillary.
Sorry.
I didn't vote for Bernie. My oldest son browbeat me for
Of course you did. See this. All right. I'm starting to feel a little bit like okay with the way that I was viewing them. And like, I'm glad that they're turning around. But the fact that she's not calling herself out on being part of the problem for so long is kind of like, unless she does,
that. Called me
like that would be
a
annoying.
conservative. And I was that Democrat. Okay. I was that
Oh, never mind.
Democrat.
I always appreciate somebody that can look at their past and just go, no, I was pretty stupid.
And people use the word radicalize. And I don't think that's the right language to what happened to me and what's happening to
It is though. It is.
a lot of white women.
Although you just don't like the language because again, radicalization means something different to you post 9/11 brain.
That look like me. I would say it's being deprogrammed. And this is what pissed me off. The Democrats won. Joe Biden won. And we all
In spite of everything, dude, Trump, this is something that is not articulated in mainstream media enough, is the fact that Trump was that unpopular. The fact is, people were responding to the January 6th stuff, and they were responding to his lies, and they were responding to him. He was just that unpopular. God, and everybody always does it where they're just like, well, the Democrats were pretty popular in 2020. It's like, not really.
all saw what happened on January 6th, and that motherfucker got elected again. They should have charged him. He should be in prison. And I
They tried.
just saw the breath.
This is actually kind of part of like, I hate to do this, but it is kind of part of like what vilified him during the election was the fact that they went after him for so much. And the perception was like from the normie, and I can say this with confidence because I know enough people that do not follow politics that all they kept hearing was, oh yeah, they're really trying to go after him and like get him to just not be part of the election. That's a little sus. I'm like, huh.
Breathtaking pussy at the core of that party, that y'all are playing two different games here. And that's what pissed me off about the Democrats. And I still see that going on right now with the Democratic Party. They're not standing up to him. Like, it's like, come on.
Yeah, no, that's you have to at some points punish a child that's misbehaving. Otherwise, they're never going to learn the right lesson. They're never going to grow up to be a healthy adult. The Democratic Party, on the other hand, is so cowardly, so feckless that they are utterly devoid of any sort of counter messaging campaign. They're just incapable of.
This is good for us though. Like for anybody that's like a leftist or a DSA Dem, this is really good for like what's coming up in the midterms. It's just we have to seize this opportunity and we cannot let them just go back to corporate milquetoast. You know, oh, we're just waiting for the funding.
Combating anything that the Trump administration
No, their polling is still under Trump. That is good for us.
is doing.
Because we're like, I can say this with confidence. We're not part of that.
I have
Most people like they don't include Bernie, AOC, or even the DSA in there.
begged consistently Democrat Party consultants, the Pod Johns, when I go on their podcast, to be like, the Democrats should behave more like Donald Trump, but with good policy rather than the evil policies that are damaging to the working class that the Republicans present, damaging to marginalized groups that the Republicans present, like, you know, taking away women's bodily autonomy, fantasizing about potentially taking away gay marriage, things of that nature. The Democrats should do Trump-style politics, but with good policy instead. Oh, we're doing student loan debt relief. What are you going to do about it? Sorry, everyone is actually going to enjoy that. Republicans are going to enjoy that. We're going to do paid family leave, right? Whether you like it or not. We're going to do healthcare, whether you like it or not. Sorry, sucks to suck. Oh, you hate free healthcare? Well, you're going to get it regardless. I think that's how they should legislate in a bold way and also punish people.
Yes, but here's the thing. You have to anticipate the opposition on that one. So like the insurance companies are going to like be in total opposition of that, obviously. And it does come down to like jobs, and that's what they're always going to run on. It's going to be like, well, then 6+ million people will be out of a job. That will be so damaging to the economy.
But
I'm just saying, like, I agree with him, but the messaging also has to be like, there. You know what I mean?
Both within their ranks that step out of line for corporate interests. And I'm talking about, of course, KRISTINA and the Joe Manchins of the world, who are playing the role of a villain, a rotating villain within the structure of the Democratic Party, whip those votes.
Well, honestly, KRISTINA, for every time that I've heard that, I forgot, what's the word that I'm looking for? Fuck. Where they...
Why am I talking about all this?
Brain fart.
Well, the reason why I'm talking about it is because before I
infiltration, they infiltrate. So she infiltrated the Democratic Party. She ran on a super progressive ticket, and in reality, she was just a corporate Dem.
actually met
Or not even corporate Dem. She was like just a corporatist.
Democrats, before I actually went to the DNC, for example, before I met the consulting class, I always used to think that these guys are just like cynical, amoral monsters who are cold and calculating. They are just simply,
By the way, I saw a TikTok the other day of somebody is like making fun of this girl. It's like, look at this, she got a jewel.
actively behaving as the controlled opposition party. That they know that they have a role to play here in the grand scheme, but American politics is a
For those who know what's up, you know what's up.
duopoly, but it's actually uniparty when it comes to a lot of stuff like Israel and foreign policy and even tax cuts and deregulations. And their role is to broadly just stand aside and allow the Republicans to dominate and shift the Overton window further and further to the right. And I thought they were doing that on purpose. And then I met a couple Democrats, and then I started meeting their consultants, and I realized, oh my God, it's not even that. They're just stupid. Like, they literally are so stupid.
They don't know how to read a room.
That they genuinely think, like, when they say, oh, we got to go along and do a song and dance with Liz Cheney, there are some dumb fucks in there who unironically thought that this was a banger. Like, they literally, what they were communicating to the TV channels about how, like, we have to hug and kiss Liz Cheney because we have to, like, bring over this mythical moderate Republican voter. When have you met a Republican lately? Like, 90% of the things that they are, 90% of their grievances are just made up. They're hallucinating it. You know what I mean? They're living in an alternative playing field. Like, you're not winning those guys over. They think you're like a pedophilic vampire. You know what I mean? They don't think, like, they're not like, oh, wow, reasonable foreign policy. That's why I'm voting for Donald Trump. No, they literally have hallucinated an alternative reality. So they didn't win any of those voters, but the intention behind those actions are, I guess, genuine.
Well, I mean, you could also kind of blame the Lincoln Project on that.
Genuinely stupid, but genuine nonetheless. So I guess there is some hope there.
Like, that actually scared me, how they came in and so many people, like, with open arms were just like, yeah, you know what? Fuck it. We'll take them, the George Conways of the world.
I do think when you think about the way the base moved the Republican Party so far to the right, we have to be that bold and move our...
It's almost like, I mean, I know, small YouTuber here, but it's almost like I've been saying this for, I don't know, when did I start this?
November? Politicians that we have right now.
Like, literally, November. That was like the first time I was just like, okay, why are we still in this, like, how did MAGA grow so fast mode? And then we're just like, oh.
Now, that far to the left. And none of them are perfect. Like Gavin Newsom and the, what's his name? Charlie Kirk interview. I mean, double thumbs down, annoying as fuck. But what he's doing right now, the cap lock tweet and like acting like, sending that out, those unhinged tweets, kind of like Trump did, and threatening to gerrymander. We have the leaders that we have right now. And I mean, here's the thing, Hassan, between you and me, I think, most people would probably rather earn their money on their back than being an elected politician. So these are the guys that we have right now. So I think our best plan, we have to beat up on them, but we also, when they're showing good fight, we have to support them and also continue to move them to the left, because the people that...
Gavin's not going to do that. See, this is where, like, I almost feel like they have this weird thing where they're still part of the problem here, because they are seeing Gavin Newsom as literally, like, the next guy. So they're just like, maybe we could push him left before he runs. Like, ugh.
Live in these all MAGA
If we get Gavin Newsom, you can blame this kind of mentality right here.
super majority states. The damage is already happening and has been.
It kind of sucks because I have been pretty critical about how I'm just like, it's kind of like, it's almost like these boomer types, people over 50 that just, you just don't want to hand those keys over.
Happening. And so I share all of your disenchantment, but I think we need to.
You ever wonder why, like on TV, like specifically like any show, why everybody's so damn young, but in the world, everybody's so damn old that actually runs everything? Just an aside.
As a base, keep pushing them. The ones that we have now, the ones that won't push, primary them. But the ones that we have, I think they can evolve, because look how quickly the whole Republican Party changed. I mean, these guys used to just, not that long ago in my lifetime, they told Nixon to resign, that they wouldn't support him.
They used to think Russia was bad.
Yeah. Well, they had a sense of shame back then. I feel like, they were still doing a lot of shameless stuff, but there was like broadly some level.
Yeah. Out of Red Scare policy. Like, hold on.
of wanting to preserve some decorum, wanting to preserve the sanctity of institutions, right? Like, at this point, it's just like pure domination. They don't care. They will utilize, they understand the resentment that people have towards these institutions after multiple decades of not getting any progress for anyone in a meaningful manner. So they recognize that animosity and they use it. They use it to their advantage to basically pick apart the corpse of America at this point for like profits for a couple of their friends. The president did a rug pull meme coin, like with cryptocurrency. What are we doing?
We just forget about that.
A lot of us see that what I spoke about earlier, the failure in Joe Biden's term, the biggest failure of his term, and what that term will always be defined for, regardless of any legislative accomplishment he did. In my opinion, that presidency would be considered a failure because it led to not incarcerating Trump and protecting voters and protecting democracy.
That's it.
Gaza.
Yeah.
Gaza is a bit, I was just about to say, I'm like, okay, so Gaza.
Yeah, right.
And Gaza too.
Yeah.
I don't know, like not standing up for any of his EOs, like at all.
Yes. And
like, dude, Joe Biden just like, you want to talk about sitting down and taking it, like just the student loan debt relief alone.
that left
like, oh, you know what? That's unfortunate, Jack. I can't do much.
us so vulnerable. And then when you see Zoran Mamdani, like we're all dying for like a savior, right? And you see this.
Yeah, but stop fucking just like, I need daddy.
Barack Obama, Riz, kind of look at that larger than life kind of celeb politician arrive on stage where you're like, oh, who's this guy? He's good looking. Oh, he's spitting facts.
Again, this is the mentality that gave us the fucking milquetoast shit with. She wants Obama 2.0. Like, these fucking libs drive me nuts sometimes with this shit. And the fact that Hassan is not calling out, like, come on, man. I know that you want to be nice, but challenge them a little bit on this. Kind of like, I know that they're moving left, but sometimes they do need to just occasionally be like, hey, you ushered this in, man. And now you feel bad about it.
By the way, Barack hasn't said anything about Zoran. I don't know if you noticed.
I know.
And
so that's my next point. So my next point is then
I'm not sure if this was filmed before, but Obama called Zoran.
Oh, okay. The Democratic Party, everybody needs to endorse him. And then I see Cory Booker, abject disappointment, puss out on it. Just a total puss. I see Hakeem puss out on it. And you see all of them. And I'm just like, and he's still like, I just saw a poll come out today, Hassan, where he's ahead of Cuomo 20 points. He's getting the Jewish vote.
Her basic argument is that lack of political acumen and literacy is baked into society.
He's getting, the white vote, the minority.
Well, it's like the whole like median reading level being 6th grade and all
minority
that.
Vote, all the votes.
It all plays into that.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, and I think go back to
he's winning the conservative vote.
Did
you know that?
Yes. And I go back to you, Hassan.
Winning.
They're stupid. The Democratic, they're stupid. They don't understand. They're all about charts. These are the same people that thought we're going to spend, what was it, 10 million to learn how to talk to men?
20 million to learn how to talk to young men. That's what the Democratic think tank did.
And what you're saying is
What a waste of money.
it's how you talk to them. You say, you don't like health care for everybody. Tough titties, son. You're going to get it anyway because that's what we stand for. We don't let
Yeah, you know what they invested in? They literally invested into podcasting. They invested into Steven Crowder's, Ben Shapiro's, Charlie Kirk's.
poor people
Yeah.
die. Tough
Meanwhile, they sit here shitting on guys like Hassan and us.
titties. You don't like your student debt being forgiven. Fine. We'll exclude your ass and you can pay all the interest. But to not be such pussies and govern like that, it would be incredible. But I don't see it from the Democratic leadership. And I've been so disappointed that Obama and others have not endorsed Zoran.
Yeah. And I think it's by design. And I think Israel is a major reason here. That's it. Because for Zoran, within the limited confines of the New York mayoral race, within the limited powers that he has as New York mayor, he looked at that problem. He went to the voters. He said, what do you care about? They said, we want better public transit. We want affordable housing. He said, bet, I'm going to give that to you. And he ran with those policies. And he was uncompromising in his worldview. And he got rewarded for it. People thought, and I think there are still a lot of Democratic consultants that try to claim that Israel is a third rail that you can't touch, that you can't actually criticize Israel. Otherwise, everyone will call you anti-Semitic, and then your career is over. You'll never be able to get AIPAC money ever again. Oh no! And it turns out the voters rewarded Zoran for that.
Yeah.
There were so many people. There were so many right wingers that saw that famous like four of the candidates getting asked, like, where would you go after after you win the mayoral race? And they're like, I'm going to the Holy Land. I'm going to Israel.
I'm going to Disney World.
Israel a 10th time. I'm going to Israel a 4th time.
Honestly, it just would have been a better answer.
And then Zoran's like, I'm the mayor of New York. Like, I'm staying in New York. And they were like, do you hate Israel? Why wouldn't you go to Israel? And that,
again, using Disney World. You're not going to Disney World? You hate Disney?
that actually,
you're not American. You don't like Mickey Mouse?
helped them so much. And this is something that I've been trying to tell politicians. Obviously, there are politicians that I'm friends with and friendly with and talk to with regular frequency, but they already know this. We need to stop treating voters like they're incredibly stupid.
Agreed.
I think like we can be honest with voters. We can tell them like, this stuff sucks. I mean, you're seeing the dead children. Nobody likes that.
Right.
Why are we giving money to Israel to do that? It's illegal under American law, even before the genocide, because that's a word that even Bernie Sanders sometimes is too afraid to call out openly, which, pains me because I love Bernie. But even before that, it's war crimes. It's illegal.
Right.
Like Israel has absolutely done war crimes. It's unquestionable. Israel's doing a genocide. That's also unquestionable. But even if you don't want to say that, Israel is doing a litany of war crimes. It is illegal for America to give weapons to a country that is doing war crimes.
For the ethnocentric American voter, you can take the big message that you just took, the right moral message, to a deep thinker who wants to absorb that and understand the human rights issues and violations pertaining to it. But to the selfish, me, capitalist, I'm so important American, these Democrats have to take the message that and it's not as pure as maybe the leftists want, but it's effective.
Mm-hmm. There it goes. Suburban. This is where it's like, you got to placate to the suburbanites.
And they have to take a message that says, you don't have health care, but everybody in Israel does.
Oh,
you can't access a college and without massive debt, but everybody in
just literally striking out all day.
Israel can't. Oh, and by the way, all those kids that you're seeing dead that Miss Rachel, the YouTuber, is showing you, you're paying for that. And our politicians go ahead and autograph the bombs before they send them over. That kind of language with flyover rural people fighting. And which brings me to something I wanted to talk to you about. So Zoran has been one, I'm like, okay, this is great messaging. But somebody who I thought kind of came out of hiding that I thought was kind of a good messenger that I enjoyed recently was Hunter Biden.
I mean, I've always thought he's a very telegenic individual. I've always had a fondness to Hunter Biden for his proclivity towards crack cocaine, the incredible stories that come out of his life as far as strippers falling in love with him, and he's like advocating for prostitutes to unionize and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like, there's so many different stories like that, and he's just been like a very charismatic fail son. Everything that the Trump children never could be.
Right.
Handsome. He's got a big penis.
There it is.
Also, and very charismatic. Now, do I think
The fact that was shown in the halls of Congress still just
Hunter Biden should be the guy that's like running the
what era are we living in?
office? No, I don't think so.
Fuck.
But there are real people out there. I think with respect to what you said about rural voters and middle America voters and an environment that is ripe to capture. You're absolutely right with the way that we could be communicating this message. Like, why is the Texas governor saying it is anti-Semitic for towns in Texas to want to take back $4 million in tax revenue that they're sending to Israel?
No, the thing that I'm tired of is like his last name is fucking Biden, and here she is where it's like, how come he's not doing some message? Like, no, enough of this.
So they can spend it on
Clinton, Bush, Biden, anybody that has a name, Trump, like anybody that has a name of a previous politician, get the fuck out. I don't want to hear you. I don't want to hear any of them.
infrastructure hardening so that when
Sorry, that's my thing.
when the inevitable flood
This goes back to the whole 90s thing where like when Clinton was getting out and Bush 2 was coming up. I talked about this yesterday on my show.
floods and chaos that unfolds with natural disasters happens, like they are better protected. They
Right,
can protect
enough
their
nepo babies.
constituents better. Why is the Trump administration saying, oh, if you want FEMA dollars, you literally have to sign a loyalty pledge to Israel? That's insane. That's not America first at all. What are we talking about?
What
And-
about Sarah Huckabee Sanders' tweet where she's talking about the Arkansas Israel connection? Did you see this?
Yes.
It was fucking crazy.
Yeah.
It was just,
Well,
it's
those are the evangelical nuts. Like
no,
there
those
are
are
a lot of
rapture
them.
preppers. Yeah.
Yeah, there are a lot of them, right? But there are so many more people that look at that and I think you go, oh, that's weird and gross. Like,
Here's the
even-
thing that politicians need to know, because we live around rapture preppers. They're also anti-Semitic at the same time.
Dude, they literally call like again, I came from a church where they openly call Jewish people placeholders and say they were saying that like in this weird about like roundabout way that the suburban whitey who is an evangelical is the actual true chosen of Christ. I mean, you want to talk about some like white superiority shit?
I have the
Yeah,
Jew
of course.
jokes are constant and nonstop
Yeah.
in WASP environments.
Mhm.
And yes, they will say we're Israel first.
This is something that I get that she's part of the Bible Belt, but this exists everywhere that there is any like evangelical Christian influence.
But all of the tropes about, oh, I'm going to Jew him down. I've heard that my entire life from rapture preppers, and they are the most anti-Semitic people I know. So that is just an insane way to capture support. But again, these are the people that leave us prey. These are the people that the Israeli government is able to manipulate for support. And these are the same people that Vladimir Putin enters into manipulating through the prayer breakfasts.
I do find that really interesting. Like the Putin stuff is so strange to me because like these guys hated Russia for years and years, even after the USSR fell, right? And then almost overnight, they I went into a couple Telegram groups or a couple Facebook groups, and now they're like, oh no, actually, Vladimir Putin is invading Ukraine to like stop trans people. I mean, you're like, what? Like, how did you arrive at this? Like, how were you so easily duped? How can you be so easily
Well, and this is where you do have to be careful with like giving too much credit, because like there is not treating everybody like idiots, but there is also the recognition of like some of these people are just too stupid to ever like message to, and we're just gonna have to get over that.
convinced by a couple tweaks in the algorithm in a somewhat sophisticated influence peddling operation, but like it does shock me that they that something that I thought was world defining for a lot of conservatives, especially. You're supposed to expect the liberals to be like, oh no, Russia are our friends. They're a foreign country, but like, let's not fight them. Like, nope. It's the Republicans who are now saying like, Russia is our friend and we should fight Ukraine instead.
Right.
The country that was invaded, we should fight those guys because they're woke.
I mean, it has nothing to do with the fact that Trump was president, before and then made these relations kind of, normalized, right?
And gay, which they're not. I don't know where they got that from either, but they're just like, no, they're Democrats. Ukraine is the Democratic Party country and Russia is the Republican Party country, so they're good. And it blows my mind that
there's
it works.
so much homoeroticism in the Republican Party and so much suppressed sexuality, bisexuality, homosexuality, closet cases. And Vladimir Putin did his topless photo op on top of that horse, and they were just frothing at the mouth.
Good. I hate to give him that. He did look good on that. He did look it's cool. I wish more politicians would do stuff like that.
Oh my, please don't tell me Trump is going to get topless. I mean, that is just
oh no, I hope not.
So
well, then don't say stupid shit like that, you idiot.
Bad.
Come the fuck on.
So
I hope not, because I'll be
I want more propagandistic stuff that could be hung in the halls forever and ever, so we could just be like, look at this Teddy Roosevelt.
too turned on.
I hope he's just like, I hope this is all fucking satire, because if there's even like a lick of fucking serious,
there are people who think he's hot, which is so crazy. That's like one of the things where I'm like, oh, you're like actually hallucinating.
Right.
Like
There's no way.
When ladies at like Trump rallies will be like, I would want him to grab my pussy. I'm like, oh. What? Like, you think this guy is like a sexual dynamo?
But you know
what?
This is what's interesting to me.
I mean, it's the power, though. Like, that's what they're probably even looking at.
I
don't know why I'm being so serious about this all of a sudden. I'm just like, no, this is.
Oh, like a lot of the men are so deeply attracted to his aura, to him, but they have to Photoshop images of him. So you get all this homoeroticism that comes out of MAGA. Like to me, MAGA is the most homoerotic movement. It's more gay than Pride Month, because
for sure.
It's just they talk about genitals, they're talking about sex, bathrooms. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah, they're obsessed.
Yeah,
there is definitely like an unhealthy sexual pathology associated. Like when they were talking about Trump as daddy, Tucker Carlson went on. I don't know if you ever saw that video where he's like, Trump is daddy and daddy's home. And I was like,
yes.
You're a grown ass man. What are you saying right now? Like, and I don't know where that stems from. And
oh my God, how can you just be so ignorant to the fact that you guys, like, they were kind of calling for that with the hunters, or like they were just like, we need somebody. Like, that is literally where that comes from, man.
I think there's like a lot of repression, and then there's a lot of like straightforward homophobia, queerphobia, things of that nature, of course, like just like pure bigotry. And you can kind of tell, like you can tell who's the Lindsey Graham in the situation and who's just like a straightforward bigot and not even like repressed.
Let's identify those. Let's okay. Moses Mike Johnson, is he a straightforward bigot, or would you say he's the Lindsey Graham?
No, I don't think he's a closeted gay man, even though I have heard people make this inference. I think he is into like weird kink shit though. Like I think he's the type of guy who like is into BDSM, and because like he has that porn app, right? Like he has the porn watchdog app that him and his son monitor each other's like porn consumption to keep one another on the ball, so they're not like, they're not like looking at porn. And to me, it's like, dude, if you have your son doing that for you, you got to be a real freak. You know what I mean? It's just like, just don't watch porn. What's wrong with you? Or just watch porn. Who cares? Like, but like you got your son involved in this. Like that is.
Wait a minute. Back up. Just back up. Did Hassan kind of do like a roundabout kink shame and then say BDSM like that? I'm calling him on that one. No kink shaming here.
That's crazy. And then why do we know this? Because he volunteered this information. How crazy is that?
He told us.
You're a real freak.
With a camera rolling. Okay, what about JD Vance?
I don't know. This just became a very Mike Johnson's meat monitor.
JD Vance is the interesting one. I think he's just too. I think JD Vance is.
Someone needs to hack that app and rename it.
Yes. I mean, he's a straight guy, but he's gay for pay. You know what I mean? Like he will do it. Like he will do it as long as there's like a higher office that he can reach, because he is like a real he's one of those like real sociopathic brown nosers. Like he knows Trump sucks.
You've
but it
seen
doesn't
his drag
matter.
photos, right? Where he has the wig
Yeah,
on.
well, he
and
was in
he's
the
like,
Navy.
You know,
Or no, he
he's
was
like
Marine,
posed
never mind.
up. Yeah, I
Again, I love that too. I love that. We're playing into homophobic tropes, huh?
always tell Pimes,
I always do hate when like people that will call that out on like the right or they don't see that in themselves there.
Just
like, come
envision-
the fuck on, man.
that he gets home from work and he's like,
Old, tired, who like really? Okay. All right. Howdy, Thaler. Like, really?
hi Usha, and he's like, tells the kids, Daddy's got to have time in the bathroom. And I picture him, that scene from Silence of the Lambs where the serial killer is like putting on makeup and tucking his penis under and like
I'd fuck me.
dancing.
Tell me you'd fuck me.
I picture JD Vance doing
It
that-
puts the lotion in the basket
something that
or it gets the hose again.
dark after work.
I don't know. I don't, like I said, I think he's just more so, I peg him as a straight man, but he's definitely experimented. I mean, he was in the Marines, like those guys get down, they do wild stuff. It's not even until recently, it wasn't even an issue. Donald Trump is doing drag alongside Rudy Giuliani. Like
Right.
that is a real
Goodbye, horse.
that's real footage that exists out there. Rudolph Giuliani, America's
I can't help but think of the Jay and Silent Bob scene from Clerks 2 with that one.
mayor is in full drag, and Donald Trump is like fondling his breasts and like smelling his breasts and motorboating. Rudy Giuliani's like fake titties. It's crazy. That's a real thing that exists. But now they're like, oh, how dare you do drag? You must be a pedophile. Meanwhile, you got that Utah congressperson, state congressperson being like, who automatically is like, oh, if you're queer, you're a pedophile. Ridiculous, insane, hateful fucking statements. And then you have his immediate family member that was a literal pedophile that did statutory rape. He's like, well, that guy's good. We should change the law specifically for my immediate relative.
Yep.
This
That's
episode
wild.
of I've
Wow.
Had It is brought to you by Progressive Insurance.
Is it
Do you ever
now?
find yourself playing the
Oh
budgeting
my
game?
God. Thank God. Sorry, guys. I usually
Anti-woke movement.
on
Oh,
my
I've
show.
had it.
Sometimes I'll
Nobody
let that
likes
go,
cancel
but-
culture. Everybody is annoyed by it, right?
Ah.
But nowadays, I think I would rather have the most annoying liberals constantly yelling at me for something that I've said that they have like misconstrued as problematic than seeing another like 65-year-old hedge fund manager say the R word because they think it's based and cool. This backlash towards woke has gotten so out of control that it's got someone like myself who is no
Actually, yeah,
Known
guys.
for-
Even with like my ad reads, I try to do it like
saying things that
let's put it this way: sponsorships might not be that common on the Pep Talk show, just because they annoy. Like that embedded shit really annoys me.
maybe some people don't appreciate, getting out of line every now and then, and even getting quote unquote canceled every now and then, begging for woke to come back. I'm saying like, bring woke back. I'll get canceled. We should all get canceled. It's so much better than like, whatever these freaks are doing over at Twitter where they're just like talking about Adolf Hitler in like positive ways. I'm like, no, you should be canceled. There are certain social stigmas that we need to bring back. Like we need to
I've called it like what happened to the it became unpopular to punch Nazis.
use shame as a tool against this seemingly
Not that I advocate for any violence against anybody.
unstoppable force of shameless behavior.
That's what Pumps talks about the shame all the time.
I say it all the time. Like these people have no shame. They
No, because I'm telling you, like the whole punk rock scene from like the 80s and 90s, that was like a shirt.
should be
Yeah.
publicly shamed, but they don't feel it. They
Yeah.
don't realize how absolutely. It's like
Pepto Bismol. Wait a minute. If they come a knocking, then that one. Come on. How could I not?
I've never in my life
Pep Talks takes Pepto Bismol.
seen people that have no shame. None.
Yeah. No, it's incredible. They wear it as a badge of honor.
Mhm.
They almost wear that like backlash as a mark of courage where they're
Yeah.
like, yeah, I must be doing something right because I'm really pissing people off. And it's like a spoiled child. Like, oh, I shit in my diapers and now you have to smell it. And haha, I did this deliberately. It's like, well, okay, you're
Yeah, notice how the one thing that people like that, specifically like Trump, is that they don't like is when you ignore them.
sitting in your own shit now. Like, you're a grown ass adult sitting in your own shit. What do you mean? You're not owning anybody but yourself in this situation.
Oh, Etch. I mean, that's the reason that I'm able to do I am sponsored over on my channel, but they're pretty cool with the way I do things.
Buddy.
So.
And we need to like remind people of that, because for all of my disagreements with Tim Walz, I think like one of the things that he did very well in the early stages of the campaign, and that immediately was back pocketed, was like calling the
No. Dang, guys, I just blew up the bathroom listening to pep talks. Time for some Pepto-Bismol.
Republicans weird, like
Yeah,
saying that
totally.
they're weirdos. They're
It's
like
fun to bully
obsession.
conservatives. We need to
Yeah.
make that they need to be bullied. They bully us all the
for sure.
time.
Oh,
And
for sure.
I think we need to normalize bullying MAGA and bullying the shit out of them, because it's just
Okay, like, yes, but I don't know. Bad marketing on that one. Normalized bullying.
and I agree. And then if by bullying them we get canceled, then okay, we'll check ourselves and get out of cancel jail at a later date. But
yeah.
Wait a minute. Now all of a sudden this is a thing?
until then, we have to have all hands on deck. Okay, Hassan, had it or hit it, thirst traps.
Ooh, this is gonna hit me hard. I mean, of course, I can't say this right after that GQ article that just came out.
Oh,
Isn't he cute?
daddy.
You look
there it
great.
is.
Speak of daddy.
This is uncomfortable. This is like having your ants like glaze over.
Right there.
This is weird.
Oh,
I'd be so uncomfortable about this.
it's embarrassing.
You have to
Well, you look great.
You have to say hit it.
Oh, thank
Pumps
you.
has a huge crush on you.
He knows that. He knows that. I'm old enough to be his grandmother, but he knows that.
Not grandmother.
Maybe sister.
Yeah. Hassan's so
That's
sweet.
See, he's charming too.
Okay.
Smart, charming, all the
Hassan.
things.
Had it or hit it, a JD Vance coup.
Oh my God. No, I think that would also be devastating.
Moving on from that.
I've had it.
But don't you
like-
think that he's plotting? Like he keeps.
Oh, for sure.
I think he's plotting. There's no question about it.
That was uncomfortable.
Yeah. No, he has been noticeably absent from the conversation when it comes to the Epstein stuff. If you realize, like he stays out of stuff like that, because I think he's always like in a let's wait and see. He approaches everything with like a let's wait and see where this goes. And I think eventually, I think it's partially because like, he wants to use the existing momentum of like the Trump train for his inevitable pathway into the White House. But I think if given the
Pep Talks has a Godzilla poster. Both him and Letterhack are G fans.
opportunity, he would. Oh my God, he would have a Brutus
over there,
moment.
too.
He would shank Donald Trump so hard,
Agree.
which is rewarding for sure, for only a brief moment, because I
Right.
do think that he is backed by some of the most rapacious freaks out there, like the Peter Thiels and the Curtis Yarvins of the world, like
Yeah.
those guys, like the Silicon Valley techno monarch attitude that they have is so alarming.
Yeah, it is.
It's terrifying. And here's my thing. I know you said that you didn't, and I no pun intended, I know on your part, you said you didn't peg JD Vance as
Yeah.
being gay. I kind of do, because this is
Okay, this is some catty ass bullshit. I'm just gonna say
my theory, and our listeners have heard it. Think about
this isn't just. I don't know, man. This isn't bullying, because like this does kind of cross a line, because think about it, like this is almost being okay with the fact that there is the homophobia that leads to this. I don't know, man. This is weird.
Silicon Valley JD
You do you guys, but
Vance, hillbilly
Yeah.
elegy. He had no eyeliner. He was a little chubby. He was a little frumpy. He called Trump America's Hitler. And then he goes out to Silicon Valley and he hangs out with Peter Thiel, who everybody knows is out of the closet. And that motherfucker comes back yassified and psychotic. I mean,
Yeah.
he got queer-eyed. Peter Thiel queer-eyed him. He looks, you can tell.
this is some live ass shit that I am not okay. I'm uncomfortable. Like this actually kind of makes me uncomfortable.
Oh, JD
I think he's
Vance
just a
got queer-eyed.
robot. Like I do legitimately think like he'll play any role necessary.
Fair.
He's certainly a smart guy too. He's not like
Yeah.
a stupid person by any means. But I also think he's too invested in like being cool
Right.
Like, this is a known secret.
Yeah, she didn't get what she wanted out of that.
And I'm surprised that more people haven't brought this up. But like, JD Vance is in like some very questionable chat groups on Twitter with like teenagers.
What?
Talking to like,
What?
yeah, he's talking to like Twitter. He follows a bunch of white supremacist accounts on Twitter, and like some of those guys were teens when JD Vance was in the chat groups with them. Like, he's gone on ridiculous podcasts, like even more ridiculous than like Donald Trump going on Alex Jones, right? Because Alex Jones is still like a mainstream figure. Like, he'll go on like super random Peter Thiel backed podcasts, and that's where a lot of the stuff about him like treating women as like brood mares came from. Because he would just like go on those podcasts and be like, yeah, women should just stay at home and you know, and keep breeding so that like the American destiny can unfold, right? Like stuff like that he was saying at those podcasts because he thought that was like the meta, that he thought that was the cool thing to say in those groups. So he plays every side of the field, and he will pick whatever movement will back him at the end, and I think it's going to be like the Peter Thiels of the world. But as far as like his sexual proclivity is you know,
Rich P1K, that can that unison tone could be put into a remix super hard. Kirk, you know what to do.
His activities goes. I think, like I said, at most JD Vance will be gay for pay. If it's an opportunity for him to like for career advancement, he'll do it for sure.
Do you think that, okay, let's just one final thing and then we'll let you go. I want to run a hypothetical case. All right. Trump's cankles cause blood clot, drops dead.
Oh my God.
JD Vance is sworn in. The MAGA base. Okay. First of all, there would be, conspiracy theories, all this stuff. Can JD Vance, calm and keep the MAGA base tethered to him?
No,
I agree.
No, I don't think anyone can. I think we see this with like charismatic strongmen. Their second in command or whoever like the continuation of the movement is never ends up winning over the entire base. I mean, look at Chavez versus Maduro. It's just like it's a similar example where Donald Trump is that's why I call him like white man's Barack Obama. Like Donald Trump is a uniquely charismatic figure that speaks to the frequency of white supremacists in a way that no one has ever been able to do and no one will ever be able to do. You will never have another zesty New York billionaire real estate developer who loves Broadway musicals. Go to West Virginia and talk about how Graydon Carter is a sissy and Vanity Fair parties are no longer hot. And you got like, former coal miners sitting there and be like, yeah, Graydon Carter is a pussy, Mr. President. Like, you don't know who that is.
Right.
What are you talking about? Why do you care about this? And that speaks to Trump's cult-like figure, his cult-like figurehead status and how he's been able to keep these guys captivated. And part of that is because of the policies that he correctly is able to get people to pay attention to, the villains that he has presented. But a big part of that is his telegenic nature.
That's literally just his
and I don't think JD Vance is too much of a nerd.
Yeah.
He was very.
Oh, honestly, anybody that comes into the Republican, like if it's a politician, then they're fucked.
He was.
I mean, it cannot be like understated.
Intensely disliked in the campaign. He was actually seen as a burden to Donald Trump, and we forget that. Why was he seen as a burden? Yep. Because he's the guy who is supposed to be Trump's attack dog for liberal media. He can speak the language of liberals, but I think a lot of Republicans, especially in the MAGA base, don't want that. It just comes across as like fake. It comes across as phony. I always say like Pete Buttigieg and JD Vance are the type of people that middle America knows very well. When those guys come into your town, layoffs are about to happen. The McKinsey consultant types.
Yep.
They come in with a smile on their face and then you lose your job because they had to.
That's why I like these, like, again, the corpo Dems are so unpopular right now.
Eliminate redundancy. So people are very aware of who JD Vance is, I think. And therefore I don't believe that he'll be able to whip up the same base of support because it's not just about being able to put on a show, putting on the vest and maybe the snakeskin boots and just being like, I'm a real American or look at how racist I can get. Like Donald Trump has been able to hit that frequency so perfectly without compromising. And he was able to communicate earnesty to some of the worst people on the planet.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. He was. All right, Hassan, we love you. You were our first famous podcast fan ever.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
well, you guys have been killing it. I see the clips all the time, and I love when people that don't know who you guys are will be like, "Wow, look at these like liberal wine moms saying crazy stuff. I'm like, no, they've been there. They know. They've been at this fight for a minute now, you know, but I don't let them know because I feel like that's a part of the marketing, right?
Yeah.
Where it's like
We
when
learn
they
it.
first encounter you, they're
yeah, sure.
They
wow.
Google where were gin and pumps on January 6th,
Right.
before they spend any time.
Did they work at Fox
They
News?
look kind of Fox, you know. I'm kind of getting Fox News vibes. It's a whole part
Yeah.
of the, you know, of our spell that we're casting on white women across the country.
But
I'll tell you
we're
what,
doing it together, right?
Yes.
Like I got the bro types who would normally be captivated by the manosphere. So when people look at me, they go like, "Oh, this guy, like he likes to lift weights and I don't know, he seems kind of bro-y to me. Like, is he a misogynist?" And then and then people maybe tune into that frequency a little bit better, like people that otherwise could easily be duped
Oh no.
by the like
I just had a realization of like, uh-oh.
of Andrew Tate.
What am I cultivating? Oh yeah.
And come in and watch me. And you got the liberal wine moms who are
The
like,
coolest
well, yeah,
sector of the internet. That's who.
these gals, I identify with them. Like they're just shooting the shit and you know, they're saying the right things. So it's this unique coalition that we're building
building it.
in basis of support that the Democrats have lost.
and
white women
I'll tell you what I've had.
and young
it
men.
really has. We have the Gaytriots. We have
Yeah.
a huge LGBTQIA plus community audience, and we call them the Gaytriots. But I'll tell you what, white women love gay men, and gay men
Oh, yeah.
love white women. So it's a great alliance. So I think we keep tag teaming this.
Oh.
Hassan, I hope we make it to
They say some weird shit. I'm just gonna say, like they really do. Yeah, I don't know. That's a good interview, but occasionally there were some moments there where I was just like, wow. Especially like the whole like okay, like make bullying okay. Like I don't. I'm just gonna walk away from that one going, oh no. But anyway, guys, I really appreciate you guys hanging out for that. That was pretty much the entire show. So, I do have some faith that like they are good for the movement. They're good for bringing people in. I'm glad that they did talk to Hassan. I don't know, especially that weird like ant vibe. That was a little like, ooh. Yeah, guys. I hope you enjoyed the show. Up next, we've got Dan from the internet. I forgot the name of the show, but it's Dan from the internet. He's a really cool dude. So stick around, and I will catch you guys next week. And if you guys want to join me at 4 o'clock, I have a special guest Central, so 5 o'clock Eastern. I will see you guys on High on Politics later, and I'll see you guys next week.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talk.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
First.
This is Liberation Day in DC, and we're going to take our capital back. We're taking it back under the authorities vested in me as the President of the United States. I'm officially invoking Section 740 of the District of Columbia Home Rule Act. You know what that is? And placing the DC Metropolitan Police Department under direct federal control. And you'll be meeting the people that will be directly involved with that. Very good people, but they're tough, and they know what's happening, and they've done it before.
All of its residents.
Just a very quick follow-up to that. Given the heroic actions of a member of this administration just a few blocks from this building, will the president consider giving the Presidential Medal of Freedom to Big Balls?
I haven't spoken to him about that, but perhaps it's something he would consider. I'll ask him and get back to you, Benny. Thanks for being here. Gabe.
Trump is a punk ass bitch. 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 Show us the list. Show us the list. Show us the list. Show us the list. You pedophile motherfucker. Trump is a punk ass bitch. Trump is a punk ass bitch.
Hello, humans. That appears to be working. So please let me know if it's not, even though I know I'm in this liminal space. I'm still studying at my place. I'm Dan from the internet. This is Power Report for the 14th of August, 2025. I am here with the little Chromebook that could, with Sachi and Forrest. Ray, I think she overslept.
Damn, that's crazy.
It's not me this time.
I always
yeah.
I always have a nightmare that I always have these weird nightmares where I'm supposed to be streaming, and I'm like, oh no, I didn't wake up. I don't know. I always have a nightmare that I miss it. So I feel like that's trained me. I feel like doing that while I'm sleeping has trained me to actually be places when I'm supposed to be.
That is one of the most terrifying things I've ever heard, and I have felt it before. So, Forrest, please tell folks how they can support the things that you do, so that you can, I don't know, maybe at least get some Cobra for whatever horrible mental illness you developed for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, movie night extravaganza. Go follow it, and we're also on we're on this space apparently now live, which we were on this space 2 days late for a little while because someone else had our time slot, and we had to finagle a little bit of a trade with multiple people to get that time slot. But it's Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern / 5 p.m. Pacific, and yeah, movie night extravaganza. YouTube, Twitch, Twitter. We're on Instagram. We're on Threads. I mean, I don't think anyone checks Threads, but we are on there. Facebook. I don't know, wherever.
Yeah, I not a big fan of meta platforms lately. But anyways, thank you, Sachi, producer, of course, of Power Report. Blue Sky, a platform I much prefer to use. Really been helping me these past couple of what am I saying? Would be helping me these past couple of weeks as I've been moving into my place and trying to get my setup to work. There, that's much better. I think I framed it kind of awkwardly, but we'll figure it out later. I wanted to start with you. I know you, sir, have limited time, but the big story right now is the test case that Los Angeles kind of was, and even in 2020, what happened in the Pacific Northwest, where Trump tried to see how much how much he could get away with when it came to messing with international law like this. So not international law, more on that later. I've got to have one of my yerba mates really fast. But how fast he started to basically declare martial law. He hasn't really done that, but by seizing the police officers are like, sending the National Guard in there. A story I saw just before we went live was that the police in DC, like I forget what y'all call out there, like Metropolitan Police or something, they are going to cooperate with ICE, which is, it's always been kind of implicitly known that the police cooperate with ICE, but they were supposed to be sanctuary city policies that a lot of blue cities try to have an effect. And we've seen this sort of slip in Los Angeles and other places too. New York is having it, where people are being arrested for going to their court hearings. So, trying to come into the country the legal way. They're being arrested in the courthouses. It's terrible there. Really continuation of a bleak summer. What has it kind of been on the ground there for you?
For me, so I live about like 10, 15 minutes outside the cities, but I go into work every day in the city. And from what I've seen, I haven't seen any presence myself, but just this evening outside of Union Station, there was a National Guard apparently popping up. And this is allowing for police to kind of going in and terrorizing predominantly Black communities in DC. And it's not even just this, it's supposed to be a crackdown on violence, when this is actually really just crackdown on the smallest of things. It's just a show of force, authoritarian, very much strongman tactics. And I mean, based on what I've seen, I haven't seen much popping up yet, but based on what I've seen around the internet and social media feeds, it seems like the National Guard are just there for nothing. It's all show, and it's a waste of money. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of energy. It's a waste of a whole bunch of things, but it's just Trump being Trump.
Isn't violent crime at a 30-year low or 35-year low or something? They were recently saying?
Yeah, it's been at a 30-year low, and that statistic's going around. But it's like Bam said just now in the comments, that it's a crackdown on Blackness. That's what it is. It's Trump's, and it ties into what's going on right now. We'll get to that later in a second, but it ties into his crackdown on DEI as a whole too. It's just another example of how blatantly racist and insanely racist this administration is. And this all stems from some random 24-year-old Doge guy getting beat up in the streets, named Big Balls, and that's where this all started with. And that's where we're at now.
Yeah, I've seen multiple people like comment like, of course, like our Reichstag fire is like a guy named Big Balls that worked at Doge getting beat up, and the story is even crazier because he says that it's 10 teenagers that kicked the shit out of him while yelling, "This is Kamala country," which is something that no one's ever yelled. I don't think anyone's ever been like, "This is Kamala country. Get out of here, Big Balls." I mean, my guess would be if
there really he is. Get that balls.
Yeah, his balls are too big. They can't fit on the streets. Get him.
There he is trying to being an alpha with his girlfriend and going out for a night on the town. He needs to know that this is Kamala country.
The whole thing
I just want to say, wait, sorry, Sachi, just really fast. I just want to say, if Michael were here, especially because "left is best" was basically that same phrasing that was written onto someone's garage, and everyone was like, yeah, because that's what people actually chant, "left is best," or would do that in graffiti. I
don't know. I've been to TMBS / Majority Report shows. There are people that have been chanting "left is best." To be fair,
but when that first started, when that first news story first happened, that's the whole thing. That would be wild. But Sachi, go ahead.
No, that was pretty much all I was going to say. So far, what I've seen personally is, we'll see in the video too as we play it as this goes along. But I don't think shit has popped off quite yet, but I think it's going to at some point soon.
What I was seeing, so yeah, I'm glad that people have caught on really quickly that it's going to be an assault on Black and brown people. You're seeing a lot of deportations and absolute racial profiling and implicit and explicit, racial profiling within the policy of the Trump administration, like how they're applying it to Los Angeles and the ICE raids, and how they continue to apply it in a lot of other different places. But in this sort of case, it's so much more of an attack on Black people, because it's like they're going over to Howard and telling people not to smoke weed, and it's like it's not public drunkenness. They're not like acting up or whatever. It's just like, hey, take their joint out of their mouth. Like
they're setting up random
1980s.
traffic stops in front of Howard. They have random checkpoints at Howard right now. That's what's happening, which is
Now,
crazy.
Meanwhile, at Georgetown, I haven't seen anything there, but they have a lot of international students, and I almost hate to joke around, but like there's that serious difference in between what you're seeing in both of those cases. And like what I am seeing are the beginnings of what was happening in LA, where you had people on the streets who were creating like ad hoc networks telling people where these random stops, or recording different things that were happening, documenting things, doing what they could. I haven't seen any like de-arresting level stuff yet, but I think you're starting to see certain people in DC. It's never going to be like the lobbyists, but like certain people in DC who are kind of figuring out what time it is in that way. Forrest, as I start to get some of the videos and clips ready, how do you feel about this whole narrative of like Trump is doing all of this to try to get a response so that he can start to, if they spit, we hit, do that sort of thing?
I mean, I think
do
you
you
don't
think?
really like. I don't think you really have to read between the lines. Like, I think he just said it the other day, right? Like he came out and he said, if this is successful in DC, or not even, yeah, Yerba Mate, hell yeah. But if this is successful in DC, we're coming to New York City, which is another city that has a pretty low crime rate right now. I mean, compared at least to what it was in 2021/2022, and Chicago. And it's like, those are two blue, like the blue cities, right? Like the ones that it's LA, it's Chicago, it's New York City. Like those are the ones that when Trump supporters have nightmares, they conjure up in their brain. And I don't think it's definitely not by accident, and it's definitely one of those things where it's Trump pushing it. He's trying to see how much he can get away with, how much before there is like some kind of response, and then of course they can crack down harder when there is a response. Yeah.
No, God, it's really I'll get to this a little bit later because I want to play one of these clips here, but sometimes it gets so bleak. I'm just like, I'm actually at a loss for words, and we all know getting me at a loss for words is like kind of not the easiest thing. But I'm just like, damn, dude, we're here. We're warning about this. We saw it coming. Like, we're kind of locked in right now, unfortunately. Sachi, are you talking about this like clip of Trump rambling here?
Yeah, this is just him going on what Forrest alluded to about if this works out. This is going to happen in LA, New York, Chicago. Worth noting too that I know we have thoughts about Eric Adams, but all these cities all have Black mayors. He also included Baltimore in that list.
Let me play it. Sorry, I'm a little slow on the draw here because of using the other computer, but bang. Yes. Okay, cool. That did work. Bang. Come on.
It just looks like he's taking a nap.
And we're going to have the same thing here. But then I'm going to look at New York. Let's do this. Let's do this together. Let's see. It's going to go pretty quickly. And if we need to, we're going to do the same thing in Chicago, which is a disaster. We have a mayor there who's totally incompetent. He's an incompetent man. And we have an incompetent governor there. Pritzker's an incompetent. His family threw him out of the business, and he ran for governor. And now I understand he wants to be president. But I noticed he lost a little weight, so maybe he has a chance. You know, you never know what happens. But Pritzker's a gross incompetent guy, thrown out of the family business. But when I look at Chicago and I look at LA, if we didn't go to my first term, I said, you're going to have problems. Let it come down. We actually sent in our military to have the water come down into LA. They still didn't want it to come down after the fires. But that was it. We have it coming down.
Sorry, it was kind of stuttery there. Working this out slowly, but
I just assumed Trump was buffering.
just this mentally working on himself. Yeah, no.
Buffering.
Wouldn't that be funny if like all the things that people were saying about like, oh, Trump's a robot, he's being like controlled. We have no real leaders in office. That's the thing that's true about Trump, and it's not true about it's true about Trump, and it wasn't true about Biden.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. Biden was the old model. Trump's the new model, you know? Maybe they're both robots. Maybe all of our leaders.
Is that mathematically correct, old and new? I'm not necessarily sure.
I mean, when it comes to because Biden was well into his 80s, and Trump is like a little bit younger than Biden, you know?
I'll just say I like the dig at he was kicked out of his family's business. How that's the thing that matters to him is the mob shit. The whole like, hey, I'm a better Nepo baby than you. I did better with more.
Well, I mean, the Pritzkers own Hyatt, right? That's like their big brand. So it's like for Trump, probably that is the end all be all. It's a chain of hotels. He's like, my dad passed the hotels down onto me. Your dad kicked you out of the family business. Doesn't let you run any hotels.
I kind of think of him as the JB Pritzker 877 Cash Now. I also kind of think of him as like the London Tipton of like governors, just because just like a fun idea to think of, like the governor of Prindle. It's a shame that Ray isn't here for that, but you know she is out partying.
Either partying or sleeping. Who knows?
Yeah. So, I was actually wrong. We do have, I'm afraid to play videos at this point, so I'll give my computer a break. But like, you were seeing an increase of like DEA agents who are being, agents being pulled from all over the place to start to supplant this sort of, siege, what it essentially is, on DC. And people are making all these sort of statements like, oh, this is because of crime, and this is because of, never mind what the statistics say, because sometimes statistics lie, or sometimes the people who make the statistics lie, which is great. And don't even get me started with the BLS stuff, because we're just gonna have to get rid of the L. But there's this whole thing that is a narrative for any centrist, and I'm holding my desk like that meme of the guy who's like at the podium and smiling. But like, I promised myself I would keep this to a minimum, but I need to just say this. There are people on the right, and then there are people who are like centrist and used to consider themselves on the left, but made a whole thing about not feeling safe, and that, oh, you just can't tell people that crime statistics are, show that crime is going down and violent crime is going down, and that there are unhoused neighbors when they're crazy and drugged out, in their words. Like, you had people peddling stuff like this, as well as, Tren de Aragua and all of these, migrants coming in and doing crime and having these gangs and holding apartments hostage. And it paved the roadway for all of this stuff that is the extreme overreach that we knew they were going to do this whole time. And so I'm a little bit, you know, I'm just, I would say this, wouldn't let that happen to me. I get a decent conscience at night knowing that I am not someone who was falling for that shit, because now, even in that clip, they're talking about something else that Trump had mentioned before, the Patrick Starr theory of how you handle homelessness. Let's just take them all and push them somewhere else, like literally to the outskirts of town, to like Lancaster, California, to
I mean, I've lived in the somewhere else, because when Giuliani was mayor of New York City, right? Like, and Giuliani was mayor of New York City, and my family lived in New York City, but we moved upstate by like an hour and a half, and like up here in like Newburgh, like Poughkeepsie, like they started giving homeless people from New York City just a one-way bus ticket. That was Giuliani's big plan, because he figured they can't buy another bus ticket and just go back to New York City, I guess. So they would just, fill up these buses full of New York City people. I mean, homeless people from New York City, and they bring them up here. I mean, I don't think anything really catastrophic happened, but it's like that was Giuliani's big plan to reduce homelessness, because of course it was. It's Giuliani. And it's also been Eric Adams' plan to reduce the migrant, the asylum seeking population from New York City. He puts them on buses, and then he puts them into hotels in like Orange County up here. And I don't know, nothing terrible's happened really, but it just seems, I mean, then people have to go an entire hour plus to like get to their appointment with somebody who might be able to grant them asylum.
This has also been an issue. I mean, that was another aspect of they're interconnected, but the racism and the classism involved here, the class warfare that's happening with getting rid of homeless encampments. Bowser herself, though, a couple of years ago, too, was doing the same thing, and that could start up a lot of controversy in D.C., which, I mean, this again kind of feels like I was thinking about today, especially about when Trump said, what was it, when he was his first run, when he said, I could shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and get away with it. It's just starting to feel like that it's actually coming to fruition. And people are saying, oh, this is actually a good idea, whereas this is the process of him shooting people on Fifth Avenue and getting away with it. And it just reeks of that right now.
And everyone thought that someone else would be the someone.
I mean, you see those like really depressing news stories every once in a while, where it's like it started out with, in 2016, you'd have a news story like someone's wife is undocumented, but they voted for Trump, and it's like, now they regret it. But now in 2024, you see a lot of those stories. Someone's wife was undocumented, or like someone's wife was here like illegally, I guess, and they don't regret it. And they're like, well, that Trump took my wife, but that's all right. And it's like, holy fuck, like we're in that's dark territory.
But like we've been there too. Go ahead, Sachi.
Sorry. No, I was just gonna say another thing too. A lot of people are saying this distracting from the Epstein list, right? But also, I think you got to factor in with the way the economy is going, absolutely tanking. Trump hates to be seen as a failed businessman, right? And especially with shit that's going on with the tariffs, it's, I think, also a major attempt to distract from that. Although not successful, because people are still laser focused on that. People are feeling it, including his supporters. But it sounds, I mean, granted, this is not a distraction because this is actually happening now, but it does feel like anything to divert the attention from everything else that's failing around him, to be able to say, look at me, I'm a strong leader. This is what a strong leader looks like, And
I mean, I don't know. It feels like something darker might be coming down the pipeline, because where do protests really explode when they want to, send a message to the actual president? It's DC. And people protesting at the White House. And it's like when the National Guard is there, I think it's a lot harder. People are dissuaded from coming out and protesting because they think of Kent State. They think of something like that, where National Guard people just, are quick to just something happens and something clicks and they fire into the crowd. You know what I mean? Like, so
Forrest,
yeah.
I'm sorry. I just want to say I'm glad you mentioned that because the Washington Post had a report out today that's totally cool and makes me feel fine. Basically saying that there's an internal proposal within the White House and within the executive branch, because that's all that matters at this point, to create a domestic civil disturbance quick reaction force, which is supposedly training different sects of the National Guard and military personnel. I think one base is going to be in Arizona and one base is going to be Alabama, states that really love human rights. And they're going to be able to be rapidly deployed for, any reason Trump wants, whether it's a protest against him, whether it's, a pride parade in San Francisco. It's just going to be it's another Gestapo, because we have multiple. There's going to be ICE. There's going to be what we do in foreign policy. There's going to be the DEA. There's going to be this new domestic civil disturbance thing. And I'm not sure if to that point of what's this distraction from, whether it's Epstein or something else, whatever it is, I'm not sure how many people are going to be, I guess, chill with. I don't know how many people are going to be chill with, okay, I'm going to get a $30,000 bonus over 5 years to go into my neighborhood and harass people for increasingly no reason. It started as immigrants, but you know how the poem goes. People are going to actually see okay, now it's going to be people who are senior citizens who are routing the Social Security line. Trump sent National Guard on them. And I wish I were joking, but we've had situations in the UK, but also in the United States, where Capitol Police under multiple administrations have pulled people who are protesting near congressional offices out of their wheelchairs because they were in the way and they refused to leave and they're protesting. So when Forrest says this could get really dark, my response is yes.
I mean, it also goes to the classic French Revolution kind of thing, where the French version of the National Guard, essentially, right? It started to be well, number one, at any point the any kind of National Guard could just fire into the crowd, but then there's also the demoralization of having to go after your neighbors, people that look like you, people that that people that you might know, even if you're deployed to your own state and your own neighborhood. And the National Guard kind of becomes unreliable because nobody really knows if they're going to, at some point, right, when things get really bad, if they're going to side with the people protesting over, whoever gives the orders. It seems like it's an unreliable force, and it's I don't know, there's always a big question mark, which is the thing when they started to go into LA. There was this big question mark where it's what the fuck is going to happen now? And I'm not saying that you can rely on people to, join the other side of things either, but it's it's not the, I don't know, it's not the panacea that Trump seems to think it is.
Yeah. Another thing too, a name that's throughout all this, I think that hasn't been mentioned enough. It feels like Stephen Miller's handprints all over it too.
I could be more vulgar about what it looks like Stephen Miller has done with this. I could give spoilers to what it seems like he's done with this. This is a dream of his. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I agree with you, Forrest.
Tom Homan was there with a camera.
It's crazy. His wife just started a podcast. But I don't know why. She's like, oh, there aren't enough spaces for conservative women to have a voice. Every fucking conservative podcast is like, oh, there aren't enough spaces for conservative blank to have a voice. It's like, no, I think there are enough. I think there are enough by now. This is too many.
Didn't she leave what was it, Ben Shapiro or something, to go start that podcast or some nonsense?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's or one of those like other conservative media places.
Yeah. But I do agree that it's going to get a lot scarier down the line. I know I don't know if I included this, but Trump said today, I think, that he wants to extend this past 30 days. We'll see if that actually happens. But that's a whole, at least a month and a half, probably, at this rate.
It's going to be rough because there's August recess. There's going to be whatever this redistricting talk ends up being. There's a lot in Trump's hand, unfortunately. We're still talking about this, but I was gonna switch gears to two things. I can tell my computer doesn't like this, but we're gonna do this anyways. I'm gonna play this on mute to the side here, but there was this guy who threw the sandwich at the like ICE agents or whatever. Oh, now it wants to play smoothly. That's great. But apparently he worked for the Department of Justice. And I'm finding that the people who are most interested to like
his immediate like starting to run is kind of crazy.
There you go. Like that.
That's
He
like-
got some like he did that with a passion, and you can tell that he's done some of those DC 5Ks.
Yeah, but also he has like drunk guy energy too, where it's like I'm gonna show these fucking guys what I think of them. Like,
But here's the thing, as hilarious as it is, as you were talking about earlier, Dan, this is a former DOJ employee who got fired and is now being charged with felony assault. I mean, if this weren't a white guy in white shorts and, a pink t-shirt running around Georgetown, wherever that was, yeah, think of what the alternative would be, right? I mean, this is, they can pop that guy for a felony assault charge, for throwing a sandwich.
Subway, eat fresh. Or actually, no. The newer thing is that DEA agent got it Mike's way.
he's Quiznos. Does Quiznos still exist? I feel like they don't, but
I think Togo's is more of a thing than Quiznos at this point. I think Quiznos may have gone the way of Kinko's. So I do want to switch gears because one thing about Washington, D.C., pretty much the only good thing about it, other than the people who live there and the colleges, some aspects of the colleges.
Yeah, I had a fun time there going to a rave a few weeks ago or a couple months ago, I guess now.
Yeah, but like it's the culture, it's the it's a really great, like interesting place musically. And there's like, a ton of museums. That's kind of what I'm alluding to. And as this, loud siren starts to pass by me, this is a clip I'm going to play from CNN about the takeover of the Smithsonian. One sec.
Yeah, I don't get the. I know what clip you're about. I don't get this show. We could talk about it afterwards, but I don't really get this show.
This has been an installation there. Is gender testing fair in sports? Does that, and then it goes on to talk about how it's complex to do gender testing in sports. It's not complex. It's basic science. That's untrue. It's XX chromosome, XY chromosome. That's sports. Is it fair to have biological men competing against biological
I'm sorry. We're in the middle of one of the more public examples of the way that women's sports is actually treated by the majority of, or at least like, the pop culture sort of view of men with this like WNBA dildo throwing thing. Like this is.
I saw something really bleak on Twitter. I saw that Adam and Eve company that fucking sells the sex toys. They were like advertising like dildos for your next WNBA game. It's like I don't think you guys are not really meeting with the times here.
Yeah, I don't. I think you should be a little bit more sex positive than that. Like, also know your audience. Like, if you're selling, no, I'm not going to get myself in trouble, Sachi.
Okay, I'll get you in trouble then. No, but
where's Ray when you need her?
What I was gonna say was, by the way, to that point, we'll get back to the main point of this in a second. But it's a lot of conservative men who are and women too who are outraged about trans athletes, who are literally turn around and then poke fun of WNBA ratings or player salaries or, just women's sports in general, wanting more of a spotlight on the sports, but also equal pay, right? They like trash that entire movement. So it's just another example of this double bind, communication that's full of hypocrisy across the board.
Well, I mean, you saw it with when there was a thing with J.K. Rowling starting to do her turf stuff, and she got like, she tried complimenting fucking dipshit Matt Walsh, and he turned around and was like, maybe let the men talk about women's issues, huh? Maybe let the men, and like had a little scaly, condescending response, which then started off a Twitter fight where it's just two deeply transphobic people trying to decide who's allowed to be transphobic in this day and age.
Also, just like sports is people who are good at things, right? Like, this is late August, which is like one of my favorite times in sports because there's nothing on, and ESPN does like they throw everything at the wall to see what sticks in this thing called the Ocho, which is just like random sports. Like they'll do, one year they had competitive Excel, where you like had to like do an Excel like
a spreadsheet, like they were like.
Yes, the Excel spreadsheet. You had to like really quickly do all the formulas and know all like the command shortcuts to like be the first person to like solve the proof correctly.
I might consider watching like the office games. Like it's like the Olympics, but it's different things you could do in an office.
No, there were blimps this year. Like that's awesome. Okay, like there's blimp races. Like all the Goodyear blimps were like racing each other. Like it was very okay. That is what you call sports. It's honestly just like who is good and who is second place. All the
I call XX chromosomes and XY chromosome. I call that sports. That's sports. I don't know what sport. I don't know which sport, but it is it's sports.
last thing on this, because I want to get to this clip, but didn't we just have Olympics where a woman was transvestigated, but she was a woman? And just because of the way she looked and because she dominated in, I want to say women's boxing, I believe, the conservatives were mad about that. that sports to them is like, I don't really know what. I can go on and on and on about this because there's like even another story that's just like really tragic, but I'll say that for a moment.
There's somebody on this panel in this clip, because I saw this clip last night or the night before. There's somebody on this panel. Fucking Richie Torres is on this panel. And this is the most time I've ever seen Richie Torres not go speaking. Like, we're not trying to interrupt to be like, I have thoughts about this too.
For once, I relate to Richie Torres. Okay.
XY chromosome. That's sports.
That's
Is
sports,
it fair
baby.
to have biological men competing against biological women in sports? No. But why is this in the Smithsonian? So it's been completely captured.
First of all, I don't.
And it's totally
we don't. First
partisan.
of all, we don't have time to litigate
Of
all of
course
this.
we don't, because then you're going to
But I
lose
just
the argument.
No,
and
no.
if everything is racialized, just like you're trying to do to me now.
Excuse
me. It's like, oh, I can't believe you're trying to
You brought up race.
I'm sorry. Can we just say we live in hell? Because a white woman is like standing up to a black woman to be like, I think you're being racist to me. This is like Dan Rice fights.
You know, chromosomes, that's sports. Race, not sports. You know?
Yeah. Gender, it's less of a sports, more of a competition. It's like video games. You know, like it's like a middle space. It's not what I believe, by the way.
I'm surprised that Twitter hasn't done the race games yet. It's the racist Olympics.
I'm sure there are parts of Twitter that have. That's a hell of a wait, no, I gotta at least get a frame of that because that is one hell of a sidebar. Anyways,
my entire thoughts about that Jillian Michaels lady is I saw a clip where she and Bill Maher were talking, and Bill Maher's like, "You're one of the few people I trust with health and fitness advice." And I was like, "That's okay." Well, that sums up everything for me. Like, this lady is one of the few people that you trust for health and fitness advice. I'm not going to listen to a word she says. Then,
well, if Cheryl Lines leaves me, then maybe I'll give her a chance.
I think next on line is that lady that was like that Nicole Shanahan lady that was his vice president pick.
It's like, oh, I can't believe you're trying to suggest, you know, that
just to
slavery
be
is a good
clear, you brought up race.
No,
this was a conversation about the arts, and you brought up race.
It isn't.
You
though.
brought up,
but the whole
hold
point
on,
of this is that
Jillian.
the issue
You
people
brought
take-
up slavery, and you brought up
I
the
actually
question
didn't.
of whether.
You
hold on.
did.
You brought up
And
the
my
question of
point-
whether or not slavery in the United States is about race. The answer is
No, I didn't.
yes.
I
Slavery
did not say
in the
that.
United
Don't,
States
no, don't
is
straw man
about
my argument because
race.
that's not what I said.
So what are
She
you
brought
talking
up
about?
slavery, and what I
I'm
was
so
talking
confused about who
is
brought
that
up
isn't really
slavery.
about that.
I don't think that was the full clip. I think they were talking about what's going on, the exhibits in the Smithsonian as a whole.
I mean, like it started from. I just remember what it was, and it's like very mind numbing to like go through again. But they got into an argument over sports, and the white lady was immediately like, made a self-victimization thing the way right wingers do. Like again, like she tried to make it as though the black woman was attacking her in a racist way, and I'm just like, what are we doing here, man? Like, what are we like? Black and brown people are getting rounded up in the streets by someone that a lot of white women voted in for. So like, what are we doing here? Honestly, let me just play the rest of this out so I can take a bath.
When you make every single exhibit about white imperialism when it isn't relevant at all, that is a problem. So when you're talking about,
Wait, sorry, really fast. Like, are they saying, Sachi, that like every exhibit at the Smithsonian, one of the like, I think it's multiple museums, right?
Yeah. So what this is stemming from is that essentially the White House wants to vet all Smithsonian exhibits to fit their very definition. It's whitewash history, essentially, is what it is. They want to bring whitewash history to the Smithsonian, just like, you know, remember when DeSantis was having his war on woke. This is at the federal level, if you will. And so this is going to be according to Trump's standards, which is going back to that conversation of right wingers saying, well, you shouldn't have shame for, you know, slavery or anything like that. Why should I have to apologize? Why should I have to apologize for my ancestors? Why should I have to apologize for being white? This is what this essentially is coming down to. And
Trump's exact quote, American history won't be displayed in a woke manner. Whatever that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Part of that is like PBS is being swapped out for PragerU, and like I wish I was kidding. We're coming up on 10 years of when I made my it'll be like 8 years when I made my video like PragerU is not a real school, about this like long time strategy for 50 years to delegitimize institutions and replace them with their propaganda of like why you should love fossil fuels. PragerU himself had a blog that was like why my son's best friend is black, what to do when your wife isn't in the mood, part
Dude,
one.
imagine you're like your friend's like your friend is he comes over for the first time and he's like, I want you to meet my dad. And it's fucking Dennis Prager, like big fat Dennis Prager, just sitting at the dining table. He's like, hi, I'm glad you're friends with my son, so I can make a video about it. Will you consent to sign these forms so I can make a video about how my son's best friend is black.
Puffing a cigar like he usually does, like I'm so happy that I can say that my son has a black friend. So
what are your feelings about wives consenting to rape? It's not rape if it's a wife, right? And he puffs on his cigar.
So wait, do they just allow travel in the NBA now? Whatever happened with that? You know, right?
I see like him and I see Ben Shapiro, and part of my brain is like, I get why Candace Owens went into like the most anti-Semitic wormhole that anyone's ever gone through and started bringing back like European anti-Semitism, because her two bosses were Dennis Prager and Ben Shapiro.
No, she took like the Louis Farrakhan turnpike straight into like black anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
like she sped. I mean, honestly, she ran before Kanye could walk, but she went for the Iron Man while Kanye just went for the for the 5K and then like stabbing himself in the balls.
Well, I mean, she knew Kanye was gonna burn out. She knows that it's about distance. It's not about flashiness.
So yeah, I don't know, is this gonna work? The thing I kind of worry about in all these cases is it's very easy to burn a library. It's very hard to build one back. I mean that like, you know, metaphorically, but you know, realm of possibility type stuff, right? Are we gonna be able to replace, like, are we gonna be able to hit Control Z for all of this stuff in any scenario? Like, even the best case scenario where blue wave 2028 and a re-election in 2032, can you rebuild what is being destroyed, what is being warped that quickly without like creating some sort of like counter revolution? That's the stuff that really kind of worries me here, because like the genie's been let out of the bottle. Like the genie's been let out of the bottle by like many administrations, like in the neoliberal age to now. But like Donald Trump is in a genie in the bottle store and just with like a mace and like a chain, just like whipping it around. Like, I don't even know how to describe it. It's just crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I think about like even something like the Iran deal, where it's like, you know, but like not only can you rebuild stuff like that, but is there the will to rebuild stuff like that? And you look at something like, you know, the Iran deal, and it's like the Biden administration just didn't build that back, right? Like they didn't build back better. They they let that go to the wolves. So it's like it's not only can you rebuild all this stuff, but like our Democrats in 4 years, you know, if they do take back the White House, do they have the political will to even get back to the point that we were at the beginning of this? I don't know.
I'm scared, man. I'm like, yes and no, but like seriously, I am worried about where this ends in the long term. Sachi, I was just having an existential crisis about like, yeah, how do we replace these things, and if it's possible, what do you think?
I will say this though. Currently, I think that I mean, I don't know if it's about replacing. You have to meet the moment now, right? And Democrats have shown they're not doing that. And I don't think they really rebuilt after the first Trump administration either. You know, I think Aaron alluded to earlier that Biden kept in a lot of the same Trump policies. But the issue is, I think that especially with Democrats and neoliberals and centrists, they are really wanting to one-up Republicans in a way that, oh, you do this thing, I can do this thing better when it comes to cracking down on immigration, when it comes to, you who's more of a capitalist, who can be more, favorable to big market economies, right? It's like, it's like anything you can do, I can do better, not what's the alternative, not how do we build back better from this. It feels very much just like, even, for example, Newsom's response to one of the whole redistricting thing, right? Like, I can gerrymander better than you can. It's not like there's no policy that's really benefiting the people, their constituents. Like, they're not, like, nobody cares really about who can gerrymander better. It's how am I going to provide for my
like
family?
mimic the way that Trump tweets.
Yeah, like it's this thing we
When
didn't
Speaker
learn.
Little Man Johnson standing on the unemployment line, we can think.
This is what I'm talking about. Like, no actual everyday person cares about this, right? But this is why they're polling at 19%. It's
Actually, I do know someone who cares.
Love Tesla. I love Tesla.
Like, the other day, not to go on a tangent, but the other day, Ken Martin, who's the DNC chair, for anybody who doesn't know, because he's that oblivious and that obsolete and all of this, he literally said, Democrats before, I'm paraphrasing here, people said we're bringing fists to a knife fight. Well, now we're bringing a knife to a knife fight. And I'm like, this is what we're doing. At the year of our Lord 2025, Ken Martin's talking about bringing knives to a knife fight. And that's the guy who's representing the entire Democratic Party as DNC chair. This is, you can't rebuild from it if you're adding to it, with your ineptitude. That's the issue.
Yeah, we're supposed to bring a rocket launcher to a knife fight. That's how this is supposed to work, honestly. This should be Team Fortress 2
We'll
versus
talk about
five.
this. You guys will talk about this later, but there are currently 11 House Democrats that are currently in Israel doing, genocide denial PR for Netanyahu instead of actually staying at home or actually even going to DC to combat this authoritarian takeover, because AIPAC on their dime is like, well, you got to go do this now. We're like, okay, we'll do it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's.
Well, I mean, there's the same thing with when they're all of a sudden on a dime, everyone decided to, or a lot of people at least that aren't in power, decided to switch and start admitting that starvation is happening in Gaza, and it's like it happened literally just with a snap of wave of a wand or something. Suddenly everyone's talking about it. A lot of those same Democrats were the ones that just like a month earlier happily attended that Netanyahu speech when he came to DC, and they were all surrounding him, Cory Booker, people like that.
The one where Cory Booker was doing the old Gretchen Whitmer, just like, how can I say that this is AI?
Yeah, he's hiding behind a slightly shorter member of Congress, so you can still see his bald ass head poking out from.
Let me see. I have the photo of let's put him up full mast. See, I have a lot of Democrats here. It's no one like really big to me, but it's still pretty disappointing to see. Let me.
Yeah, I can't say. Well, I guess Danny heard, but I can't recognize most of them.
Like even Steny Hoyer, Aaron alluded to it earlier. Steny Hoyer goes there and he's talking about how he's been to Israel 22 times. Like, do you think he's visited with his constituents 22 times? I don't think so. Like, this is, it's. So I'm tying it back to this. I don't think. I mean, yes, you can rebuild technically, but even after using Trump's, economy from 2017 to 2021 or whatever, grocery prices still rose from 2020 to 2024 under Biden's administration, right? So, like, at the end of the day, if corporations are going to price gouge and continue to price gouge, and, next Democratic president, whoever they are, is going to say, well, I'm a capitalist, but not a full-blown capitalist. Well, at the end of the day, you are a full-blown capitalist, I mean,
yeah.
It's just, unless we're, I don't think that we're going to get any sort of even democratic socialists as president anytime soon. But I think you can't rebuild with the status quo. That's impossible to do.
Because we're talking. Oh, my thing has been up the whole time, but I feel like because we were talking about this, and this has kind of been around there because we were talking about different responses. Pete Buttigieg, who's basically been saying, oh, well, the situation in Israel is a situation, and like with many situations, you have to kind of like Kim Possible ask what's the sitch, and Kim Possible came
I
out in
love
2001.
I
which
love
is,
taking the first 3 words that he says and then pressing predictive text. And I just keep pressing predictive text until I get a full statement, and then I just post it, and everyone thinks that it's like a real whatever he said.
Let's play this.
I think that we, as Israel's strongest ally and friend, you put your arm around your friend when there's something like this going on and talk about what we're prepared to do together. It cannot be, certainly cannot be what we see right now.
Do you think it's time to recognize a Palestinian state?
I think that that's a profound question that arouses a lot of the biggest problems that have happened with Israel's survival, or Israel's right to survival in the diplomatic scene. And many of the people who have taken that, the biggest problems.
Recognize a
I need to go back.
State.
I think that certainly cannot be what we see right now.
Do you think it's time to recognize a Palestinian state?
I think that that's a profound question that arouses a.
Should there be a Palestinian state? Well, that is a big question that creates a lot of questions about why Israel has a right to exist.
Yeah, he's I don't
Sorry,
know.
go ahead.
I'm trying to find the predictive text version so I can be like, this is what my Mayor Pete Champbot said.
Let me play this out.
A lot of the biggest problems that have happened with Israel's survival, or Israel's right to survival in the diplomatic scene. And many of the people who have taken that step historically have done so for different reasons than what we see happening with European countries. I think we need to step back, and we need to do whatever it takes to ensure that there is a real two-state solution, and that no one, not even the likes of Netanyahu, can veto the international community's commitment to a two-state solution where you have Palestinians and Israelis living with safety, with security, with rights. I believe that can happen, but we have to actually show some commitment to it.
So yeah, there's a bunch of different like articles that are showing up on the screen that are like showing different levels of support that Pete Buttigieg has gotten from entities like AIPAC. Different times he's gone on trips to Israel that are meant to be this sort of like like PR boosting exercises for the state. Being part of the Biden administration and almost like 700 days into this, and now going, I don't know if Palestine should be a state. Israel definitely should, but I'm for a two-state solution. Do I have to recognize that state? No, but we should do something in the international community that even Benjamin Netanyahu can't override. Something like the International Criminal Court calling him out for war crimes. Well, definitely not that. Like,
I mean, that it is identical. It's identical to what Biden said, right? Like, because Biden's whole thing with Netanyahu was the bear hug strategy. You hug Netanyahu tight, and you just keep hugging him. And even if he does a genocide, you don't let go. You hold him. You hold him in your arms, and you bear hug him. And that's the same thing that Pete Buttigieg is saying there. Like, you put your arm around your friend. That's the bear hug strategy. That's what he's literally saying.
Worst cover of Why Can't We Be Friends ever. But yeah, no. And listen, Pete talks very eloquently, but
does he though?
I think
he definitely says a lot of words.
That's the thing. He appeals to the same person who was really loving that like Cory Booker filibuster. Pete Buttigieg also appeals to that too, because he's from the Midwest, but he was in the military, but he knows a lot of different languages, and he's gay, and he's like all these other different things, and he's has a family, and he's willing to say bad words, and he likes trains, except the ones that blow up in the Midwest, and he has no black friends in the Midwest or otherwise. Like, there's all these
That
other
that
different
0% of black support number is probably
I
heartbreaking.
would like
for-
to take credit for that. Honestly, I would. I memed Mayor Pete has no black friends into existence in so many years ago, and it blew up. Thank God. My work here is done. I thank you. But yeah, no, he's like in the D tier. He's in the. That sounds like too much like detour, and I'm making that thing. So no, he's in like the C tier of possible Democratic candidates in 2028 for me.
I mean, what qualifies him to be it? Like, I don't know. I've always felt this about like Mayor Pete specifically. Like, he was the mayor of a he's a good boy, and he's the mayor of the like a small American city. But like,
Because the
really
best language he speaks is West Wing.
yeah. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
I get why that
That's
appeals
his
to a certain.
qualification. That's his qualification.
I get why
honestly.
that appeals to a certain kind of like liberal centrist type person, but it just in my head it's always been like I don't get what
The
would
best
qualify
case
him
scenario
to-
is that Pete Buttigieg and Jon Stewart split the vote because that's the same type of voter. Like that type of person. Okay, Sachi, go ahead.
No, I mean, yeah, I do agree with Forrest. I don't see any really redeemable qualities in Pete. But here's the thing: the funny thing about that is that the same centrists now that are rising up and saying, "Well, what has Zoran Mamdani done with his entire life?" Right? It's like, well, transportation secretary, sure, but like, it doesn't mean like you went from being mayor. What was it? I forget the town he was in Indiana. Was it Indiana that he was the mayor of a town in? I forget. See, that's the
Yeah,
thing.
it was in Indiana. It was the one that Notre Dame was in, or, the
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Well, I mean, like
South Bend, Indiana.
There you go. I mean,
I
go
only
from
remember that because I like drove through it getting to Wisconsin one time, drove past it.
But again, it goes to the larger discussion of, like Dan was talking about, and that's just the kind of response similar to how Dems have responded to his entire administration. Just, it's always like, well, we got to tiptoe around that, and we got to work together to be able to ensure that Trump doesn't do this or doesn't do that, right? It's this better appeals to things that people is not going to appeal to, right? It's just word salad, and it's again treating people like a monolith, and they can get away with it, right? And that's what Mayor Pete does. That's what Democrats tend to do. Always.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's also just it's chicken shit. It's an inability to break with the politics of the past, which is what I think Democrats are going through just writ large. Because there was this moment where there's like a real, like a loss could be a mandate for change as much as a, as much as a win can. And I feel like when Kamala lost, there was a real mandate for change. It was people like reject, and the poll numbers too, with 7% of voters are very enthusiastic about the Democratic Party. And you've seen since that moment where there was kind of like a collective, oh shit, maybe people really hate us. You've seen that just every time there's been any kind of move towards changing that kind of politics, the politics that people really don't like. There's just the incredible amount of just uphill resistance to it.
Yeah, fully agree with that. Yeah, it's never learning from the past or the historical mistakes. You just keep repeating these same mistakes over and over and over again.
I was talking with someone really smart today, besides y'all. But it was like, it was a really astute point that I was kind of saying like my usual line about how the Democratic Party is a welfare program for a certain sort of like college elite consultant type, to which like Pete Buttigieg works, to which like when James Carville says, "Do nothing. When the bear is screaming towards you, stay still. Then they can't see you." Like like a sitting duck. When the way he was describing it was when Biden was saying to Kamala Harris, apparently, like, no daylight when it came to their policy agreements. The same consultants who were telling Tim Walz to cool it with the they're weird. JD Vance is weird. The couch stuff, like all of the hits, all of the things, like to think Tim Walz could have told some democracy saving jokes in like that folksy manner sort of thing. Like, you know, that would have been at least like a Chapo worthy West Wing, right? Like that could have been something we could have all like unified around. But yeah, instead we're here, and I do think it is such an indictment of that kind of Democrat that Pete Buttigieg is running to try to be, that Gavin Newsom is running to try to be. It's like, well, with Gavin Newsom and the redistricting thing, it's like, okay, dude, put up or shut up. It's August. It's, you know, the middle of the month. You have to get this on the ballot this, you know, fall. It's going to be very hard to campaign for this. A lot of people don't even know about this. There's, you know, polling about this stuff is kind of really inaccurate, but early polls are saying that most people don't want this or like haven't heard about it. Show this is more than just like political aspirations and memes and stuff on the internet, because the consultants have big houses with mortgages they need to pay for, and do more of like what Zoran Mamdani is doing, or what Omar out of Minneapolis is doing, and a lot of other people are doing, which is just speak in communities to people, maybe bring someone with a to hold an iPhone for you while you're doing so, and speak to their issues and meet people where they're at, meet your voters where they're at. Don't talk to the consultants, because you'll just save a lot of money and you'll get better results.
I mean, you see you see this out everywhere. The one thing that that Democrats, like centrist establishment Democrats, have taken away from what, like literally what you just said, which is key, is have someone bring an iPhone while you do that. That's the one.
Here's the thing about that. Like, I went to their to House Democrats page, I think it was today, and they retweeted a bunch of Democrats saying Republicans are taking away your Social Security. I forget one of the guys, his name, but it's literally him standing in the middle of a parking lot. It looks like an industrial construction zone, talking to nobody, pointing at the camera, going with the scripted, obviously, saying Republicans want to take away your Social Security. I'm fighting to stop that. That's literally, it's a 30-second ad. I mean, that's they think this works. And the thing is, they think
they've already done it. They've already taken away. Well, I guess not Social Security. I guess that's the next thing on the chopping block. They already took away SNAP. They already took away Medicaid. It's like they didn't do a very good job fighting to save those things. Like,
the issue with the party is, I think that, oh, we spent this much amount of money on the campaign. They think that wins an election. I think money wins an election, which to an extent it does, but there's no substance at all. That is the maddening thing, and it's annoying that not enough people have seen through that. But yeah,
I mean, there's that stat where it was Kamala got $1 billion, right? And it's like, what did they spend it on? One of the things they spend it on is to have her, like, to have a pro campaign message or whatever on like in Las Vegas or whatever, right? Like that was just flashing, and they spent like an insane amount of money on that, and then they spent a bunch of money on hopefully trying to get Beyonce to do a concert, and like an Oprah endorsement, like things that have failed over and over and over again. To get anybody's attention, like it just feels like almost like a comically, like in the way that Trump is like a comically dictatorial, authoritarian kind of guy. Like that felt like a comically just, you know, not meeting the moment response, like inauthentic response.
So there's a couple of great Gavin Newsom is a very divisive figure, it seems, right now.
Because he got a podcast. I'm telling you, too many people have stopped doing it. Nobody, like, I mean, people hate Gavin Newsom.
Too many conservative women have podcasts. I honestly think we need to have a pendulum swing.
Gavin Newsom's podcast pitch needs to be, we've seen too many women start doing podcasts. Where's the space for the straight white man? The guy who puts on jeans and gels up his hair in the morning.
I want Gavin Newsom to do an episode with Donald Trump Jr. So it's literally like who's who.
They call it Eskimo Brothers. And
oh god.
I'm here with my Eskimo brother Donald Trump Jr.
They do a couple of like cute like trading places photos, but no. The comments I was gonna read. Bat Guy says Newsom has been good this week, but he still shouldn't be president. I was describing this when Newsom was doing some other thing. I was like, Newsom is responding the way you're supposed to respond in this case. I think it had to do with the ICE raids, honestly. And he's responding in the way that you're supposed to, of like suing the administration, trying to fight this like illegal use of California's National Guard, like all those other different things. But you're not going to give Newsom necessarily credit, because it's not like, okay, the sanctuary city thing or like the sanctuary state thing, he wouldn't have done if he couldn't lick his finger, put it up in the air, and see where the political winds were blowing. He's done, I mean, like, again, he deployed National Guard and other like California Highway Patrol to Oakland, and has done this to like Los Angeles and other places because things have gotten out of control. So basically, Gavin Newsom has done his version of what Donald Trump is doing to streets, like to no avail. So I think we just need to balance these different things of like what these different politicians can do, what they can show a model for, what type of like cards they can put on the table for how we fight for these things, and also realizing like, okay, but like how honest like are they, how serious are they? We can be real about both. And then another comment really fast is, I'd rather have President JD Vance than Newsom. No. I'll disagree with that. I'll be honest.
Yeah, I would just not like to have either of them. The only thing that depressingly I feel like about the like watching a campaign between JD Vance and Gavin Newsom is that Gavin Newsom looks like the snow miser from A Year Without a Santa Claus, and JD Vance looks like the heat miser. So they these pictures of them standing together, like, you know, against each other or whatever in that movie, and it's like they're a Christmas card, you know.
I think, Dan, kind of going back to what you were talking about too with Newsom, and again, it's Democrats as a whole. You're never going to be able to out Trump as much as you may try, and I think that's what the party's been trying to do for the past, honestly, 8 years now, probably. You know, you're trying to out Trump, and they're just catching up to it, and they're going to keep on catching up to it, and they can't do it, and it's just wasting money doing it. They're wasting votes doing it. They're wasting energy doing it. Not even Trump. They're trying to out GOP the GOP. You can't do that.
Do you think you could keep Gavin Newsom out of the presidential running at all if you just anoint him, you know, the liberal Joe Rogan? You're like, look, we'll put it on. We'll give you like a plaque with it, a Presidential Medal of Freedom. You're the liberal Joe Rogan. Go have fun with that.
In much the same way that like Donald Trump could be stopped if we just like Truman showed him and just like locked him in Tyler Perry's fake White House in Atlanta and just like convinced him that he was doing all of the things, and like we let him do some rallies every once in a while, and people would like be paid actors to do all those things. I think that'd be cheaper for the economy and for the government than what we're having right now. I'm a big fan of that, but what it is for Gavin Newsom is much simpler for that. It's just like a TV show like Stephen Colbert's Job and an open relationship. Those are the things that like would make Gavin Newsom quit being a politician and be like, okay, I'm happy. I'm not going to bother with anything else. I have all the power and fame that I want, and I don't have to do any work.
My thing is, if I had a time, and I've said this recently, if I had a time machine, I said this on like an after party for movie night. If I had a time machine, I would go back in time to when Donald Trump was putting on that Broadway play that flopped. And you could tell what he really wanted to do is be like a Broadway producer and to produce a bunch of plays and like, you know, have a lot of money and hang out backstage with all like the actresses. And if that play had been successful, I guarantee you there would be no President Trump, because he'd be just putting on these huge Broadway extravaganzas and he'd be hobnobbing and he'd have a great time. So my thing with a time machine is I would have gone on and whispered and be like, this play is great. Everyone loves it. Everyone loves it. And, you know, but bought people tickets to go see it and everything. And that could have saved, you know, democracy.
This is the tell Hitler he's a good artist theory.
Yeah.
Oh my. Okay, well, it is It's the three East Coast boys. I want to give Sachi a chance to maybe like either pick the last story he wants to do before he dips out, or just dip out. Like that's also an option. You're not held hostage.
I know we kind of alluded to. Well, I don't know. Do we want to go into depressing? Everything's kind of depressing right now. I don't know.
Everything's depressing. Our job is to like somehow smile through it.
Let's okay. There's one thing that can be a little bit humorous and not depressing. Why don't we jump into this since it applies, I think, to everybody on this panel except me. The NYC mayor updates race and see how that's going, and some killer ads again from Zoran towards
that's our. I think it's. I sent Dan the
yeah.
So that will be that's a little more lighthearted.
Let me get that playing right now. Even the libs were saying like, oh no, Zoran is get cooking.
It's interesting that the libs, like the ones that highly disagree with Zoran's anything he's ever said about Israel Palestine or anything he says about social democratic policies that he wants to enact, they're still like, well, he's great at running a campaign. Like that's the one thing. It's rare that you have people say like, oh, the one thing you can't take away from him, the guy ran a great primary campaign.
Well, I think that's kind of, if memory serves me correctly, AOC got a little bit of that like fame as she was coming up as well, because the Joe Crowley defeat, also in New York City, also on an ostensibly DSA endorsed Democratic Socialist platform within the Democratic Party, was definitely paved the way for Zoran. We can't forget that. Perhaps not even in a way that even more than Bernie did, but I think that actually there's just so much going on. Like I'm just gonna leave that there because like there's I found what I was gonna say is that the liberals who are supporting this they're kind of showing their ass in how about the aesthetics they are, because I think that's all they kind of understand about this. They don't understand the politics. They still think that I saw a fresh Eric Adams sign in a business down the street from me, and I'm like, oh God, how can they get to you? Like, how do you complain about a city, look at the person who has not run the city yet and go, oh, no, we can't have the new guy. We have to go to like, it even transcends politics. It's either your options are the dude in the red beret or Zoran Mamdani. But here he is, straight out of Uganda, with a cool blue hued, color corrected anti-Cuomo ad, in that slickness that liberal consultants would pay a lot of money for. Let's see what this is.
4 years ago, Andrew Cuomo resigned in disgrace, and you probably know why.
The governor's office kept the nursing home death data secret.
Cuomo aggressively groped an aide, inappropriately touched a female state trooper.
Use of state resources for a COVID-19 memoir.
Less well known is what he spent the last 4 years doing, besides getting trounced in the Democratic primary. In 2022, Cuomo started Innovation Strategies LLC to represent individuals and corporations in a variety of matters. Definitely not vague. Last year, it raked in more than $500,000. Who paid for Cuomo's services? He refuses to say. But what journalists have been able to piece together is troubling. In April, Bloomberg revealed that Cuomo advised a cryptocurrency exchange based in the Seychelles as it faced federal investigations. Then in May, Politico reported that Cuomo failed to disclose $2.6 million in stock options to the New York City Conflicts of Interest Board. His excuse? The stocks were technically owned by Innovation Strategies LLC, of which he's the sole proprietor. Finally, in June, the New York Times uncovered that Cuomo had worked with his longtime friend Andrew Farkas on a luxury marina project in Puerto Rico. Farkas' previous partner on luxury marinas in the Caribbean, Jeffrey Epstein.
We had a finance chair like none other, Andrew Farkas.
That's the thing about Andrew Cuomo. Once you think you found out about all of his scandals, you find out about another, and then another, and then probably another. But if my friend, the disgraced former governor of the state of New York, feels that's unfair, Habibi, release your client list.
I mean, that's a good ad. The story about Cuomo, like Andrew Farkas and Epstein, is actually insane, because it literally, so in the wake of Epstein's first arrest, right, like his arrest where they went into his townhouse and they took a bunch of stuff, and then Trump's former labor secretary in his first term, Acosta, like pretty much gave him that deal that no one else has ever pretty much gotten since then, and they said at the time no one else would ever get a deal like that again. So, and they also said that, oh, well, he had like intelligence connection, so he couldn't do anything. He was asked to back off or something, which, I mean, who knows? We're never going to probably know the whole story. But Andrew Farkas took an Epstein they had seized his money, they had seized his bank accounts. He wasn't living the billionaire lifestyle because they had, all of his stuff. And he gave him pretty much a bailout. Like he let him work on a Little St. John marina, like, I think it was in St. Thomas, but it was like near Little St. John where his island was, and they built a marina together. This guy basically gave him the marina and then bought it back from him so that he had money in his coffers. And this is Andrew Cuomo's longtime business partner.
Ain't looking good, Chief.
Yeah.
One thing I will say about sorry, Dan. But one thing I will say about Zoran, since the start of his campaign, that's been effective, and I think not enough. I mean, candidates try to do it before, but not to this point. Is you don't have the cheesy voice actor going, so and so did this, so and so did that, so and so did this, right? For 34, 45 seconds, whatever. I mean, you have the hip hop. Maybe it's a little performative, yeah, but it's leaning into his past career as a hip hop artist, right?
Yeah,
and
like
also,
we know he loves the hip hop, and
yeah.
New York. It's a New York. It's like it's meant to be like a streets hip hop city. Like, Eric Adams, like, I guess he kind of does this thing too, because even though, I mean, he's genuine in being a cornball, as Ray and Forrest and I have gone over before. He's genuine in being a club fiend. The best way to get Eric Adams to talk to you and speak to you in New York City is for you to open up a new club, legal or otherwise. If it's a hookah lounge,
you could show up to his to Gracie Mansion with Sneeko, and he'll talk to anybody at that point.
If it's that too, yeah. If it's a hookah lounge at 3 a.m., Eric Adams has got the time for you all across the 5 boroughs, from Staten Island to Westchester.
He loves Zero Bond, that like private exclusive like club in the city that all the celebrities go to, and you have to put in like a pin or something and you can hang out in there. He loves that place. He loves that place so much that he let the guy that runs Zero Bond onto the Met board. No qualification for that. He's a Trump supporter. He didn't even vote for Eric Adams, but he's like, I love Zero Bond. Sure, I'll let you onto the Met board.
It's like there's the Turkish Airlines corruption, there's the Tom Homan corruption, there's the NYPD corruption. Like it's so ridiculous. But
did you see that ad?
Really fast, just to like finish the point. Like when he is doing the dumb dancing in the clubs, like Latin music, and everyone's going like Eric Adams, Eric Adams, like he's genuinely like doing the cornball stuff that he's doing, and that like works for him in a certain crowd, right? But when Andrew Cuomo was like, does the fake politician roll up your sleeves and like not point, but like do this sort of like thing to not be aggressive consultant stuff, saying Zoran Mamdani has a nice apartment and he lives in the city. What he should do is move to a smaller apartment since he hates rich people so much. Zoran Mamdani has someone on his team shoot videos with a nice camera. It might be an iPhone, it might be a DSLR. I think if he wants to respect actual New Yorkers, that it should be stop motion, like in the old days, hand drawn on a Post-it that you just flip really fast in order for him to get his points across. If he was a real New Yorker like me, he would move out of the city so that a poor New Yorker could be fooled into thinking that they could move in.
Well, the thing is, at the same time, Cuomo's also gone to the vertical iPhone video where he tries to walk and talk. Of course, he's not really capable of walking and talking at like walking and talking at the same time. So he always stops in the middle of, he has to stop and say what he has to say, and then he starts walking again. But still, he's stolen that style.
He looks at the camera like this. It's like mostly forehead. He takes like 4 seconds after the video started to like start talking. Like,
I feel like
I'm Andrew Cuomo. And one of my favorite
Eric
things
Adams
about New York are the bacon, eggs, and cheeses on a roll. Those are my favorite things in New York.
Don't forget.
Sometimes I even get them on a croissant. Nothing's more New York like a croissant.
Sometimes I get Pepaganda cheese on a croissant.
It's the Polish spring water that really makes the croissants good.
The funny thing about this all with the Eric Adams too is this is now turned into a two-man beef. I feel Eric Adams is just dancing off in clubs. He's like he's running, but he's not actually running because this is now down between. Like Mamdani's like, I'm not even wasting my time with this guy. Like this is the Drake and Kendrick beef. Eric Adams is like Machine Gun Kelly or something, and I'm like
Zoran Mamdani is Tyler the Creator, and Kendrick and Drake are like Eric Adams and Andrew Cuomo, because Andrew Cuomo is washed like Drake, and Kendrick Lamar is doing push-ups, and so is Eric Adams. The only way I can see this going around is if Eric Adams challenges Zoran to a push-up contest, because I don't know if he should be doing that like in the middle of the streets. Like I don't know if it's good to be sweating in like a blazer, dude.
Mayor hit by car in tragic accident. There's this tweet the other day though. They had the Dominican parade, the Dominican Day parade, and Eric Adams said, "Deep down, I must be a little bit Dominican because marching down 6th Avenue in the Dominican parade just felt like coming home." And I was like, deep down, I think I must be a little bit Dominican after marching at the Dominican Day parade. Might actually be the funniest thing I've heard a politician ever say.
Wait, if we're talking about funny tweets, could you put up that Cuomo tweet where he's talking about being a Nepo baby is going to give him an advantage in this race? It's the most hilarious thing I've seen.
He's off message because the rest of them are calling Zoran a Nepo baby. And he's like, but I can't, you guys are taking my thing and giving it to that guy. I'm the Nepo baby in this race.
No one's talking about Meghan McCain anymore because like that's been washed out. So Andrew Cuomo is trying to milk but what about my dead daddy teeth? Like hard.
The other day there was this video that went viral where it was Chris Cuomo and he was like yelling at AOC. It was before the thing where he accidentally shared a deep fake of AOC talking about stuff, but before that he had this thing where he just said my father, my father, my father, my father, just like Meghan McCain, and I cut Meghan McCain saying my father, my father, my father into the video of Chris Cuomo, so they were just both saying it back and forth to each other.
I like how he says welcome to the heavyweight bout, Zoran, like he didn't lose the first bout by like what 15 percentage points or something.
It's just the second round. How many rounds does he expect there's going to be?
Andrew, buddy, you fought good, but this isn't the second round. You lost the fight. It was yesterday. You're in Mount Sinai. You just woke up. You took a long nap, actually.
It's all like his grandpa was named Andrea Cuomo. That's his grandpa. That's crazy. That's a crazy name. They did good by naming him enough like his grandfather is Andrew. But he would not have made it in politics if he was a man named Andrea.
I'm sure you're joking, and it's grandmother, right?
I think it's
his grandfather. I saw somebody say it was his grandfather.
That's the worst. That's the worst, man. Come on. That's like
I think it actually is his grandfather.
That's like Lindsey Graham bad.
Yeah.
That's like no offense, but like there's women, there's like really like straight over
Mario
performing.
Cuomo's father, Andrea Cuomo, was born in New York City in 1901.
There's really straight like performative men I know who are named Leslie, And like that's one of those. Oh man. I wouldn't be surprised also that he's not shouting out any of the women in his life, none of the matriarchs either.
Maybe they've asked him not to. Although his mom Matilda, he has the same kind of relationship with his mom that Elon Musk has with his mom. Like they have the same kind of weird, like touchy-feely thing where it's just like, all right, like maybe take it down a few notches. We know you love your son, but like,
I do have a.
I like. Go ahead.
I do have a comment and also a question for you both after this comment. We talked about it earlier a little bit on the comment section, but Obama called Mamdani today, I believe, or yesterday, and has actually called him multiple times apparently.
He kept not picking up.
Obama, who's this guy? Never heard of him.
Well, to be fair, Obama still uses a BlackBerry, and like they took down the 3G network so long ago.
Buddy, it's me. It's Obama. Please pick up.
What's up? Another secret Muslim.
Yeah, that was my first thought was
I haven't seen you at the meetings.
Obama calls him and he's like, look, okay, the rumors were true. I am from Kenya and I am a Muslim. So from one Muslim brother to another, assalamu alaikum.
Now listen up, bitch. I walk so you can run. Okay? If you even think about wearing a tan suit, you're stepping on ironclad, sacred ground, and don't think it won't come for you. Listen, you saw what happened to the Jonas Brothers. I'll do it again.
Bitch, you better make a pilgrimage right now to my house so we can talk about this. This is Barack Obama, but Barack Hussein Obama.
Let's squash this beef, Habibi. Rat beef Drake Obama. Okay, sorry, Sachi.
Look, between me and you, this better not be jihad. Okay. Allahu Akbar. Goodbye.
Assalamu alaikum.
Oh boy, how do I follow that? But there's some more on the left-leaning side of his supporters, and even those who are more left-leaning who are considering supporting him or on the fence about it, they're starting to get a little anxious about centrist Dems like Obama now perceives centrist Dems like Elizabeth Warren, who have been kind of faded by leftist communities, right? Even kind of cooled by AOC's, for example, as well. I'm wondering if you think that will make a difference at all in this race, or is it just going to win over more centrists who are on the fence now to the point where Mamdani's win is going to be even greater?
I don't think it's going to hurt him. I don't think Obama, like, the only thing that can hurt him is Obama, behind the scenes pulling, because I don't know, that really did fuck Bernie out of the, out of winning the. I mean, it's not that it, it's a primary, but Obama has a good history of rat fucking people. I don't think it's gonna. Yeah.
Really fast. I think it's kind of the other way around. Where let's say Obama is playing some weird vetting game and picks Cuomo instead of Mamdani, or Eric Adams instead of Mamdani, or Curtis Sliwa instead of Mamdani, or right? I think the only option for I think it's net nothing really, except for maybe some Democrats who are, vote black no matter how whack when it comes to Eric Adams. But I think it's more of what makes Obama look better. And Obama has to know his legacy is, he looks great comparatively, but there's a lot of people who are not souring, who have continued to sour from my generation and below and slightly above, the millennials that he supposedly won over in the digital age, who have soured on his legacy a lot. And I think it does better for his legacy. And this is me when I'm trying to keep it short, but it does better for his legacy to endorse someone like Mamdani and for one time be on not the ground floor, but at least, be on the winning side for once, because he wasn't for Bernie and never really has been. Obama was much rather endorse Hillary Clinton, who ran a campaign, a kind of racist campaign near the end, primary campaign against him in 2008. And Obama was like, yeah, absolutely, it's her turn. So
Cuomo was part of that racist campaign. He went on TV and said, that Obama was shucking and jiving for the crowd. He was like, Obama needs to stop shucking and jiving.
Even Joe Biden was like, well, you gotta like him. He's surprisingly clean and articulate. Like he's going to
Andrew Cuomo was like, he needs to stop shucking and jiving, and Joe Biden's like, let's get a little more shucking and jiving in here.
The only reason why I asked this is because my only concern now, and it's a wait till you see what happens kind of game, is there going to be any sort of influence policy wise? Is somebody going to? I know Obama doesn't have probably a stake in the game in New York City at all. Like, I don't know if he lives there or has a house or whatever, but it's a lot of these kind of more centrist leading politicians that are starting to suddenly throw themselves into like, okay, if I kind of lukewarm support Mamdani, am I going to be able to shift him in a direction that's towards what we actually want as a collective party, as opposed to?
Yeah, I mean, I've thought about that, but like New York mayor, out of all the positions in the entire country, I would say has the least amount. Like, there's no power to that position. Like, I think people are going to be incredibly disappointed when Dami does take office and can't get very much done because of the virtue of like pretty much anything you need money for, anything you need, funding for, has to come from the state. And so on one hand, you have the city council that is going to probably try to fight tooth and nail, because a lot of them are real estate lobbyists, people like fight tooth and nail to try to not do the rent freeze, which I think they probably will eventually do the rent freeze. But anything that he needs more money, like including the MTA for, is the state government. And I think that there's going to be a lot of disappointment when it's really hard for him to get anything really done, and he has to make compromises that way, because the mayor, for like specific reason, like New York City used to be kind of the model of like what a city that does like welfare for the poorest residents could possibly be. And in the neoliberal age, like the first American city to fall pretty much was New York City. There was the famous thing where Gerald Ford pretty much said, like, New York City, go fuck yourself, and they cut their funding so they couldn't get any more loans. And because at that point, pretty much all the banks would float loans to New York City to keep them going. And it's like there was the debt crisis or whatever. So it's like, I don't know, there's just not very much power in that position. I think that we have to look at the win that Zoran has symbolically. I think it's going to inspire a lot of people to run campaigns that way. And I think, as like leftists, we need to be pushing for more candidates in actual offices. But if you're looking for to actually make change, like Zoran's position he has now as an assembly member is a bigger, you're actually voting on things more than you are as a mayor.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. I've said that Zoran Mamdani's best day of his life is already behind him, and that's when he won the primary.
Yeah,
because that was just such an upset. And again, like, it wasn't even close. It beat all expectations when it came to like how, especially once you factored in the Brad Lander ranking and some of the other like ranked choice like reallocations, like they almost were like, if I remember correctly, they weren't even necessary by the end of the night, and it was very quickly apparent about that.
They expected it to go on for like they were like, hey, we might not even know who wins the primary for a few days, and they knew within like 2 hours. Like, it's incredible.
Yeah, and so that was great. Being the mayor of New York, or really any major city, even before the Trump administration regime, invasion of cities like DC and Los Angeles, all with mayors of color, by the way. But even before then, being the mayor of a city of 1 million people that's very dynamic with a bunch of different industries is just signing up to be the punching bag of that region.
Yeah,
like everything's your fault, if from like rat in the subway to a business permit you're not able to get, or like any sort of problem ends up being yours. If they're like, oh, I thought this when you promised that, like it is not a favorable role to have. And I don't even sure it's the kind of thing you like advance your political career in. Because
It very much is not. Mayor of New York City specifically is not.
Even if Mayor,
a bigger position than that.
even when Mayor Pete Buttigieg was like getting some credibility on the national stage, the New York Times, which loves to pump up people like him, were doing profiles of people who are like, yeah, he promised a lot in South Bend, but he just like lied and really didn't do us anything.
Well, he also had the Safe Streets program that killed a fucking kid in South Bend. His like, oh, we're gonna update the police department in South Bend to be more technologically advanced, led to the death of a black child.
I do remember that. And we wonder why he's 0%. So I think all that to say is that there's a larger trend that I want people to look at of people who are democratic socialists and they're running to the left of the Democratic Party and they're finding appeal with even sometimes centrist and centrist right-wingers all the way because of the times we're in and because of the values that are there within. And so I think that it's going to be less about what Zoran can get done. Although if he can get things done, I think it's going to be a lot more powerful than if he can't. I don't know. If he can't get anything done, he's going to be a punching bag, and we have right-wing media, so that's going to suck. If he can get things done, and Omar out of Minnesota can get things done, and we have the midterms and people like Karab Ghazale and the guy who's running for Nancy Pelosi's seat. Like if we're talking about like a real serious sea change within the Democratic Party, and not just some centrist flipping some purple seats out in some purple areas of the country, then that is the building blocks of something. So like I kind of hesitate. Like a lot of the reason left media talks about Zoran is because like it's a thing you put in a title and it gets views, and so like that creates kind of like an effect where you can almost overblow the importance of someone like this. But if I will say there's an importance, it's like you're building a foundation for something. And like I said, I haven't cast aside Bernie or AOC. Like I'm not in these arguments about like what rhetoric they're using and at what time. I disagree with their votes. I agree with their votes. Like that's how politics works. You're gonna disagree and agree with Zoran Mamdani too. Like prepare yourself for that disappointment. But overall, it is the foundation that you need to build upon that was built before you by people like Bernie and AOC and others. And then that allows other things to build a lot more quickly. Like DSA wasn't built in a day. And things like DSA have been destroyed in things close to a day as well. So
the one I guess addendum, right, is it's very good that Cuomo is no longer the governor of New York, because I think that a big thing that could have happened in the mid 2010s is that de Blasio could have been using his position as a pretty progressive mayor to be building something like I hope Zoran builds, with a lot of people around him that can actually get involved in electoral politics even after he's done being mayor. And I hope he builds a lot of those connections, and I hope a movement can be built even more than it already is out of that. Because I think that de Blasio kind of by the end of stuff, I mean, COVID happened and people really started, going at de Blasio harder than he really deserved, I think. But de Blasio's fight with Cuomo, I think, really overshadowed a lot of pretty much everything. And I don't think Kathy Hochul, I hate that name, Hochul, but I don't think Kathy Hochul has the same kind of petty, like tyrannical political power that Cuomo had. That really ended up overshadowing everything that de Blasio like even tried to do, because there's a relationship with the state government that you would have needed to actually build stuff, and eventually kind of did with universal pre-K, but like it got so bad that the papers were more than happy to cover the political fight between the two of them than it was actually giving de Blasio any kind of, I mean, they didn't like him from the start, but props for trying to build up more of a universal programs in New York City.
By the way, I must say, you guys said that New York mayor doesn't elevate your political career. Rudy Giuliani is on line one, and he's saying, "Have you seen my cameos? My coffee sales, my coffee sales are through the roof. I'm thriving.
But I mean, even like the crazy thing is, even Rudy Giuliani, who's like the one person who came out of, like, everybody hated him before 9/11, and then suddenly he was like a national figure, and he was never going to survive.
Rudy Giuliani
that, right?
had to kill 3,000 people in order to elevate his career as a New York mayor. You want to know how much of an anomaly that is?
That's why Cuomo's fucked up. He didn't, you know, the old people. He didn't take enough credit for killing all those old people in the nursing homes. He tried to like,
he ran away from
me.
that. You can't. He ran away from that. New Yorkers can smell a bitch from a mile away. Like it's just not.
But yeah, like even Rudy Giuliani going out in 2004 and 2008 again, like the second time, trying to make the most of that capital, right? Like he got a haymaker from Joe Biden of all people, saying he only says 3 things, a noun, a verb, and a 9/11 in every statement he makes, and that haymaker pretty much helped like just knock him out of the running in 2008. A noun, a verb, and 9/11. Like
even Family Guy was making fun of that joke. Like it was like,
yeah,
I think Lois had run for mayor or something. 9, 11.
Yeah, and then she's like 11, and everyone's like, huh? What? 9/11. And they're like, yeah.
Man, because I don't think anyone, and for the next couple of months and years, when you see, oh, Polymarket has Zoran Mamdani's chances of becoming president up by like, know how stupid of a game this is, because people who if you are putting any of your real or fake cryptocurrency into a political betting website, you're not the kind of person with political expertise. Like you're literally even less accurate than polling.
So Dan, when are you showing up to Polymarket Studios to
God, I have the
a news show, and that is what happened in the news.
Back when he was ranting about everyone on the left and me versus like, you know, talking about the news.
There was so they dropped the new Naked Gun movie with Liam Neeson playing the Leslie Nielsen.
Jake and Emma?
Well, no, so they dropped the new Naked Gun movie. No, like, you know, it was actually Seth MacFarlane that produced it. Speaking of Family Guy, but and in that movie they have they literally have PonziScheme.com in the
Jenkins Peter Griffin
in the in the cryptocurrency like font, like, you know what I mean, like the font where they always are like, oh, like you know, Polymarket Arena or like Kelsey Arena, like that kind of thing. But it was
Polymarket layer.
But it just said the PonziScheme.com Arena.
I saw that. Oh, that's
I don't know, it cracks me up.
That's good. You know, it's amazing. Bam usually gets mad at me for being too sleepy near the 3rd hour when I'm on the East Coast, but he's not even in chat. That's amazing.
He's sleeping. He doesn't come on with me.
No, that's a little racist of him, I guess. No, it was gonna be the 4 of us, and it was going to be, you know, nothing's happening in Gaza anyway, so I'm kidding. But I found that 4 is the magic number, especially when it's me, Forrest, Ray.
Yeah, but then Ray didn't show up either.
Yeah, poor Ray with her strep throat. I've given 4 reasons for why she's out, and only 3 of them are correct. So
she's out partying.
She's out partying at work. She's at work out partying. One of those. Yeah. Sachi, you want to head out, or got another story in you?
I've got another story in me.
Jesus Christ, man! What a degenerate.
Wait, I mean, let's. No, I'm ready. I'm ready. Dealer's choice, as you said.
All right. Forrest, you had access to the document. Is there anything you want to get into? There is actually stuff we could talk about when it comes to like foreign policy, especially around Gaza and the whole like Trump Putin meeting. I don't know, the tariff stuff, like I love when Zoran Mamdani was talking about Andrew Cuomo's investments, and then the whole like
Yeah,
cha-ching.
dude, and they said it so perfectly. I know somebody. Her name is Deb, but her like Twitter name is like but like seriously, and she's one of like the lead people on the Zoran video team, and she like that team does like an excellent job with these videos. I think that it's probably like one of the greatest like campaign video teams that I've seen in recent times. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. We could talk about Trump and Putin, or I mean, I'm interested to hear you guys' thoughts
on that piece we were just talking about. Like he's done the pulling out again when it comes to tariffs and slowing things down, and I don't know.
And here I thought Trump hated pulling out. He was like, "How many kids? 4 kids."
I don't know, and I don't really care about how
5 kids.
Like I don't really know, and I don't really care how Trump is like actually getting this done, but like I don't really know, or I don't really care if Trump knows or cares that he's getting played every single time this happens. But I guess he does really think that because Tim Cook gave him a personal like Apple launch event and sold him like a product full of lies that are never going to happen for an overpriced amount. Although the only difference is this time Tim Cook paid the amount. And the answer is just like, you know, exemptions for his companies that Tim Cook can be richer, and Donald Trump gets like a gold plaque. And it's like this
a lot of
now
like,
got.
Yeah,
I was just gonna say we've now gone to the Banana Republic era where like this is what like Eastern European countries were doing. Like, we're
doing
Trump
it
a gold
ourselves.
plaque. There's one country that was like really recently. Oh, we're gonna develop this new. Oh, it's like for Azerbaijan, or like it's a new road that's gonna go through like Azerbaijan to like Armenia or something, which that's gonna be safe. And it's like gonna be called something like the Donald Trump investment improvement road or something. And I'm just like, we live in hell, man.
There was I remember I think it's still Sybil Ramaphosa, right? Is still the president of South Africa. And he had that meeting with Trump, and he was like, "I am sorry, I do not have a I do not have a plane to give you." And Trump was like, "Well, if you did, it might help."
Was he the one who was like, Trump was like, "Wow, you speak really good English."
Yeah. But he's like, I do not have a plane to give you. And Trump's like, "Well, if you did, it might help the situation." And I was like, God fucking damn it.
Like,
no,
listen,
but we're
I
like,
love an Airbus. I love an Airbus, love an Embraer. I'm an Embraer guy myself, but you know, I gotta
just no
Boeings.
Boeing.
Gotta do the Boeings, but I don't really like the Boeings, you know, because they go bong, beep, boom.
Dude, I had such bad anxiety when I went to, you know, I flew on the way there and the way back to go see to go help Conan with you know, he was doing Caterwaul, like his music festival thing, and I went to go film it, and I got stuck on a Boeing on the way back. And I was having such bad anxiety that morning. I'm like, the fucking door's gonna fall off this plane. I can already tell. But yeah, so no, but
peace when you fly.
I'm not like the first person to make this kind of statement about it, but like it's like we're doing like the Russia of, you know, post-Soviet Union Russia, right? Like the early 90s. We're doing early 90s Russia to ourselves, essentially. Like gutting the state, pretty much, selling off the pieces, selling off the parts to like private companies, like, you know, pretty much selling our what we call our birthright, you know what I mean, like off to the private donors. Like we're just doing that large scale privatization to ourselves, essentially. We're doing it, we're giving ourselves like post-Soviet Russia.
Yeah, I'm putting it as like the lower third. Like it really feels like the country, like you said, is being sold for parts. Like it's a chop shop right now.
Which I guess that makes sense why Trump put like somebody like Mark Andreessen as like a big part of his administration this time, like the venture capital guy runs like Andreessen Horowitz.
Well, I mean, like that's all we were saying this during the Doge days, but that's a lot of what tech is. Are these you know, people who are they're chasing after venture capital money, or, you know, like they're chasing after private investment money. And once you get that investment money, it's okay. Do we really need a coffee machine? Do we really need, maybe I know this intimately well. Do we really need people working behind the cameras, or can we just have someone run in between the studio and the camera every 5 minutes to make adjustments? Like, which one's cheaper for the people who make a lot of money? Like,
Yeah,
you
and
know,
how many of these jobs can get done by AI? Like that's going to be the big one with all of these places now, right? Like it's like, can AI do the jobs that our employees do? And in some case, like it seems like with a lot of magazines and like, you know, a lot of online publications, the answer they've come up with is yes.
well, yeah, it's like the answer they've come up with is yes, but the funny thing is, this is also the learn to code crowd who's like, oh, there's no more
Yeah.
coding jobs because of AI. And it's like, the fell for it again award.
That's right. I love that. Like the second the second you had Hillary Clinton coming out and being like, learn to code, that's when you should have known that like coding had like a limited number of days left in it, right? Like if Hillary Clinton is giving you that like expert piece of private advice or whatever, that's when you know that that whatever you know, horizon was there is long since passed.
I just
Sorry,
took
just,
away
like,
for a second.
looking-
Are we talking about the crappy economy?
Yeah, we were a little bit, but I was mostly just like kind of stalling because we talked a lot about the stuff going on in Israel, and I don't even know if I have it in me to talk about the Democrats who are still not getting this. Because like we are at another thing I was talking about recently with a friend is that the only time change happens short of all-out revolutions, and sometimes when it goes past revolutions, it's really bad. It's never when the people who are at the lowest in society and the people who are the most vulnerable, it's never when they are suffering, because that's usually how it starts. And people who are comfortable within society don't really care about that. Because it doesn't affect their day-to-day lives. Once it starts to affect comfortable people and their, you know, sensibilities, and they start to demand change in droves, like things have to get so bad in order to get to that point. And that's how I kind of feel like the situation with Gaza has gotten to where mass famine and starvation has to be irreversible at, you know, 60,000 deaths that are, you know, they were able to account for the bodies and the body parts, say nothing about what's been mowed over or what's been buried underneath for, you know, history to find out in the future in some time. It is, you know, Pete Buttigieg even waffling on this answer versus how dare Pod Save America ask me this question. Pod Save America is anti-Semitic, which is a joke within itself, because the fact that even Pod Save America is starting to push on this shows how much of a sea change this is starting to have in the Democratic Party, that even they, representatives of the consultant class in the party that are rotting it, are realizing what's going on. And so it's just always this thing of like, how bad does it have to get domestically with a rapid response team from the National Guard with like armed thugs coming in with masks who are like hiding their badges to disrupt people's rights to protest? How bad does that have to get before people act? How bad does Gaza have to get before people are acting and politicians are changing their minds? That just seems to be the thing that hovers over this as this continues happening, and really reaches into a darker state where Trump is giving Netanyahu carte blanche to create more Donald Trump economic ring roads and Elon Musk special technology plaza zone within the Gaza Strip, and improving more settlements more recently. So yeah,
Good morning, comrades. You are listening to WHIVLP New Orleans 102.3. This is your weekly Good Morning Comrade. Jeff and Robert here on the show. Robert, what's popping, my dude?
Hi. Well, for people who this doesn't affect WHIV listeners, but for people who are watching this, I'm still doing the cozy.
Yeah, he's in the cozy stream.
I just didn't feel like I've been having a lot of fun playing Dune.
Yeah,
Awakening. It's so good. And
dangerously close to showing off the dogs on stream. What the fuck, dude?
Pretty much. Look at the toesies; they're out there. Oh well, that's just how
I don't get those Twitch donos, right?
Yeah, exactly. You got wiki feet. I'm trying to get on wiki feet. But
yeah, man,
it's good times. Just came home from therapy, so I feel another week of not doing bodily harm to people is nice, and trying not to be super crazy in crazy times. What else is going on? I'm using these cans I got. This is not an ad, but it's like these cans are the best cans I've ever had. Headphones. It's Corsair Virtuoso. I got them for my birthday. They are. I mean, as somebody who's been looking for, not. So like, I think Corsair had they've got a surplus because these were only $100 and they're usually 300. Then they had the white one were $100, the black were still 300, and they had like a pearl which was like still 300, and I would have paid 300 for these. Like, they're so
got them on sale. You didn't have to.
Oh my god, yeah, I got them for my birthday, but still, like, oh my god, like it's like a Brave New World out here of just decent audio without being wired is pretty nice.
Magical.
What do you got going on?
Me, just working. Just really just working. Just in the middle of a campaign. Really can't talk about it, but
there's a lot I'm imagining you can't talk about. We'll let that go unsaid because I don't want to blow up your spot.
Literally say less, right?
Yeah, say less.
But yeah, no, just working. Got a trip going.
I will say that here's my thing. I will say the Teamsters are amazing and they take care of their people and they make sure that no man gets left behind because they are amazing, virtuous, and ethical organization that will speak out against wrongs that are done to their own members. Okay, that's all it needs to be said.
I will say that brother of the show, Dean, did get married a couple of weeks ago. So
that's nice.
We went down to North Carolina for a couple of days. Got to see my mom. Got to see my other brother Scott, and former host of the show Scott, and some other friends.
Brother, I thought I was looking into it. I'm like, why do you have my feed up? You again, sucks for people who can't watch. You're just listening, so just bear with us. You have that. You have that the Mario Brothers mushroom that makes the noise when you press it. I also
it just doesn't have no batteries.
Oh, mine has batteries. I had it in my PC for a while, like as a computer toy. And like it's fine, but I felt like it was blocking too much air. So
I also had to go new spin on old school, buying a couple of toys for myself this week. I had to get just the classic combination of Sting,
wrestling figures, great.
Sting, and RoboCop. An unbeatable tag team.
You're gonna get all the ladies on field are gonna love that. Let me tell you. Make sure you show that off. But yeah, like I've settled into like this is the computer, the case I'm gonna have for a while. So I want to like make it cool, but I haven't found anything that I really want to go in there. And the stickers that I've all found to put on my case, like I don't know, I haven't found anything, but I'm like, yeah, this is. Because again, like going with the theme of the world is ending, like the car I have right now is in the shop getting fixed still, but it's like that's going to be the car I'm gonna have for a very long time. So we might as well take care of it. And then also like I feel like my computer, unless that's going to be the computer I'm going to have for a very long time because capitalism is breaking down.
Breaking down.
Tariffs are incoming.
Tomorrow. Tomorrow's T-Day.
Oh, it is? I didn't even know that. That's
Supposed to be
crazy.
Friday, right?
Yep. So buy your GPUs now, I guess.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, they're terrible now anyway. Your graphics processing units, but that's not what we're here to talk about. I guess.
No, we're not. We're here to talk about. Look,
man.
There's a term that I like to, that I think is really important. It's former CIA, which is what Senator Alyssa Slotkin claims to be. Now, I'm not somebody who's necessarily a part of the, quote unquote deep state. I've never been in national security. I've never been in intelligence. I've never been anything like that. But one of the things that people tell me is that there is no such thing as a former CIA agent.
No, there isn't. Like, and that's what's so funny. Like, here as leftists, we're always like, oh, that's the CIA, like that's an op, like whatever. This is a psyop. But no, we're literally talking about somebody that's CIA, and like they kind of refuse to talk about that they were actually CIA, which even to as far as other current events, like the less you like talk about the obvious elephant in the room and why it shapes your opinions. Trump, Epstein, put the files in the bag.
Yeah.
The more guilty it makes you look. For sure.
Yeah. Actually, so just to kind of get ahead of where we wanted to talk about a little bit, because we're going to talk about Alyssa Slotkin, as I like to call her lovingly. She appeared on Crystal and Sagar's Breaking Points the other day, but she did also appear on Stephen Colbert's show, and we're going to talk a little bit about that more in depth later on. But there was a clip that I saw earlier today, which I loved. Here it is. Okay, calling an audible real quick.
Hit me with it. I haven't
Awesome.
seen
This is awesome. Hold on. Let me cue it up. Let me cue it up. Let me cue it up. Dude, this is a post on x.com, the everything site, everybody's favorite website that, died 5 years ago, but it still continues in its zombified version.
Oh, did I tell you my opinion on like on X/Twitter? Like everybody's like, oh, it's turned into a slot place. It's turned into
It always has been.
I love it. Elon buying Twitter is like the best thing that could have happened for me personally. And what I mean by that, it's always been disgusting, but it's
had for your brain since forever.
Yeah, it's had this like veil of just like actual like, like process of thought, like the what's I'm looking for,
all this BS.
The combat of ideas, or the marketplace of ideas, and all this crap. Now it's just like, and that now I love it because I can just tell like Senator John Fetterman straight up without worrying about getting banned. It doesn't matter. The report button might as well just be a button that
it doesn't exist.
It might as well be a button that like makes Santa Claus come down and give you a present, because that's about the same chance you have of. I can just call Senator John Fetterman a POS, and use all kind of flowery language on there and be like, "What you gonna do?"
Yeah, the only way to get blocked. The only way to get blocked on Twitter right now is to make Elon sad.
Exactly. I'm like, I literally had a Twitter exchange with a scumbag a while ago, and I told them that they needed a lobotomy, and he's like, "Oh, I'm going to report you," and I'm like,
"Oh no!"
Go cry to Grok. Go cry to. See if they care. I was like, "Buddy, there is literal pedophilia and gore on this one. Like, I can see somebody like die on this website. Like, what are you talking about?"
I love that. I love that. Like, these people that are like marketplace of ideas, everything, put on your helmets and, get out there and fight out in the battlefield of ideas. And you say something that gets them sad. And you're like, I'm telling daddy.
That's that soy right. That's that soy right stuff. And I told him what it was like in this fight. Like I am tooting my own horn, because I said, look, man, I said, you and your ilk have run off all the septum piercing blue hairs to Blue
They're
Sky.
on Bluesky and Mastodon and all these sites that nobody else is on.
You're locked in here with me now, and I am mentally ill. I don't care. I don't care if you live or die. I'm like, brother, like, I don't care. Like, there's nothing holding me back now.
Yeah. Well, anyway, here is Alyssa Slotkin on Stephen Colbert talking a little bit about the CIA. Fed, hot dog eating, mom jeans wearing, Americana. That's like nothing. Like the CIA is like baseball and apple pie.
I can't. I just can't wait for
I
can't
that.
wait. I can't wait for Allison Hannigan to play her in the made for Netflix movie called How to Destroy Your Political Career in 30 Minutes or Less.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh my God.
I cannot wait for that. That's gonna be so good. She's gonna be so good in that role.
In
Ugh.
less than 6 months. She is like Veep. But like in less than 6 months, the senator from Michigan and the governor of Michigan, both like very similar affected ladies, like middle-aged white ladies, both completely destroyed their political careers within a matter of 6 months. It's incredible. I love
That's
it.
the thing. Like, these people are demons. Like, these people are such clout goblins that they don't have any. We were talking about this today, texting back and forth. But like, they don't have any introspection of like how the winds have changed. And so they just think like, I'm an important person. People will listen to me. I can run this play one more time. And you ran that play one more time. And now everybody's called your bluff. And it's just like, it just shows how much of a hug box these people are, to where they literally don't touch. They literally do not touch or talk to anybody outside of the Beltway, and have no idea what's going on in what Marjorie Taylor Greene, somebody like that, would call real America. Like, they just don't get it, like, at all. Because going back to the blue sky,
the bubble
X thing, it's like, yeah, their first reaction is to hit the block button. And honestly, like, I was talking to my therapist about this, and if we want to break this down,
unhealthy, I think.
If we want to break this down into like identity, there's more involved here. Of course, like, as a woman, like, she's had a rough go, so she feels like she has to play with as sharp elbows as like the monster that she's created inside of her head that gets results does. So that's why she does this. But as a white person, she feels like she can do this because she's like, I'm a very important white person.
She's the main character.
With the blade, exactly. I'm Harry Potter. I'm the special boy / special girl. And I can wear a blazer, and I get invited on, the Colbert Report, and I get to say these things, and there will be no pushback. To where people of color, now we have our own demons,
of course.
Going back
Everybody
to,
does.
we have our own demons, like a Cory Booker and Cory Booker and Richie Torres and that kind of ilk,
and many more. But those are two all-star, all-pro players.
But again, that goes back to my theory of they're playing the game of, hey, this is what, the demon like white person does. This is what the child of Yakub does. So therefore I have to be as vicious as these demons that I'm watching get ahead. But they're kind of the exception that prove the rule. But for the most time, people of color,
it's the Booker T. Washington thing, right?
Not kind of. What I'm getting at is like people of color, for the most part, or even people of like marginalized identities, have had the talk with either people in that identity, or if they were good enough, with their parents. And what that talk is, what white people don't understand about the talk is like that, hey, it's not like, hey, when the police pull you over, make sure you say, no, that's not what it is. What it's saying is this country, America, which had, especially with black people, had us working for free 99, doesn't care a lick about you. So you can go through life and check all the boxes that you were supposed to check to make it in the society. You could be in the CIA, you could be a Rhodes Scholar, but there's going to be a subset of people who just hate you because they just hate your existence. Therefore, you don't have the audacity. Every thought you have is filtered through that identity. And you're like, is this actually objectively correct? Because nobody is up here patting me on the butt, telling me that I'm a good boy. Nobody cares about you, to where that's why there's so many white incels and serial killers and stuff like that. It's because those poor guys have been like, hey, I checked all the boxes I was supposed to check in society. Why isn't my life turned out the way that it was supposed to? I'm white. I have money. I'm not bad looking. It's an Elliot Rodger thing.
to where
It's incel.
that. But if you, to my point is, that's why she feels she just got absolutely verbally and rhetorically eviscerated into the smallest little pieces, not 72 hours ago, and she still has the gall and the gumption to go on national TV and spout this garbage.
The corn-fed, hot dog.
Dark Obama would say, call it the audacity of dope.
Yeah. Well, and again, like part of what you were saying, like literally the audacity of hope was the Obama's book title, which speaks to exactly what you're talking about, right? That's supposed to sort of be a counter to that reality, at least rhetorically.
Rhetorically,
right?
not it's not a
Not
one-to-one.
actually.
I was making a pun. But
No.
that's
But
not
like,
a one-to-one.
no. When you brought up the word audacity, that was the first place before you even
really?
said that was the first place my brain went, because if there's one thing Obama was good at, it was signaling the idea of some kind of a radical or transformative change without actually presenting it or any intention of actually pushing it forward. He was really good at signaling those kinds of things, and the Democratic Party, quite frankly, since Obama, thought that they could do that as well, and they can't. Like, Obama was a once in a generation, for all of his many faults, he was a once in a generation talent as far as that goes.
That kind of I think you're getting onto what I'm saying is that when you take Obama, he understood that the substance of his messaging was never going to be good enough.
Right.
He needed the sizzle, he needed the pizzazz, he needed to be liked, to where this woman can just go up here and take her pants down and just take a dookie and be like, "Don't you like my dookie? I'm offering you nothing."
Right.
But you should definitely Cuomo.
Literally offering.
Cuomo's the same way. He's running on a campaign of, I am Cuomo in New York. I should be the next mayor of New York, and I offer you absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
The audacity that you can do that is absolutely crazy. It's like the audacity. Obama at least had to lie to you.
Mm-hmm.
This man, but these people can just be like, I don't respect you enough to even lie.
Mm-hmm.
That's the most disrespect to me personally, when you don't respect somebody enough to even lie to them. But yeah, that's a whole tangent. A side note to what we're talking about. But yeah.
Well, speaking of disrespect, you ready to see Alyssa Slotkin get disrespected?
I'm so ready all day.
Here he comes.
And I'm gonna do a Sam Cedar thing when I'm gonna be like, pause it.
Okay.
All
So
right, so
this is gonna be a little bit different than our normal radio episodes. This is going to be just sort of a long form. We're gonna watch this and we'll finish it when we finish it, right? And we'll come out of this on the other side with some kind of show. We'll make it work. But I also do have something on the back end about something that we also talked about later.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of a surprise for you, though.
My queen has got her, for people watching, my queen has got her, she's not even drinking coffee. She's got her can of Alani ready to go. She is gassed. Crystal Ball is absolute queen. Absolute. Yeah. And they called her mother. I've known that from day one. Kyle Kalinske, I love my wife so much. But Kyle Kalinske, you are the lucky. He's in, as he should be. As he should be. Every time she steps in the room, it should just be like, do you need your back rubbed? Do you need a foot massage? Crystal Ball is a goddess amongst women. She is Diana from the island of Thermath, wherever Wonder Woman lives. Yes, she's all that.
Also, by the way, just on the drink side of things, I heard this morning, I actually saw it posted on, of all places, Facebook, that there was a recall of Celsius drinks because they were accidentally replaced with High Noons.
What? What do you mean
they accidentally put High Noon in the Celsius cans?
Oh my god! I've actually transitioned to Celsius.
Yeah.
Like I drink one because it's so hot in New Orleans now, and so I'm not drinking coffee at work. Yeah. I drink a Celsius like every day, and I have not gotten drunk yet, so I'm mad.
Damn.
What's going on?
You got the wrong flavor, maybe.
Celsius is good though. It's close to it's the closest thing I've had with some it's a little bit more aggressive than yerba mate, but it's not as aggressive as like a Monster or a Rockstar. and that's it, so I don't get jittery off of it.
There's
But-
something about yerba mate that like also like in addition to the energy, it like kind of like has this sort of like, I don't know, very good feeling. I don't want to call it like euphoria or anything, but it's definitely like a chill vibe when
because you don't get the shakes, you don't get the
Yeah.
crash, because it's not because like the caffeine that goes into caffeinated drinks is lab made, and
Yeah.
I'm not one of those people. It's just like it's not natural, but
Yeah.
it is what it is. It's because the caffeine's natural.
All right. Here's Crystal and Sagar with Alyssa Slotkin. We're gonna watch the whole thing.
All right.
Joining us now, Senator Alyssa Slotkin of Michigan. Senator, thank you.
Literally, first thing she does is make the Allison Hannigan face. Incredible.
Very much for joining us. We
Thanks
appreciate
for having me.
We have a very limited amount of time. This is the internet, so you're
Okay.
here, and it's important that we ask some of the questions that are animating some of the younger
Sure.
voters and others. I assume that's part of the reason that you're here. The first is about Jeffrey Epstein. This is a story that's really captured
Yeah.
a lot of America's interest. So you're a former CIA officer. Do you think that Jeffrey Epstein had any connections to U.S. or Israeli intelligence agencies?
So, not that I've ever seen or heard, but there's
No, before we get to this, before
Pause
we
it.
start,
Before you even say anything, Jeff, drop the quality a little bit. That might help you with the streaming. Just drop it to like
Is there a
720.
problem? Is there a
No, I'm
problem?
saying I can see like it's dropping frames a little
Oh,
bit. It's
okay.
not terrible.
Oh, okay.
I would just drop it to like
Let's drop it
720.
to
720 is fine.
what, 720. Okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
But like before we even before they even say, so what was it? Ghislaine Maxwell's dad, wasn't he like a direct CIA asset, and wasn't that
Yes.
like public knowledge?
He directly worked for CIA asset 100%, and then he also not communicated, but he worked with Mossad, and that's why that's why he got buried in Israel with full military honors, because you know they just do that to everybody.
Everybody who anyway, I wanted to be sure that before, because I did not pre-watch this, and what I am gonna assume that is going to happen here, maybe I'm wrong. I did not pre-watch this. Maybe I saw a clip here and there, but like I'm gonna assume that she does not make this connection. Let's see.
Have you asked? No, I haven't asked. But this is like a solvable question because President Trump's CIA director, John Radcliffe, can answer this question, right? There is no shortage of people in this administration who can answer that question. I would be very surprised. I'm going to be honest. I know your views on it. I would be surprised.
Okay.
But I'm like a Middle East analyst. I was doing my time.
So total dodge, right? Total dodge. Would you say?
Absolutely. Well, here's the thing about this. I would say that this question by Sagar and Jetty doesn't even matter, because we've talked about this, that it doesn't matter if Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. It doesn't matter if he did or didn't. That's not what's important. The question I want answered is, who was the and I'm trying to Google it right now, but who was the attorney? It was the Attorney General. He literally said, I have to lay off Jeffrey Epstein because because I was told he was an intelligence asset.
And
And
this
that
guy from Florida or whatever.
Yeah.
That became Trump's like high level. What was it?
I can't think of his name right now. I'm so sorry. I didn't come. But
I
was the thing.
do want to say one thing though. Like Alyssa Slotkin is a Middle East analyst, apparently, is what she just said, and so she would be aware of the history. At least you would assume this, right? She would be aware of the history of like Ghislaine Maxwell's father, Robert Maxwell, I believe his name was, and his connection to the Israeli government. If she would have to have that context if she's a CIA Middle East analyst, right? Like you would think that would be absolutely like critical information for her to have, right?
Absolutely.
And she's saying like, I don't know nothing. I just know about the Middle East. Which is like, she's actually kind of telling on herself.
No, 100%. But I just have to get back to that. It was Alan Bragg who said that. I'm still looking, but I have to get back to like this is a distraction. Like the idea of, again, it does not matter what happened in that jail cell.
No,
I don't care.
No. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about, why is she not talking about this? Why would she lie about that on TV? You know what I mean?
Oh, she lies about a lot of stuff. She
Yeah.
tries to play dumb. She tries to play, and we'll get into that, of just like, I'm a poor little senator.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm
what
just a
can I
corn.
do?
I'm just a corn-fed, small bean, former CIA, former law enforcement, senator, small bean.
Yeah, so that's the game she's trying to play. Is like, oh, I just got here, guys. I don't know anything. But trust me when I talk
Still trying
about
to find
like,
the guy that did this.
yeah, exactly.
I'm going after terrorist groups and militias in Iraq. And so I never saw it. I never heard anything about that. I, again, would be surprised, but there's an easy way to solve that problem.
Well, that's the question then. So in terms of, just I know you
Strategic coffee sip right there, by the way. It's like,
Oh,
I'm just not
absolutely.
talking right now.
Oh, absolutely.
expressed some concern about classified information, et cetera, in the past. Would you be fine then with the full release of these Trump Epstein files, even if they did reveal an intelligence connection?
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, like, it's such a distraction from, in my mind, like what I really care about, which is helping people like live well in Michigan. Just get it over with and get it out. And this wasn't like my issue. It's still not the thing that wakes me up in the morning and I want to work on.
I don't care. Just release it so we don't have to deal with it.
I mean, in some regard, now obviously she's coming from a place of scumbaggery.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, I'll put the Epstein files in the bag, bro. But honestly, like we're past that now.
Yeah.
Like it really doesn't even matter what comes out or doesn't come out. But yeah, I mean, in a
I'm here for the
vacuum,
show.
I
I'm here
agree
for the
with
show
her.
on
But
that.
what's that?
I'm here for the show on that. Like
No,
they're
absolutely.
gonna be juking and jiving and doing all this BS and bringing in Triple H to the Make America Healthy Again BS, which we'll get to later. But like they're gonna just do all this stuff in the White House to distract from the fact. It really is funny that she's not gonna be like, put it in the bag. She's gonna be like, yeah, just release it. Come on, please, put it, please. Like that kind. That's her angle because she doesn't want that out.
No, she doesn't want it out either. But the thing is, she doesn't even really want you to even think that she knows anything about it. That's what I'm getting. Yeah.
But I think it's okay to say it's a full distraction now in Washington. Everyone's talking about it. So just unveil it, do whatever you need to do, answer the questions, and move past
Well,
it.
that's the last question then. So there's some accusations here from the Republicans on Epstein here, just about, why didn't you care for over 4 years? I know you asked the question in 2020. You said, I don't care particularly about Bill Clinton, et cetera. I mean, that's somewhat understandable, but, we do have a person, very specific circumstances, let alone, the sex trafficking organization, others. So,
Okay,
why
go ahead,
don't you
pause
answer
it.
that question? Like, why?
Pause it. So I did a little research to make sure we got our facts right. So what I was talking about Alexander Acosta, and this whole line of questioning between, again, I just have to hammer down the point. This whole line of questioning between Sagar and Jetty and Slotkin is irrelevant.
Yeah.
This is the question that needs to be asked. During his vetting for a cabinet role in July 2019, Acosta claimed that he granted Jeffrey Epstein a remarkably lenient plea deal because he'd been told Epstein belonged to intelligence and that the matter was above his pay grade.
Yes.
Why did he say that? What is the evidence for that? That's where the Eye of Sauron needs to be focused. All this other crap is to get you just into the woo, like, oh, this is so scandalous.
Yeah.
Like, no. Why did Alexander Acosta, U.S. District Attorney, say that this man was intelligence? Who's lying? That's
and then he somehow made it to become Donald Trump's Secretary of Labor as well. So he
absolutely.
It at least it looks from this end like a hey, you do this, you're gonna be a made man kind of deal.
It doesn't even look. It just is what it is.
Yeah.
At some point, it's not a conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
It's 2 + 2 = 4.
Yeah, he was a good boy. He he ate all his vegetables,
Yeah.
and he got an award.
Yeah, that it is what it is. We're not even in the realm of like, ooh, like this is like, can jet fuel melt steel beams?
Yeah, it's very straightforward.
Yeah.
Is this now is the time that you do care?
Yeah,
You
I mean,
just not particularly
obviously,
care.
it's horrible when you have a pedophile and someone who had a literal pyramid scheme of recruiting 14 and 15-year-old girls for illegal sex. I mean, it's horrible.
Pause it.
At the time.
This is what I'm talking about. So all of a sudden she's an expert on it and can tell you like how terrible it is to you that he for sure sex trafficked little girls.
Yeah.
But if you peel back that onion and be like, okay, so what else do you know? All of a sudden she knows nothing. All of a sudden she's small bean senator.
Yeah.
It's like, what are you talking about?
It is bizarre how she 1 second she knows nothing, the next second she knows everything.
Right.
It's crazy.
It's trickle
Girls
truth.
Yeah.
That's how a
for
liar
illegal
operates.
sex. I mean, it's horrible. At the time, I mean, I sort of saw it as like one of these horrible stories that comes out every 5 months, you know, about somebody. I think the Weinstein thing had happened. There weren't Michiganders, to my knowledge, who were involved, you know, women, young girls who were involved. So
So
Okay.
I was gonna have you pause it, and I'm gonna say, yeah, go ahead, do your thing. So what you're gonna say.
There's no Michiganders involved.
Well, here's the thing. In a vacuum, I
Mhm.
agree with her here. In a vacuum, because if you are the dumbest guy you know at the job site, if you're a mom, you know, trying to pick between chunky or smooth peanut
Creamy
butter,
peanut butter, yeah.
then cream peanut butter, then yeah, this was just one more thing. Ma'am, you are a CIA officer and a senator of the United States of America. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? This was just another thing. You know about these things, even if you don't touch them directly, even if she has, you know about these things. Like it would be, it's like, what is our big, like, you know, I'm a super turbo nerd. Like, it's okay if my wife in the other room doesn't know about the new video game coming out, right? But like, if she was to come and ask me, like, hey, what video games are coming out, you know, that you want that look interesting, and I didn't have an answer as somebody whose number one hobby is to play video games, it would be kind of weird. But that she, again, doesn't have an answer here.
Yeah.
She
I mean,
doesn't care about this
well.
thing where she swam in these waters. She made it to where she was at swimming in these waters. So what is she talking about?
So I kind of saw it as like a horrible moment, but not particularly something that's like going to decide whether someone in my state can buy a house or get a good job. So to me, it was just like it wasn't like a strategic issue, right, for me. And then now it just is like grown. And I think there is a difference between saying some rich guy or a former politician was named in those things versus the president of the United States. That to me is apples to oranges, because one of them is leading the free world and one of them's not. So if his name is in there as it appears it is, just like deal with it and let's get on with it at this point. And you know, my 10-year-old nephew understands that the president is trying to dodge, trying to distract, trying to talk about other things. He hates answering this question. Like, we get it. So it feels off to the average person, right? To a 10-year-old, they're like, did he do something, right? So just get through it, get it out, and let's move on to real, for me, like real economic issues.
So then if piece of legislation comes forward, you would vote for it to support the release of the files. Okay. All right. So then let's talk about future of the Democratic Party. I know that's something you've been interested in. Democratic approval hit an all-time low from the Wall Street Journal. At the same time, we've seen the rise more recently of anti-establishment candidates, people like Zoran Mamdani. Give us some of your thoughts.
Okay. Didn't pre-watch. She is going to downplay the policies of Zoran as an important factor in his victory. She might mention that he is sort of like, she might allude to the fact that he's like on the anti-Semitic thing, and she will talk about abundance, and she'll talk about like strategies, like messaging strategies and like consultant stuff. That's my thought of what she's gonna do. I didn't pre-watch, but that's sort of like, this is me sort of predicting.
We have such sites to show you.
Do you have any predictions?
Oh, I've watched. Can you not hear me now?
Nope, can't hear you. Time out. Okay, time out. Not much I can do here.
I know. Sorry, buddy. Just have to cut it up. I don't know why.
Oh, yeah, now I can hear you. My bad.
Okay, I don't know why. Yeah, it had to be something you're in.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was playing with it. No, we have such sites to show you. Like,
was I right? Oh, let's see.
Oh, it's so much worse. Like, I've seen that. I've probably watched this 3 times. Like,
all right, let's see it.
It's fixed my eyesight watching this. I'm not going to need glasses if I watch this 10 more times.
Well, we're watching once
beautiful.
tonight, but we can watch it more times later.
thoughts there about the future of the Democratic Party, and
Yeah.
particularly in the context of Mamdani's victory in New York
Yeah.
City.
Well, I guess as a good Midwesterner and Michigander, I'm never going to say that what happens in New York City represents all of America.
Bang.
Did you see? Did you see the way Crystal Ball set up in her chair?
Yeah.
Because she was just like, I'm a lioness. I am at the watering hole. I'm about to tear apart a gazelle. I'm here for it.
Establishment
Watch
candidates,
it
people
sit.
like
I'm watching.
Zoran
Let's go to the video.
Give us some of
Slow
your thoughts
motion.
there about the future of the Democratic Party, and
Yeah.
particularly in the context of Mamdani's victory in New York
Yeah.
City.
Well, I guess as a good Midwesterner and Michigander, I'm never going to say that what happens in New York City represents all of America. Sorry, we're a big country. And I would never pretend to totally understand New York City politics. I didn't particularly understand Eric Adams. I didn't particularly understand, I genuinely, right?
Again, I don't know anything about anything, by the way. I love this.
No, what she's trying to say is the reason why what she's trying to do is play a slick little game. I didn't go to CIA finishing school, but I know BS when I see it.
Yeah.
What she's trying to do is trying to say, oh, I am a white Midwestern mom from Michigan, and New York City is crazy.
Yeah.
It's not so. Without attacking morons on Zoran Mamdani, I'm going to attack his vote. I'm going to attack the voting base. It's the same thing when they used to come at Nancy Pelosi and be like, "Oh, she's a San Francisco liberal."
Yeah.
You're like, "Oh, that of course, Zoran. Crazy stuff happens in New York, but it's not going to happen in Saginaw."
Yeah.
That's
and
what
again,
she's getting at.
and it undermines again the strong sewer socialist history of places like Wisconsin and in the Midwest, Minnesota, the union density of places like that. Like this is not just like the idea of policies that actually deliver for working people is not just a New York issue. She's trying to relegate it as such, but this is not something like that only New Yorkers care about, for instance. The reason that people hate Democrats is because they don't stand for those things at all.
They don't stand for anything. No, absolutely.
But I think the message and the hot take out of that election is actually not terribly dissimilar from what we heard in the November election when Trump won, right? Which is people are still focused on the cost of living and not being able to achieve what they thought they could achieve, right? And then
do you see what she just going back to my to
She's doing the
steel
thumb.
man my argument?
Mhm.
Yeah, she's doing the Clinton thumb.
She's doing the Obama thumb or the Clinton
But
thumb.
going back to steel man in my argument, did you see what she just did? She she tried to tie Zoran to crazy New York, and then now she just tied him to Trump.
Mm-hmm.
These are not accidents.
She's doing word association.
Yes, she's doing word clouds.
She's being a CIA.
Her language is very particular.
Yeah.
She does this for a living. The words that are coming out of her mouth are not random.
Yeah.
She's doing this because she knows she can't. So now we've moved on. We can't call him an anti-Semite. We obviously, we got a couple crazy people in the Democratic Party just straight up calling him a brown terrorist, but she can't go that route. So what she does is this slick little word association bubble, which again might work in Ann Arbor, but it don't work on me down here in New Orleans, Louisiana. I don't play that.
number two, people are looking for a new generation of leadership. I don't think it's
Okay, new generation of leadership. I want to talk about that really quick too, because what they're doing, and so what we're seeing out of Democrats right now, and like we're going to be pausing this up. This might take us 3 hours to get through 30 minutes. But like when they talk about new generation of leadership, they don't mean Zoran Mamdani. They don't mean Rashida Tlaib. They don't mean Ilhan Omar. They don't even mean AOC. They mean the
more
next
women drone pilots now.
Well, yeah, they want the next generation they want Richie Torres.
Yes.
They want Deja Fox. They want this guy that's running against Nadler in New York because they have the same empty nothing politics with them. It's just young people doing it. They're doing TikTok dances and preaching neoliberalism. They want the next generation of their politics, and they want to cut off at the knees again anything that actually provides for working people. And again, they want to anything that's not a part of their project. And this is the thing that people that are listening need to pay attention to, because they're going to say flowery stuff like this all the time, over and over again. And they're going to say it in such a way that it looks like they actually care about changing things. They look like actually like progressing forward, but they want to maintain the established order. They want the Joe Biden, nothing is going to fundamentally change. They want, I mean, you think that CIA, Karen over here doesn't want the U.S. Army, the U.S. military to be the strongest fighting force in the world? Like, are you kidding me? Like, this is exactly what these people want. And like the idea of like the reason that you would want a next generation of younger leadership but be against Zoran Mamdani or all those other people that I mentioned a minute ago is because you want your youth to compete with those other young people because you think that your project is going to be left behind.
She's she's gender swapped Pete Buttigieg doing the high hopes
Yeah.
dance. That's all this is. And again, I'm going to give you a little spoiler. She's attacked Mamdani very, very slyly in the ways that I've already described.
Word association, yeah.
Yes. Now she's going to try to tie herself to Mamdani by saying that, without mentioning him, by saying that she's one of the youngest senators.
Yeah.
So that's why, because, hey, don't you kids love, hello, fellow kids.
How do you, yeah.
That's what this is. It's so blatant.
It's hard to miss those hot takes. I can have plenty of disagreements with what I've heard Mr. Mamdani propose, and I do. But that message coming out of that election,
What do you disagree with?
just my family was a fourth generation hot dog business. Like I am here because we live the American dream.
Fourth generation hot dog? What? What?
Let me tell you something too. And people who are smarter than me have
Good
commented
question, by
on
the
it.
way, by Sagar. Like, hey, if you disagree with them, tell me what it is.
That gets into the point I was going to make. Smarter people than me have said this, and who are parasocial, mentally unwell people like myself. Sugar and Jetty just had a kid not that long ago, and why I'm not like everybody should have a kid. I'm not like, some people need to have kids, and I think it's almost like a reverse Hellraiser. I know I made like a Hellraiser reference a little bit ago, but it's like a reverse Hellraiser to where like he opened the empathy box when he had that kid, and now like his kid came through the portal. And now he has to. It's really like the way he's. I'm not saying he's a leftist now, and you have to like really hand it to him. But you can see
he's still
in the
a debate lord.
Yeah, you can see in the way he approaches arguments now. This is fundamentally changed
for him now.
Yes,
now.
Yes, absolutely. And again, look at just the look of just disdain and disgust on Crystal Ball's face. She's just waiting. It's just, I just can't. This is absolutely my king.
I'm coming. She's like, I'm coming. I'm holding it. And I'm coming for you.
Yeah. She's coming.
And so, like a lot of free stuff.
Free stuff.
Go ahead. Let that play, and then I'm gonna get to the end of her free stuff foolishness because that's my thing.
And hot dog business. Like I am here because we live the American dream through capitalism.
Okay.
And so, like a lot of free stuff. To me, is not the answer. I don't think it's sustainable. I don't think that it actually fixes the underlying problem. But I can have those disagreements. I think.
Go do your thing about the free stuff.
So like, no, she's basically reducing anything. So basically, all that Zoran. I want to be very, very clear about what Zoran is running on. He's running on freezing the rent in rent-controlled apartments. That's not free stuff. You still pay for your rent. Free buses, which is public transportation. It should be free. I think it should be free. I don't think that's a crazy thing to say. And grocery stores that are run by the city. You don't go into those grocery stores and get those groceries for free. You go in there and get them from the store and you buy them. The thing is, those grocery stores are designed to have it be that they don't price gouge people. It's just that there's a way. Well, they did two things. One, to set a floor for which these, for-profit grocery stores have to compete. And then two, to make food available in these food deserts that exist in New York where they don't have stores. And that's what she's just reducing down. All of those, not free stuff ideas, reducing those entire things down into just free stuff. That's all I wanted to say about that.
I want to be even more concise about that and to put it into very like easily to digest like social media terms. So it's like, again, I always scale this. It's like the dumbest guy in your office. when she talks about you shouldn't have or don't deserve free stuff, that's not what she's saying. What she's saying is you don't deserve the things that you already pay for with your tax dollars, because that money needs to go to Israel. That's what she's telling you. Don't get it twisted. There is, because when a right winger says, or even a liberal says, there's no such thing as free, or there's no free lunch, that is correct. The thing is, you already pay for this. This is a failure of the government to not give you a return on your investment. It's as simple as that.
We live in a society, and like, why do you give? I mean, again, like bombs to Israel or massive tax cuts for the wealthy while we cut Medicaid. Why is that the priority? Why should that be the priority and not making sure that people get provided for, making sure people get the things that they need to survive? Like it's that simple, right?
It's that simple.
It's that simple.
It really isn't complicated.
I mean, they literally, like we just had MARKALAIN DERY on. They just cut $800 million from Medicaid. Why? So you get tax breaks to wealthy people, and again, send bombs to Israel.
Honestly, I hate to give a devil his due, but Joe Rogan, even though he doesn't believe this, said this perfectly after and it'll always stick in my head till I die. After he interviewed Bernie Sanders, he said, got enough money to pay for bombs, got enough money to pay for schools.
Yeah. I mean,
if your kid, for those of you who are parents, if your kid was like, hey, I need when I say a kid, I mean an old kid was like, hey, mom, can you spot me some money for rent? And you're like, of course, son, I'm gonna help you out because we're family and I know you're having a hard time. And then your kid went right over to Best Buy and bought a PS5. You wouldn't accept that answer. That's the PS5 is funding a genocide. The rent is we can't afford anything in this country.
Yeah.
You would not accept that from your own flesh and blood. Why do you accept that from this woman? Absolutely not. I'm not going for the banana and tailpipe.
This is I would be thrilled to have that conversation with him or anyone else about like, hey, we agree that there's an economic problem here. What we do to solve it, let's have that debate, and adults can debate and not.
And what do you think should be the solution to that problem? If you're saying you disagree with him, Alyssa Slotkin, and free stuff or whatever, what is your solution?
Well, I can tell you what our answer is. It's a blue ribbon committee to talk about the problem until you die. And then the problem goes away. It's the same thing. Want to tie this back to Israel. It's, what are we going to do about the genocide and the ethnic cleansing and the starvation of Gaza? Well, we'll all just talk about it and say how bad it is until everyone's died and we can't do anything about it.
Or we'll argue back and forth over whether or not it's a genocide, and not actually look at what, again, I think it's a genocide. I don't give a shit if you don't think it's a genocide or whatever. If you look and see those kids starving, or if you see those schools get bombed, or if you see those human beings on fire, all this other crazy stuff, the dead people, missing body parts, and splattered all over the freaking place, and I don't give a if you call it a genocide or not. I don't know. You got to not to fund that at the very least, right? You're paying for that with your tax dollars.
You've literally got Donald Trump up here saying, "Oh my God, they're starving the babies in Gaza."
Yeah.
Oh my God, we got to get them food. We got to get them food. It's the who could have done this? If only the guy who feels
we're still trying to find the guy that did this. It's over and over again.
If only Donald Trump was president. He has such strong feelings about this that if only we had a president who knew about it, could voice it on camera, maybe something could get done.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
The small bean president.
Small bean. Can't do anything but rape kids.
Want to kill each other's children.
Well, let's talk then about leadership.
Whoa. Hold on a second. What?
Economic problem here. What we do to solve it, let's have that debate, and adults can debate and not want to kill each other's children.
Well, let's talk then about.
Is she
again
trying to make the claim that he's trying to kill people's children? What the hell?
Well,
what is going on here?
No, it's the horseshoe. I don't think she's doing that to be.
It feels like word association is continuing.
I don't feel like she's doing that to be generous to her position, because that's so out of left field. That seems crazy. Yeah. I think it's the classic thing of just the left-right divide, and it's yes, the extreme left wants you, the worst person in the world, Nazi von Nazi, who lives in Nazi Town, USA, to have a dignified life and to have health care and, 8 hours for work, 8 hours for rest, 8 hours for, whatever. They want that. But Nazi von Nazi, his worldview is he wants me dead. Communists and socialists want to seize the means of production. Fascists want genocide. But somehow in her mind, that's the same thing.
Mhm.
But because she understands that. That's what makes it mad. This isn't the dumbest person It makes me so angry. This is a smart woman and who knows what she's doing, and it's why I have no mercy for people like that.
Speaking of the horseshoe thing, by the way, we do need to, when this does eventually happen.
Yeah.
Hank Uger apparently did a jubilee with like 30
Man, I ain't watching no
Republicans and
Jubilee,
I might have to, just
I ain't
because
watching
it's
no
so
Jubilee, bro.
stupid. I might have to do it solo then.
No, go for it.
Anyway,
show.
back to this.
Leadership. So you just talked about that. We see a lot of that from our show. Some of the Democratic side of our audience is furious with Democratic leadership. I mean, do you still support Chuck Schumer's leadership here? He hasn't given an interview in about a month.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, I've now served in the Senate for 6 months, in the House before that. Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries have hard jobs, like herding cats. It's not fun. I've said for a very long time, long before I got into the Senate and long before President Biden dropped out, that we need a new generation of leaderships. You can feel it and I think at this point, I mean, especially New York, right? You're looking at New York. It's like, I'd rather roll the dice with someone new than have like the warmed over leftovers that I've already known. So
that's crazy.
I was going to say, here it comes. Here comes the self-promotion. Remember, I told you it's coming.
I think we have a problem with that across the board. And I think one of the things I can do as the youngest Democratic woman in the Senate, and I'm not young for the Senate, to be clear.
You're young for us.
Yeah. I mean, is push on that and try to give younger leaders a voice in this party in a very real way.
She's 49, by the way.
I know it's weird to think of anybody that's not like an octogenarian being in government. It's people are like 80 years old. We think
She's like one of the youngest people in the Senate, and she's 49. I mean, like,
ridiculous.
look, I mean, like,
Absolutely ridiculous.
That gives me hope, I guess, to become a senator.
I can't become a senator. There ain't no way. I can't. I couldn't run for dog catcher in this current climate because my social media. I mean, how many times can I tell people like fascists that they should have a lobotomy? But and I would stand honestly, maybe because
look.
I'm not running from that. I'm standing on it. I'm be like, yeah, I did it.
Standing on business. People like that.
And to me, that's upward pressure. That pressure that you're talking about from the.
She's hammering home the young thing again. Not she's trying to use that as a way, like you said, to promote herself.
Exactly.
Which is right.
People is good. So then shouldn't they endorse him? I mean, what kind of a message Schumer and Jeffries shouldn't they endorse?
They're both from New York.
Donnie, they're both New Yorkers.
Yeah.
And what kind of a message does it send if, like, I mean, this guy won the Democratic?
By the way, the question was about the leadership of the Democratic Party, and she really didn't answer it.
No,
she was like, "Oh yeah," vaguely alluding to needing there to be a youth movement, and didn't really. She like mushmouthed her way around, tap danced around the sort of like. Actually, we need to replace Schumer. She didn't answer the question. She died.
No, that's what she does. That's what most politicians do is just try to pass them. They try to slide one by on you. And like we're in an age now. That's the thing is like as young as she is,
you think she would know better, right?
Yeah, she's a first wave. Like she's late Gen X, if not first wave millennial. She's almost like she's a little bit older than me.
49 is
Gen X, but still, I think that is kind of, this is a side thing, but I think that is kind of the divide to where like, I don't think the idea of the internet is forever has hit Gen Xers. They think they can still run this game that boomers ran.
Yeah.
And it's like, that is not possible. And we're seeing it now with Gaza. We're seeing it now with, people. Pierce Morgan's the best one I can think of. Pierce Morgan's like, this is a genocide and this is terrible. Well, congratulations. I'm glad. But bro, this is you from 1 month ago. 1 month. So you're going to need to tell me, I don't want to hear about how you think it's a genocide. I need to know in 30 days how you were like, kill every Gazan to now this is it. How did you get here? I need to know how your mind works. And I think that's charitable. That's the questions I would ask.
Yeah, I mean, like again,
insane.
assuming that you're not being cynical and not just sort of like blowing like a sock in the wind.
Which that's what he's doing.
Yeah,
that's
of course he
that's
is.
what this woman's doing. That's what people like Piers Morgan's doing.
Of
That's
course.
what's happening.
Of course, that's what's happening. But like, you know, if you're gonna sort of assume, you know, just for the sake of, because if you don't, at least on the surface, assume that they're doing their bullshit in good faith. Like, if you don't assume that, they're going to be like, you're taking me in bad faith. And just like, that's going to become what the argument's about now. So, yeah, okay. Assume that you are acting in good faith and you went from this position to that position. How did you get there? What was the thing that made you flip on Gaza? What made you think it was a genocide? So, because it wasn't the hospitals and the schools and the neighborhoods getting blown up. It wasn't the kids being like completely dismembered and, you know, families being torn apart. Is it just, I mean, like, obviously the videos of starving children and the pictures and the emaciated bodies are horrible, but like, and you know, I'm glad this is what got you to come around. Why is that so much different than the explosions and the bombs dropping on people's houses?
And then we could see this play out in reverse too. We talk about AOC. AOC was saying, "Oh, this is a genocide. It's a genocide. It's a genocide." But now saying, "But we need to ship weapons to the genociders."
Yeah,
So it's like, what are you talking about? Like, how your brain needs to be studied. I need to understand how your logic works at its most. I'm giving you the most generous interpretation, so I personally don't fall into this trap, because obviously your logic is broken.
Yeah, like that was crazy to me, because like I mean, I've been a strong AOC defender, and like I'm looking for reasons to defend her.
Yeah.
But like on that one, I'm just like, dog, you on your own with that one. I can't help you with that one.
Not at all. Not at all. It's trash.
Anyway, back to this.
Endorse him? I mean, what kind of a message Schumer and Jeffries, shouldn't they endorse?
They're both from New York.
Donnie, they're both New Yorkers.
Yeah.
And what kind of a message does it send if, like, I mean, this guy won the Democratic primary.
Yeah.
He is the Democratic nominee. It was overwhelming. If then the centrist leadership of the party said, we can't get behind it.
I mean, you just asked me before we started the exact same question about the Michigan Senate primary. And I'm like, Michigan Democrats don't get involved in primaries. We all are friends. So
Crazy New York.
Crazy New York.
Crazy New York.
And again, like, very, very basic, but like unanswerable question put forward by Crystal Ball. What do you think it looks like when this guy won the primary? You have this guy comes in a record. Remember, like when Ralph Nader or whoever ran as a third party, or every time Jill Stein runs, they're like, oh, look at this wrecker coming in that's trying to destroy our election and take it away from us. But this time you had this guy beat a guy straight up in the primary, and then he comes crashing back in like the Kool-Aid man. And it's not like, oh, look at this guy trying to like wreck everything. It's, oh, I don't know, Democrats, you know, like it's
same. I mean, yeah, and they did the same thing to India Walton in Buffalo.
Yeah,
and,
exactly the same.
And India Walton, follower of the Good Morning Comrade podcast. Hi, India.
Come on the show.
I mean, the way they did, honestly, like the way they did her changed my worldview. Because we had that just kind of like, I was screaming. I'm like, I'm never voting for another Democrat ever again.
Bro, shoot her a DM.
I will. I absolutely will, because I'm sure she'd like to get spicy.
I was a big fan of hers when that was.
Oh my god,
on.
It's just dirty. It's
Also,
just so
she's a hell of a poster too, by the way. I love her.
Oh, absolutely. She's as vicious as I am. That's why, like, mentally, I don't want to call her mentally ill, but I'm like,
no, she's a poster, and I respect it. She's a
absolutely.
Gamer. I love it.
I was gonna say great minds think alike, but I don't want her. I don't want her group.
Hey.
Welcome to another episodic installation of whatever this is. This is an untitled, unscripted, conversational show.
Yeah.
I am joined today by somebody. Who are you?
My name is The Letter Hack. How come we don't have names on the screen? What kind of show is this?
We don't need them.
Oh, okay. So it's untitled, like
yeah, everything is untitled.
Multiple levels. My name is Matt Strackbein. I am The Letter Hack. Thanks for, I think, welcoming me here. I'm not sure what to do because, as you said, it's unscripted. So I'm just sort of like standing in a void. I don't know what my next move should
like
be.
some
I don't
sort
know
of
what my
spatial
previous
dimension.
move
If you look
was.
at the border,
I don't even know if I'm supposed to be referencing that metaphor.
You don't
Yeah,
think
I mean,
so?
because that's like, does
unscripted.
unscripted mean go for it, or does unscripted mean wait to be told? Is this like
could
when
be-
you go
it
into
could go
a
either way.
restaurant and the sign
Yeah.
says please wait to be seated, but like the hostess is nowhere to be seen? You're like, or host or hoster, and you're like, when do I?
What if there's multiple? What would
When
you
do
call
I
them at that
stop
point?
waiting? The hostess is the hosts, which is, as you know, I don't like pluralizing words that have an S as the second to last letter in the word. So like guest, host, I just go with it singular. And
Yeah,
I
very
think if
strange.
you criticize me for it, well, there might be a lawsuit in your near future, but
Well,
that's
I'll,
between you and my lawyers.
I'll be willing to take
See, I
one for the
did.
team. So
I did make lawyer plural there when I said between you and my lawyers. So if one
you have
isn't
multiple.
available, there
That's
will be
right.
others on hand. And this is the kind of thing that people should expect from me because I'm very legal, I would say.
You're litigious. You're
I don't know what that means, but
you're
yes.
someone who litigates.
Well, I pay people to do it.
Well,
And by pay, I mean, some of them are like, dude, we'll do it for free because that's not cool. And I'm like, really? And they go,
that's
yeah.
see now that you got like a little miniature army at your disposal.
Yeah. And they're like,
You
we're going to
what?
take
Just-
down all of our
yeah.
local billboards and just wait for you to call us from now on. It's all pro bono. And I was like, great, cool. Because I got
Someone
a
say
lot of
pro
stuff
bono?
going on.
Holy
Got a
shit.
lot of stuff. Yeah. And that's like, if you're a fan of U2, you're pro bono.
Mm.
That's what that is. So I don't know if people know that. It's slang. That's
It
like a
is
street
slang.
term. You wouldn't
Yep.
learn that if you don't leave the house. You got to be on like a road of some sort, an avenue
gotta
or a
be on a road.
boulevard, but you know, it's street term. They
Mhm.
don't really say, how come they don't say, oh, that's you're using boulevard terms? How come they don't say, oh, that's avenue language? How come it's always street? Why is that? Does this just sound cooler? The street.
I've heard of road
Streets.
language.
I'll see you in these streets. Road language, yeah, but that's like for if you have like a CB and you're certified with like ham
Yeah.
radio and stuff, and you're like, hey, good buddy, come on back.
That's the
You know,
thing
that kind of
about
stuff.
language that I find. So like street, road, avenue, they're all synonyms, but they're not.
Oh,
Right? You ever think about that? Like you think they are. You think, yeah, they all describe what is essentially the same thing, but they don't.
You know, if you ever go somewhere where in the world where they don't speak English and assuming that's your language and you're looking at a map trying to get around, learn what the road or what the word is for road or street, because otherwise you're just going to be like, why do I keep seeing the same word all over this map?
Mm-hmm.
So
It's going to be really confusing.
that's something to
But
be aware of.
anyway, without trying to derail us so hard, I know you could go for another 3
Are we
hours.
currently railed?
Well,
Is this railed?
We were railed for like the first 2 seconds, and then you kind of just flipped the
No.
whole train over. You threatened to sue me for some reason, but
I didn't
let's
threaten.
anyway. So we're 5 minutes approximately in. I felt like I would give you a gotcha interview. I felt like that's
great.
what I was thinking of. I feel like, I got you here. Why not gotcha on, I couldn't figure out the sentence, but as I got you here, I would love to ask. So So we've started this space, emphasis on we, of course. And what are you? I know at one point on you have a show called Left Past 10. I've heard of it. I've seen a couple episodes. I'm not too impressed. But on that show, I read that there was a poll that was done where you were voted most right wing on that show. So
I wasn't.
That's what I read. That's what I read.
You typed it and read it, and that does not count
I read
as
that. I didn't
what
type
I
anything.
read.
I
It's
don't know
not
how
like
to
it's
type.
been published.
I've never typed.
So
Anyway, so
I wasn't voted.
What
I
would
came
you
in
say is
second of
your
3.
political ideology? What would you say? Like, what are you? Could you describe to yourself in, let's say, 300 words of like what your political ideology is?
Well, I'm not going to count the words, but I think I
just give or
can.
take.
Yeah, I get it. I'm more of a 500 word kind of guy, but
Yeah, go for
I
it. 500.
understand. So, number one, I don't think we should let who are you? Like, I don't think we should let our political typology or ideologies define us. But these days, I mean, kind of got to know who you're talking to, right? Kind of got to know, like,
Who is that guy in the Atari hat? Does he really play Atari?
If somebody's making content,
the answer is no.
If somebody's making, well, it's the game console I played the most. So I'm just letting you know that I'm this old.
In the 20th century, but not as of late.
But like it's like if you look up a political candidate, you're like reading about this candidate in an article and you quickly look them up, or you hear about them in a news clip and you look them up and they don't tell you if they're Republican or Democrat. I'm like, what are we doing here? Why? What do you think I care? This is the first thing I want to know. Did I get the right name in my search? And who are they? So I get it. Like if somebody is saying something that they think you should be listening to, or creating some sort of content that they want you to absorb in any way, yeah, you should know where they're coming from, especially now. Like it's a big deal because like choose a side, right? It's choose a side times. I am someone who is always deprogramming myself and allowing myself to be deprogrammed. And that means that I can't be pulled left enough. And so when somebody, like in the same way that somebody says, hey, we don't use that term anymore, or that's an outdated word or phrase, Matt, come on, we don't use that. I'm like, okay, I would encourage them to proactively also tell me what my politics should be. Don't assume that I have it straight. Don't assume that I'm completely clued in. I look back like 3 years ago and I'm like, totally different perspective on things, and not complacent by any means, and very much like using my favorite, which I think is an original term. My favorite term is or phrase is that my struggle might not be your struggle, but your struggle should probably be my struggle. Who's a good boy? Oh my goodness. So I think that in terms of where I am as a politically, I would say progressive is the easy answer. I'm a progressive. I'm for progressive policy, and by that I mean making sure that everyone has equal rights and the means of survival. And people will call those policies like radical. There's nothing radical about making sure people have housing, food, aren't working 40 or 80 hours a week and still can't pay rent. There's nothing radical about wanting more regulation in the world to keep people safe and comfortable. And like this whole idea that wanting comfort is the same as wanting a handout is bullshit. Like, can we swear on here?
No.
Oh, so I take it back. It's that's, horse squash. Like there's no world we should be comfortable with that doesn't allow us the basic human rights and basic means of survival. And that means access to quality and affordable healthcare. And now, like if somebody said, no, Matt, not affordable, free. Okay, let's go with that. Let's do it. Explain to me how it works. I get it. Fine. and for all the people out there who are like, oh, well, that's like a far cry from what we would actually get. Okay, let's shoot for the moon and fall just short. That's going to be way better than what we have now.
So would you say that typically you say you always are trying to have people tell you what to think, so you don't really think for yourself.
Not that.
Is that not that? Okay, so
No,
you don't think for yourself.
I don't need people to tell me what to think. I need people to advise me on the correct path for achieving all of those policies that I just kind of laid out. And you know, if there's a better way, if there's a more efficient way, if there's a quicker way, great. If there's a longer way that makes sense, also great. I'm not going around assuming that I have it all figured out. I'm not one of these people that has an idea and goes, I'm the only one to ever have this idea. The first thing I do when I have an idea,
I am one of those people, for record.
Well, I know, but like when I think I have like a novel idea or some notion that I haven't heard exactly the same way before, I will proceed to look it up and go, yeah, okay, obviously everybody's been talking about this since the beginning of time. Like, I get it. So I'm not one of these guys going around thinking I have it figured out. To me, that's mansplaining, or what they mean by mansplaining. I'm not trying to tell everyone, no, here's how it should be. And so likewise, when I'm very open-minded and open and to receiving new ideas and thoughts, I am not assuming that person also has it all figured out. I'm assuming this is their best or latest idea, or somebody or a group or a person has informed them recently. And so, you know, we should consider all information as newly updated or in need of an update. And that includes existing trains of thoughts and ongoing, like, you know, acquiring new information. I think it's a very healthy way to live. One of the things I hated most about the corporate world that I was in for way too long was when people would say, no, well, this is how we've always done it. And I'm like, okay, well, do you think maybe that's where our persistent problems come from? We're not innovative. We're not making things better by changing the way we do things. So I adopt those, you know, processes in my own life. That's what I mean. But I am by no means just waiting for somebody to tell me what the fuck.
So okay. So what is? Let's just try to pin you on something that like is unique to the Strackbine mind, the Strack mind. What would you say is your most out there political position? Which one do you think you know, you've always been afraid to say for fear of judgment or whatever? Feel free to say it now. What is the most insane thing you can say but you actually do believe?
I don't know if I've held back that way. I could tell you the two things that people are most startled by when I say them. One has to do with political campaigns and campaigning. I think that you should, you know, because the main problem is money in politics. And they say, let's get money out of politics. But what that means is let's not allow super PACs, corporate entities, corporations, dark money, outside foreign currencies to, you know, or donations. But what I say is, no, let's totally do it. You run on $5. You can't do that. Fuck out of here. Like, you get no money to do your campaign. Now what do you got? You better be good at this. You better have something to say. And I've seen people go, come on, there's no way. And I'm like, okay, then what do we do with that then? Because if you want a new threshold, you can't just say, oh, we need to get the most influential people out of politics. Not going to happen. Good luck. It's never going to happen. But if you just pull the rug out from under the whole thing and go, no, if you spend any money, you're not running. If you did something like that, I think people would be like, oh, wow, okay, so wait a second. Now, how does that work? No TV ads. Good. I don't need Jack Squat to come on here and do this. Look at all the people who have popular YouTube channels with millions of subscribers. Do you see? Yeah, you might see ads, you might see clips, you might see people promoting them, but they aren't like, APAC, please give me hundreds of thousands of dollars. They don't need that. So like, it can be done. You can make a name for yourself. You can do this. Look at all the people working under anonymity on social media. You don't even know who they are.
Not for
And-
long. That horseshit
Well,
law is going to happen today as
I
we're
mean,
as we're recording.
in that way,
this.
that might not be the worst thing. But like, you can imagine that people are just willing to listen and willing to follow and willing to promote and willing to, you know, parrot everything and anything. So yeah, why look at how campaign funding was used in Trump-Harris. Trump said all these horrible things about Harris that wasn't true. And then the Democrats, after they lost, turn around and go, yeah, we shouldn't have run on that, when they didn't run on that. And, you know, all the anti-trans campaigns and everything, anti-trans campaigns and all that. But like, if they had just had like $10, they'd be like, well, I wouldn't do anything with that. And it goes, no, exactly. You might as well have nothing. So if it's not 10, get it down to like, I don't know, 1,000. Like, make it, you can have one fucking ad and we'll run it as much as you want, but you only get one ad. Or like, you get one 10-second spot. You know what I mean? There's got to be some sort of like pulling the rug out from the whole thing to a new system, and only the strong survive. Survival of the fittest. Like,
Oh,
and
boy.
in that case, fittest equals most worthwhile candidate, right? So the other,
Okay.
and that really throws people for a loop. Like, I guess we can talk about it more if you want, but I haven't really
Feel free.
thought it
This
out
is
more than that.
your milk crate that
Well,
you're standing
I
on.
mean, if you had any questions about it, but like the other thing that really throws people for a loop is when they start talking about sports and participation in sports and who should be allowed and who shouldn't and at what level and all this.
Oh,
And I go,
boy.
yeah, I say, you know what? Fuck sports. I don't care. Football has not evolved like they changed the rules here and there. There's an instant replay. Now there's not, whatever. I was watching basketball like a couple of years ago with some friends of mine that I grew up with, and we used to watch basketball every single day growing up, like videos and clips and you know, back when it was like Sports Illustrated would put out VHS tapes and we would just sit there watching those over and over. And like, you know, we were obsessed with basketball in the 90s. This was like Chicago Bulls, Michael Jordan, all that stuff. And so that we were watching a basketball game just casually at a bar. It was on TV, and I was with two of my friends. This is 30 years later, and I said, hey, since when are you not allowed, or you don't have to dribble, or there's the thing where if you just walk with the ball and you're not dribbling, it's called traveling or walking, and it's a violation. They can do it now. They can just do that. Yeah. No one called the referees. I was like, what the fuck is this? And they were like, oh yeah, they stopped worrying about that. And I was like, stop worrying about one of the fundamentals of the game.
Yeah, isn't that now I don't know anything about basketball. I've never really watched. The only thing I know is playing like, you know, NBA
You
Jam
can't just
or whatever.
walk
on
around with
PlayStation.
it.
Yeah, like isn't that the literal
If you stop, you have to pass it. I mean, that's
if you don't
or shoot it.
dribble, then what are you playing? Isn't it just like
so why are we sweating any other fucking rule, and why are we all like, you know, dying on this hill for one or two little things, or like who's allowed to participate? Like, none of it should matter at that point. And the fact that sports doesn't like evolve, and it's sponsored by, I mean, the stadiums are named after banks, health insurance companies. Come on, all these anti-capitalists who on Sunday are like, well, I'm gonna go to, you know, health insurance stadium and drink tons of fucking beer and wear shirts promoting this bank because my team's name is on. Like, okay, yeah, I get a lot of flack for that, but what happened to the anti-capitalist Monday through Friday?
I do think sports are it's a low IQ hobby. To me, it's the religion of hobbies. Like, you're born into what's your sports team, and then most people just don't question it, and they just go along to get along. They don't actually develop a hobby. Like you like comic books, I like video games, right? Like, they are just doing what their parents told them to do. It's the religion of hobbies. That's how I treat it.
Well, and it's been
Low IQ
weaponized.
shite.
It's been weaponized by politicians, you know, and like, you're not allowed to protest all of a sudden at them, but you are allowed to promote the military at them, and it's very problematic on a number of levels. But people do find ways to just enjoy it for the sport. That's fine. I get it. I'm not being like a jerk. This is my opinion. Who am I? I don't even watch sports. Tennis, maybe. But like, my thing is, if like, as a society, if we were worth a damn as a society, and I mean, this is, there's a lot to take into account when you start talking about this. I get it. But just in terms of sports and having like a hot take or like a political opinion that is like really outlandish, when people start talking about like this endless debate of who should be able to participate in sports, I say, just rewrite the sport, change it. I don't care about football. Fuck football. It's not a religion. Who cares? It's weaponized by politicians. It's taken over by corporations. Capitalism through and through. It's sponsored by beer. Like, who cares?
The other thing,
change it. Let everyone play. Make a new sport.
Sports. Like kids, they go through growth spurts at random times. Not everyone fucking grows an inch every fucking the moment they turn 12, they grow in it. That's not how it works, right? So the idea of kids sports being fair at all, just in general, is just like, that's just stupid. I mean, sports are about having fucking fun.
They're
At least
supposed
that's what
to
I
be,
think,
and
right?
like challenging yourself and working as a team and having like different. It's the same as like working in a commercial kitchen. Like everyone has their station, but if one of those isn't working, the whole thing falls apart, right? So, like I think like you look at how like I've had a number of job interviews where they're like, where did you attend university? Well, what the fuck does that matter? What do you care? Like, I could see if you were like, oh, you have a degree. Why does it matter where I got the degree? You know where it doesn't matter? Sports. Like, you can go to college and then go into the NFL. They don't necessarily care where you went to university, just that you did and what your record was in terms of the sports activity that you did there. The grades have to be at a certain place so that you don't get kicked out of school, but nobody gives a fuck about. It's not like in the NFL, they're like, hey, you're the #1 draft pick because your grade point average was outstanding. They don't care about that. They just care that you made it through the 4 years or whatever. So, there's all these like various aspects related to sports that I think are, I don't know if they're worth talking about, but they could be talked about at length. And I see them as problematic and beyond the meaning of like the original intent for the sport. They were racist as shit. Like at the outset, they were segregated, right? But that led to some people being like, fuck it, we'll just start our own league. We'll just have our own all-black baseball team and league. That'll be okay. Like, I wish it didn't have to be that way. I guess good solution. I really wish everything should be integrated. We should all have equal rights. There's a bigger picture. It's not just about, well, if you can't be in that league, start your own league. No, see how it's related to something that's much, much larger and immediately takes away from the love of the game or the love of the activity. And so it's just, my offhanded, not sports fan opinion about fuck those sports. What do you mean trans people
sports
can't
are really
participate?
dumb.
Who cares? Like, can we move on? Because, I can't see like okay. So here's like a fun game.
All right.
Where you say,
fun
what
sport
is
even?
that? Or like the fill in the blank. What does fill in the blank look like under like full on fascism? And I understand that this is fascism. It's not full on. It seems quick to me, but it's also like a gradual thing that you can see starting, way behind us. And when people say, oh, fascism's here, it's like, you probably just weren't paying attention for the last 10 years or so. It's been here for a while. We've been working right toward this. But like, what does sports look like under full on fascism? It's just because, like, go back to Nazi Germany. Those were just Nazis playing sports, right? I don't know. Like, I don't know. But like, at what point does it not matter? That's what
Are
I'm
you
getting at.
familiar
I think that's
with
my hot take.
the Roman Emperor Nero and the Olympics?
Do you mean the original Olympics?
Oh yeah, way back.
Yeah, I know they were in the nude.
Well, the Roman Emperor Nero decided to participate in the Olympics, and surprising to nobody, everyone let him win every single game.
Right.
So, and later on, he was killed, or some people say he killed himself. It's really hard to say. And
So
then
if
they
it's not
expunged that
bullshit now,
game.
it will be.
Yeah.
Is that yeah?
But like at the time, You know, everyone was like, what's the point of these sports, right? Like, because the Olympics were founded, you know, like 1,000 years before that, as this like the challenge of human might, you know, who are the strongest, who are the best at these things. So then the emperor comes to town, everyone's afraid to like beat him. And there's one famous event where there's a chariot race, and Nero crashes the chariot and somehow still wins the race. Like everyone just paused, let him get back on the chariot, and then he won the race.
Awesome.
Right. So that's basically like, that's what, and you know, Nero's a complicated figure,
golf.
but that's what fascism in sports, that's the synthesis, you know, like that's what it looks like. And we see Trump with golf. Right,
He did
like
that last weekend.
Wasn't it like filmed? Like people filmed it.
Yeah, the
like,
guy just
picking up
threw the ball out, and he's like, "Oh, here's the ball."
And
mine.
That's what it looks like. Sports, or it's a medallion, right? Like it's a cultural medallion.
Like when
This
he's up
makes
there
you good.
accepting the World Cup award. Like
Yeah, and then
or is his team.
you just hack through instead of actually being good at the sport. You just get the medallion.
Well, let's not
you know.
misuse the word hack, but I get it. But like, there's I'm a little sensitive, but like I can see, like if we were live right now, I can see the chat just being like, no, blah blah blah, and you know, people just blowing it up. But
That's why I like these without the chat, because fuck them.
well, but also like I think, you know, where is the radical thought? Where is the, oh, you're not informed? Okay, maybe I don't want to be informed. Maybe I don't have to be. Maybe I can, you know, just say whatever I want sometimes. And I think that is the definition of a hot take, but also like you should expect pushback, but also like in offering me pushback on this, just pause, take a beat, challenge your own thoughts on the matter. Because the very first thing I said to your first question was that I am open-minded to always having my thoughts and perspectives challenged. So I wouldn't just, I think that needs to be all of us. And so if
I agree.
if you know, you're like, whoa, hold on, no, I'm an Eagles fan from day one. You better shut the fuck up. Don't fuck with my Eagles or whatever it is, right? I think the Eagles are still a team, but like
probably,
I think it's Philadelphia. Yeah. So anyway, it's like, you know, if you have any sort of thought like that at all, just take a beat and think about it. Like, what good does it do for the world? I love movies. Where does that money go?
Yep.
Why are we like, oh man, it made $1 billion. It's awesome. For who? For what?
That's there was this movie that came out, you know, it's this, you know, one of those superhero movies. And I saw like a bunch of lefties, you know, that were like, you know, like, oh, this passed a box office record. I'm so proud to be a part of that. You know, like,
yeah,
like people,
where's that money going?
They base their entire identity on consumerism, on buying things, on being a part of the zeitgeist of like, yeah, I spent $90 on this video game. I played it 2 hours just so I could talk about it on Twitter for 17 hours, you know, throughout the rest of the week. And then they just throw it away. They don't ever actually finish it. They don't actually truly engage with it. I see this a lot in video games because I like video games. I like video games as an art form, right? Like as a, I am autistically obsessed with video games, and I like to dissect them similar to like movies, you know, like I'll watch a movie like 30 times in a row if I really like it, just to get everything out of it. But most people, when they engage in this, it's like they don't actually care about the art. They're just doing it because everyone else is doing it. And everyone around them wants to talk about it, right? Why can't we talk about this movie like 2 years from now when you can rent it for $1? Why do you have to talk about it when it's new and it requires going to a movie theater during a pandemic and spending $30 on a movie ticket and getting your $20 popcorn with the super fucking logo and getting your $17 icy drink with free refills? You know, like people love just buying garbage just to say, I bought that garbage. Like that's a badge of honor to them. I was there. I bought the garbage.
Not necessarily like during an ongoing pandemic, but like that aspect of our culture. I mean, and it's not just the Western cultures, it's everywhere.
Oh yeah.
Has always been there. Entertainment, escapism. It's always corny. It's always garbage. You could always do without it. But it does inspire discussion, and it inspires people to create on an independent level. like on a I don't want to say a lower level, but not that big budget level. Do you know what I mean? And so like you also get like, this is a independent film company. Oh, it only cost them 50 million to make their independent film. Like, I don't what?
Yeah.
So like, you know, and that to me is like, you see, let's just talk about it in terms of movies that have failed. The millions of dollars spent on that. It created a lot of jobs. It paid a lot of rent and bills and stuff like that for people. Okay, that's fantastic. Great. But like when it loses money, what does that mean? Like, who didn't get their money? I don't care. And like, was there a studio guy who was like, oh man, we're going to get such a huge return on investment, and then they didn't? All right, boo-hoo. I'm sure you're going to be fine. But like, there also, like, who allowed the movie to be made when like you watch it and everyone is like, and not like biased in a biased manner, but just like, oh my God, that movie was terrible. Holy shit. It's like one of the worst movies of all time, again and again and again. Like, that money could have gone to so many other things. It could have been
lot of
better
movies
spent.
like
It's just sitting there.
like action movies and stuff. Like a lot of them are just like a bunch of buddies are like, you want to go on vacation somewhere in the fucking Middle East? You want to go on vacation to China? You want to go on vacation to fucking Portugal? You know, you want to go on vacation to Chile? And then they create some fucking plot that's like, oh no, my daughter was kidnapped and sent to another country. And then like, you know, they're just there filming like one scene every week, you know, just hanging out in the sun at the hotel. Like that's where a lot of the money on Hollywood films is spent. Is just on people going on like Tom Cruise, for example, with Mission Impossible. Like you bet that motherfucker is soaking up the sunlight when he's going into Dubai, you know, to fucking jump off the building, you know, like a lot of movies are less about the art and more about people just having fun, which, you know, you can argue that's not necessarily a bad thing, right? It's a bad thing in the sense that it's like, man, they're really soaking up so many resources. Like how much money is Tom Cruise making on those Mission Impossible movies versus all the people who are like doing all the effects and, you know, like, you know, I know Tom Cruise does his own stunts, right, to some degree, which is, you know, that's pretty interesting considering his age. But like, there's still like, you know, hundreds, if not thousands of people that work on those movies. Are they getting that salary? Are they do they have enough money to be able to like sit in Dubai and actually enjoy the slave labor economy of that? Like,
well,
country,
and also like why do we praise? And I mean, I'm just imagining all the people who are pissing off at this discussion. So whatever.
You are
it's
obsessed with the
unscripted.
haters. You're thinking about, what are the haters saying about me?
Not about me, but like what their commentary is. It's just odd to talk about this stuff without it being like right there available. But
You're so addicted to the chat.
well, no, it informs the discussion. I mean, it's a valuable aspect of what we do. But
It's
I
invaluable,
think that
as in it's not valuable.
I think people are like, wow, Tom Cruise does his own stunts. Okay, there's lots of stuntmen. You're saying it's cool that Tom Cruise does it because he's putting all of his wealth at risk. And like, if he gets hurt, he might not be able to act anymore. And that's a lot on the line. What about all that?
Oh yeah, lots
the main
of stuntmen,
thing on the
they
line
never-
is your health.
You,
and
like
life.
if you ever watch a movie and like there's some crazy ass shit, like there's a solid 70-80% chance it's not the actor. And you don't know
Why
that
are we
guy's
praising
name.
the shit out of those guys?
I once did an interview podcast a long time ago with someone who was a stunt man on some TV show. And basically, yeah, like they really enjoy doing all the bull. Like they're a really fit guy, you know, like they enjoy it. But it is dangerous and it is a thankless job. Like you're in the credits, but how many people turn the movie off or get up and walk out of the theater like the moment the credits start, right? How, like, do you know any like stuntmen like just by name? Like I probably couldn't name a single stuntman by name. I interviewed one. So
we live in a world of, I'm not going to read all that.
Oh man,
that's why
I
they
was
put.
watching,
That's why they
the
put
Naked
end
Gun.
credit scenes in there. Now.
The Naked
Oh,
Gun
okay.
has the fucked up credits where it's like they just throw jokes in the credits. I love that shit, man. Now I can't. Every credit sequence, I'm looking out for the jokes. But like, yeah, that's the thing is movies, especially big budget Hollywood films and all that kind of stuff. It's less about the art and more about like the verbosity, if you will, of it all. You know, like, look, we can do this. And then it's, like independent films, to go back to that. what does independent mean? Like if I'm like a super rich motherfucker and I've got millions of dollars and I make a movie with all of my money, that's independent. Like the word independent
So like, what does it
doesn't really
imply?
mean anything. Like
It's
I would
either-
prefer like low budget, poor people movie. You know, like I don't know. We got to come up with another term because indie just doesn't actually capture. You know, independent literally just means I did it myself. You know, which, hey, if you're 100 millionaire or a billionaire, and you call everything you do independent, it's technically true. And but that devalues everything, right? So.
Yeah, it's like on the one hand, it's what do they imply by independent? And I think that these days they'll say, we got to call it independent. It'll resonate better because of who directed it or who's in it or the budget, whatever. But also, like, what do we assume that means? And whether it's movies or podcasting, whatever, if it's independent, we assume that it's like DIY or something. Or and maybe not literally, but initially you hear independent and you're like safe, no corporate, no capitalism. That's not necessarily the case. So like, that's
we've
why,
seen that on the internet with all these fucking fuckhead right-wing podcasts.
But that's why I go back to what I was saying at the beginning, where it's like, you do have to know your source. You do. What do they stand for? Who are they voting for? Are they making the world terrible for everybody? But like, oh, I like their content. That doesn't count anymore. So like, yeah, I think, I don't know.
I remember you were on a
Independent
show
doesn't
and you're
fly.
saying you can't watch Mel Gibson movies, even though he has done some of your favorite movies, right? So how do you feel about that?
There's one movie in particular. There's two movies that he did. One in particular, and this was at the time he was in a movie. His company produced it. Somebody else directed it. They took the director off and added a third act, and they made all these changes, added a third act, stylized it with like colorization, all this stuff. And then the director comes back and goes, I want to make my version. So Mel Gibson let him. And this movie happened to be based on one of my favorite crime novels. It's like what is real easy paperback. It's been made into a movie a number of times. Unfortunately, the next version of it is due out, starring Mark Wahlberg.
Ooh.
It's directed by the guy who directed the first Predator.
Wow,
like he's done some stuff, and I was like, but like,
I don't really know too much.
But like Mel Gibson was like, no, yeah, I'm happy to have both versions out there. I wasn't the only one making the call on the first one, and I like the second one a lot, and I'm happy to have both versions, and people can watch them both or decide what they want. And I was like, this is how it should be. Like a director taken off a project because of creative differences should have an opportunity, if he wants or if it's practical, to have his version out there, no matter movie, book, whatever it is. But like immediately after that, and I love I was like, they kind of fucked up the version that was in the theater. But like to have a director's cut, I was like, oh my God, they did it. This is so much closer to the book. It's so good. I really like it. But then like, soon after that, you start to hear all this terrible stuff about Gibson. He's recorded saying this and that, and he's just obviously
he's out there
not
doing
good.
QAnon rallies right now, talking
He's
about
not
like,
even
pro concentration camp.
leaned into it. He's just becoming worse and worse. And it's like, okay, well, I got to make that call here. Am I going to go back and like appreciate this movie anymore? Or can I not see past it? Because that's probably who he's always been. And so I just, I was like, I got to the point where I was like, dude, who cares? There's plenty of stuff out there. You don't need this one. Fuck this one movie. Get rid of it.
Yeah, just watch Lethal Weapon 2, where they're anti-apartheid. I bet Mel Gibson really had a hard time filming that one. It was really
probably
like, do we have to be anti-apartheid? Like,
he
is
probably
that
got
part
to
of
the premiere and was like, hold on. When did that theme come? They did that in post. God damn it. I thought it was pro-apartheid. This is bullshit. But like, no, it's real. Like, okay, if you're struggling with, can I appreciate this content still or not? What you should be maybe asking yourself is, can I survive without this? Does it matter on that level? No. I mean, you can, there's tons of shit out there. And like in this case, it was based on a book, which I still have. You know, I have the book.
Yeah, just read the book.
I can read that book in one day. It's easy to read. It's short, sweet.
But that's the thing, though. Like, in my opinion, right? Like, he is one character in a movie, right? He's one actor. If you acquire the movie on a DVD and you got it at a yard sale and he's not making any residuals, I wouldn't mind, you know, if you want to watch the movie, versus like you rent it on Amazon and pay $5 or whatever, and then he gets like 13 cents out of that. Then you're actually like funding it, you know?
So
Like
I'm
if you
not
have
burning
that's
my
why I'm a
DVDs,
huge
you know?
supporter of DVD, Blu-ray, physical media, because you can get it once, right? Or you can just, you know, you can acquire the same thing without the Blu-ray or DVD. It's also possible. And then they don't make any money out of it, and you can enjoy it knowing that. Like, and then, you know, there's the ethical, like, can I really even enjoy this? But, you know, I don't think everyone on the movie deserves to get their shit rocked because of one guy doing some fucked up shit, like, after the fact, right?
Right. But like, you can taint all the experience. Like, one of the cool things about art is the ability to go back and look at things with a new lens or in a new light. And I think that he tainted all of his previous movies for that reason. I may have the DVD in a box somewhere. It's not like I'm like filming myself throwing shit away. You know what I mean? Like,
I'm going to
in the
burn
trash.
this film.
Yeah. Like, these are all my Mel Gibson films. He ruined it. Like, it's very easy for me to be like, I'm not going to watch it. But I don't know. I think that, yeah, I do take into account, oh man, all the people, like, there's this show on Netflix called Sandman that's based on a comic series that was really popular for a long time. I mean, it still is really popular. But it's by a guy between season 1 and 2 of the adaptation. The guy responsible for it had all this like really bad stuff come out about him, like really bad, and you know, was canceled essentially.
Ooh.
And everyone's like, shit, what about season 2? And I was asking myself, like, did this come out now because season 2 is about to come out and they can like kind of build on that momentum? That could be positive or negative thing to do. But like, what does it mean for all? I immediately think about all the people who are like, I worked on that for so long. I've been telling my family it's coming out on this day. Go watch it. And what am I supposed to do now? Say don't? You know what I mean?
Like the Cosby Show is another example. Like that shit lasted like a decade or something, right? I never watched it, but like, you know, like there's people that would be on that show, like, you know, for years and years and years, you know, like all the side characters and stuff. And now their legacy is fucked over, you know? So,
yeah,
you know,
I think if I'm an ally to anyone, then I have to be able to take otherwise extreme measures in my personal life and make decisions for myself that help me form this person that can be a better ally. And so if not watching a movie because that guy did some fucked up shit to people helps my mindset shift into being a stronger ally to the people that he was speaking against or not in favor of, then I'm willing to do it. And so
you love being an ally, I've noticed. Capital A.
I mean, that's because I was born with privilege that won't go away.
It's tattooed on your skin.
I need to use my privilege to do, you know, responsibly, to do good, to look out for people, to help.
Tell us more about that. So you grew up, you love talking about, like, you grew up in the suburbs, you know, and I don't know if anyone knows this, but you are white as well. So tell us more about that. I identify
as Caucasian. Yes, I did. I grew up probably lower middle class, not comfortable, but also like, you know, especially in hindsight, like we're gonna be fine, right? Like no one, like my exact situation, not as a white person, drastically different, like dramatically worse. You know what I mean? Like and not something you can work your way out of. Whatever happened to me in my life that was a setback, I can easily go, okay, well, I'll just start over, starting now, and work my way out of this. And sure enough, without a doubt, that will work. That'll be a successful method. Because why? And so I got to a point in my life where I was like, oh, right. And it's funny because the first time I heard white privilege, I wasn't offended. I was like, what do you mean by that? But I noticed that other people were always immediately offended. Like, what do you mean? No, I work my ass off for what I have. And it's like, but look at it like this. You didn't work as hard as other people. You were, because of your birthright, right? You were born with unearned rights and assets that other people will never have and are constantly fighting for, like literally fighting for them. You vote as a white person because you're like, well, I like this candidate. Other people vote because they're like, no, I'm dying here and I need somebody who's going to fucking help us out. Right. And so that was an eye opener for me as a young person. And I guess I could look at it in terms of like a yearly thing. I think every year I become more radical in the sense that this has nothing to do with me. My survival is only valuable in terms of being able to fight for other people. Otherwise, I don't think people should give two shits.
That's
what
one
happens
thing,
to this guy. You know what I mean?
That people don't understand about the whole privilege. Well, let's just, I believe that most Americans are illiterate. They don't know what words mean. So they hear privilege and
Or
they
at least
don't know what that
level.
means.
Yeah, I think.
I mean,
that's
even sixth grade
officially
level is barely literate. Like if you talk to a sixth grader about world politics, you're not going to get very far, right? So like privilege to them is like everyone has their own definition, right? So they think, oh, privilege means it was a handout. It means I was given this. It means I didn't do anything.
Right.
I'm sitting on my lazy boy and someone gave me a job. But like that's the thing is that you can work very hard to achieve something, and that work is very valuable. And saying that you have a privilege to be able to do that work, that has nothing to do with the work you've done. Like it's just that you were able to do that work, whereas other people are not as lucky. I'm also white. I will come out of the closet on this one. I'm also a white person.
Holy crap.
Yeah,
Okay.
I know. Can
All
you
right.
believe it?
We're
I
going
know.
there, huh?
We're going
Okay.
there. I know, yeah.
Wow.
So I don't think I've ever said that before, but I am white. But also, I got the whole tranny card thing going on. So it's like that kind of, it's a different lens of analysis. But like some people, they don't even know that. So like sometimes I can go through and it's weird, right? Because it's like once in a while I get treated like a normal person, like on the top of the ladder, right? And then then I go back to that same environment and then they look at me slightly differently. And then like now I'm on the bottom rung, so it's like there's a lot of whiplash, where it's like once in a while, you get treated like with utmost respect. Everyone is like adoring you and you're a great person. And then the next minute, everyone hates you and you don't even know what you did. Right. And that's like, to me, that's educated my perspective, because it's like, I can know what it's like to be treated with kid gloves, to be treated with kindness. And then also those same people, they'll just like look me up later and find out I'm trans. And then like I go to the same environment a week later, and then it's like they're just like staring at me, they just want me to leave, they're rude to me. And it's like, so it's weird because, I guess like if you're not a trans person or someone that passes sometimes, I don't even know what that means. Like you don't really experience a lot of the sides of that, but like the whiplash is very strange from my position, because like right now, especially with this whole Trump thing, the moment someone finds out you're trans, and if they don't like that, they are going to treat you like garbage, like just human excrement. And there's a level of like, obviously black trans people are totally fucked, they're getting steamrolled, but like there's a level of like whiteness does not save you with a certain environment. Like there are family members that I have, we're all white, and they still threw me in the garbage can the moment they found out I was trans, right? So like there are certain things where like whiteness doesn't necessarily save you from a bad outcome. However, right, like as a white person, I can still, like, if I really try hard, I can still like kind of blend in, like I can still kind of, if I'm really trying, I can still kind of go incognito, right? and that's like it's a weird thing from my perspective.
I
For
think
sure.
there's again, that's privilege for people who have the ability to be like, oh, she's cool. Wait a minute. What's that new detail? Not cool. And it's like, well, hold on a second. Like, who the fuck are you to pull that card, to like switch that quickly? Are you yourself closeted? Are you being oppressed? Is this a learned bigotry? Is this, and you know, it's all these things that spell out you haven't had the struggle. You haven't had to, or you just haven't made choices in your life that would help you identify. And so you turn it around and make it very negative. Like you do like a one of these where all of a sudden you're against instead of for. And like that ability to go, no, I'm pro this or anti that. I'm going to go right back to the beginning when I was like, I'm not pro or anti until I realize which is the best way forward for us all. Like, I'm not going to sit here and go, I'm a political guru and I can tell you for fact that this is right, meaning this other thing is wrong, because I don't want to do that at all in my life. It's like when people say, do you read Marvel or DC comics? Fucking read them both. What are you talking about? The more comics, the better. Why would I deny one?
Everyone loves having a side,
choosing
on every
another.
issue. It's always
Now,
a
if you give
proxy
me
battle.
options, I'll have a preference, I guess. But let's not be jerks about things that we don't like or I don't like. And that's why when people say, well, I don't really like what the president has to say. And I'm like, oh my God, look at the other guy. It's not about you. You have to put yourself in all the other shoes out there, you know, for a change. And like they say, walk a mile in my shoes. Walk 2 seconds in somebody's shoes. You're going to realize, like, holy shit, I am doused in privilege. Like, there's layers. It's like a tattoo. You can't get it off. And so, you know, as hard as I try, I could still walk into a group of all new people and they would be like,
all
100%, 100% trust that guy. 100% nothing wrong with that guy until I have a reason to suspect gay, not really a man. You know what I mean? Like all these like horrible things that go through their mind that would just undo the initial white male, 40s, 50s, who cares? Harmless, not tall, not strong, no firearms, he can be here. That is just about everywhere for me, every public place for me, whether I know people there, and especially if I don't, until they have a reason to think otherwise. And those reasons are a sign of privilege. So I don't know. Ally is the word. I mean, is there another word? Like,
no, it's just, I think it's a funny ass word from my perspective. You know, I've dealt with a lot of allies that love. I would like in my perspective, I've seen a lot of people that go, I'm an ally, but I think this is like, you know, I think the sports thing is a little like, then you're not a fucking ally, you cocksucker.
No, yeah, like I'm an ally through and through. Like, if I see somebody who is not even just the underdog, but if I see somebody up against it and they should have the same opportunity and rights as the rest of us, the same equity, all this stuff, I will throw myself in front of that bus if I have to.
Sure.
So, like, I mean, I don't care what we call it. I don't know how else to immediately let somebody know you can rely on me.
Hey guys, don't worry, I'm cool.
How would you do that without looking like a total
exactly? There's no way to do it. It's impossible. It's you just have to
Steve
be
Buscemi
cool
meme.
and hope
Hey
people get it.
kids.
Yeah, like you just have to hope so. But so that's the other thing too, is that you know, you're I'm not trying to be offensive here, but you're a little older than me. By
a lot older.
By well, you know, not that much.
How old were you in 1993?
I was not anything.
We're negative numbers, right? That's when I graduated high school. So all right, keep going.
Anyway,
that's pretty big.
I think like you growing up in like the 80s or 90s or whatever, like that is a totally different scenario than like, the average white person who's like 20 years old right now, like, it's not that different, but it is like back then, like, yeah, like you said, you were lower middle class. Like there was a thing called the middle class back in the 80s, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
That did exist. Now, like a lot of white people are getting the shit kicked in for the first time, like culturally. And then they're getting told like, oh, you have white privilege. And then they get really offended because it's like, I don't have anything, let alone white privilege.
Well, they
And
should be
it's
mad at
because they're-
capitalism.
Exactly.
because
But like they're
it-
illiterate. They don't understand anything. So then they blame
I see.
minorities somehow for getting like a slightly larger piece of the pie from going from like 20% to 21% over the course of like 100 years. They're going to blame minorities instead of the, the guys up top that are also mostly white, by the way.
That's why I think, yeah, and I love, there's like a comic strip out there. It's like one panel where it's like obviously like the boss, and he has this huge plate of cookies. And then there's like a white guy over here, like one of the workers, and he has three cookies. And
But
there's
yeah,
an
they're gonna
immigrant
take-
over here
yep.
with the one. It's like, hey, this immigrant's trying to take your cookies. And it's like, look at you, motherfucker. So the bottom up is what we should all embrace. But another thing that I tell myself, and this has been going since I was probably mid-30s, 35, so, is, and no, not really, probably later even, not much later,
You're a
but
late bloomer.
but like, yeah, kind of, but like, I growing up, and I think this is true for all adolescent and youthful people, is that they wish older generations would listen to them more, right? Like for me in the late 80s and 90s, it was all about like Earth Day and recycling and all this stuff, and like and that's not the answer, but it's a step in the right direction. We need you to bring us along here, and we need to make things more, we didn't use the term green back then, but more environmentally friendly, and we need to think about the climate and no aerosol. And we were all, this is the stuff we were talking about at the time, and it was like nobody was listening. So when I got to a point where I was like, I'm an adult now, I've been paying Social Security this long or whatever, I'm grown up, I told myself that I should be listening to younger people primarily because they need my assistance as an adult, right? They need me to help rally my fellow grown-ups, and they have a perspective that is untainted by what I was saying earlier, where it's like, well, this is how we've always done it. It's not how, maybe we shouldn't be doing it that way, and we need fresh eyes and a new perspective, and that's what we get from the youth and young people, especially people who were born into internet and iPhones and that generation, because not only are they literally more switched on, but if we don't respond to them, and if we don't listen to their needs and the things that they want us to activate around or fight for, then they may be persuaded to go in another way quicker. You know how they say the older you get, the more conservative you get? I think that's people like giving up. I think that's young people going, all right, fucking, I mean, if you can't beat them, join them. Or
Have you seen the poll that says
you.
like 10 years ago, 8th grade boys, like 80% were in favor of equal rights between men and women. And now it's like 40 something percent of 8th grade boys believe in equal rights. So like there was a poll question that was like, do you think men and women should be paid the same for the same work, the same job? And it went from like 80% to 50% amongst 8th graders. So that's the thing about kids, is kids are like, they're, like the classic teacher meme, they're sponges in their environment. They just absorb everything.
That's an impressionable age too.
Yeah, for a while, like, the things kids would absorb are like, yeah, we should recycle. Even if only 2% of recycle actually gets recycled, but whatever, we should do the right thing. We should do the right, because that's what people like the adults in the room are saying. We should do all these. I'm not, but we should. I'm not doing anything, but we should do those things. But now kids are becoming like fucking Hitler Youth, in 8th grade, like that's like middle fucking school. They're like 12, 13 years old, and they're like fucking Nick Fuentes, Heil Hitler motherfuckers nowadays.
So this is the thing, is that, propaganda becomes stronger as mass communication becomes stronger, and that's
Yep.
what the internet does. And so you can see how there are some other adults out there that had the exact same idea I did, was that, oh, the young people is who we should be listening to. Well, we need to get a hold of them and change their minds as early as possible.
Yep.
I had a friend in the 7th grade or in the 6th grade who went to live in the UK for 7th and 8th and came back in 9th with an accent. You know what I mean? His parents didn't have an accent, but he did. That's an impressionable age, and that's where they're being affected. But I still think that, you know, we should listen to the kids.
Watch this space. Watch this space.
Hello, folks. Welcome to this space, to Devil's Advocate Productions, and me, Alex, the host of Devil's Advocate Productions. I talk about movies, TV, music, video games, whatever I want to talk about, and politics here on this space. Hello. I'm welcoming chat. Hello, chat. How are you? We didn't have KRISTINA on today. I would suggest I have a CashApp up here on the screen, but if the mods can post KRISTINA's CashApp, because she has to work, because you know you need money. So post KRISTINA's CashApp, mods, and yeah, we're gonna get into it. I got a couple things I want to talk about, and then we might see if we can get to a game, because I want to play a little game. Because I've been watching the Gamescom. Okay, I was on stream earlier, folks, on Twitch. Follow my Twitch there. If you don't know when I stream, which is fair because it's pretty, you know, all over the place, follow me on Twitter or Blue Sky. I will post when I go live. I was watching Gamescom, a games conference in Germany. It's basically E3. If you remember E3 from back in the day, E3 is dead. Gamescom and Summer Games Fest are in their place. A lot of cool stuff was announced. I have on my YouTube channel, which you can also follow, I clipped out our reaction to the Resident Evil 9 story trailer and the Fallout Season 2 teaser trailer. Fallout being a video game that has a TV show based on it, which is on Amazon Prime, and it's actually really fucking good. So I suggest you watch it. It's about evil corporations conspiring to nuke the world to profit. So yeah, check that out. Check out those reactions. I'll have the whole games conference uploaded when I'm literally done with this show. And yeah, so I wanted to first jump in and talk about these two movies. Well, this movie and this miniseries. Okay, Weapons. They're both movies. I mean, this is called Adolescence, and the first one is Weapons. All right, they're both about adolescence, in very different ways. Weapons. They're both kind of billed as like horror thrillers, and I would say Weapons definitely leans more towards horror and Adolescence towards thriller. I'm not going to spoil either, so don't worry about that. But I will say, thank you, Johnny. Appreciate that. I will say Weapons. I went to go see Weapons in the theater with my lovely wife, who was off screen, disembodied off screen wife. And it was there was a certain moment in the film when it turned and you had to either go with what they were doing or you got angry at it. And we both kind of went different ways with that. I'm more amenable to like crazy wild shit in horror, whereas my wife is not. So I think it could have just been done a little better and maybe a little more explanation in there. Not that it has to be expository, but a little bit. Like there was so many leaps to get to where the movie wanted to go. Clearly, there was definitely a moment at the end that I'm like, oh, they might have had this idea to just get this visual and then wrote a movie to get there. Weapons is directed, by the way, by Osgood Perkins. Yes. No, Zach Kreger. I got confused because Osgood Perkins and Zach Kreger were both comedy actors. Osgood Perkins was in Not Another Teen Movie, which is one of my favorite movies. And Zach Kreger was on a TV show called The Whitest Kids You Know. And I wouldn't think either would become horror directors, but Zach Kreger, I mean, Osgood Perkins did The Monkey and Long Legs, and Zach Kreger did Barbarian and Weapons. So this, and you can see, and look, I was thinking about Jordan Peele when we're watching this movie, because again, a comedic actor / director turned horror director. There's a lot of odd similarities between comedy timing and horror timing, and just lingering on a shot. It could be funny in the right context, or in a different context, it could be horrifying. You saw on Key and Peele, they rode that line a lot. Whitest Kids You Know has done it too. So this movie, I would say, fits into that, where it's not, it's horrific at moments and funny at moments, and frankly, I think doesn't really know what it really wants to be. I went with it. I described it as like a carnival ride. You go on the roller coaster once. What do you need to go on it again for? You know what I mean? Like, it's fun. I had a good time with it. I'm not eager to watch it again. Adolescence is, and they're both, and the reason I bring these both up is, one, I've seen them recently, so I just wanted to talk about them. But they're both about kids and kind of coming of age and learning how to like fend for yourself, and in very different ways. This is about Adolescence is a 4-part series on Netflix, by Stephen Graham and Jack Dunn. I don't know if this is based on a real story or not. It's got some great actors in there. It's got Faye Marsay, who's on Andor. She was Vel on Andor. She was also in a Black Mirror episode that I really like. I don't remember what's it called. State of the Nation, I think. It's about like cybernetic bees. It's also got Stephen Graham. Oh, okay, so he helped create this. Oh, cool. That's cool. I like Stephen Graham. He was on Boardwalk Empire, which is a HBO show about like 20s gangsters, and he played Capone. And he's also in the Venom movies. He's got a career, but he's very good in this. And about adolescence, I will state the premise. Right? Here it is. A 13-year-old is accused of murder of a classmate. His family therapist and the detective in charge are all left asking what really happened. So there's your premise. It's dark material. I will, I guess, spoil not any plot points, but I will spoil how it's shot, I guess, if that's a surprise to you. Each episode is shot as if it were one take. where it's just the camera following the actors. Whenever they want a close up or anything, it's the camera moving in for a close up and then moving back out for a wide shot. It is very, very impressive technically. And you know, I say shot as if it's all one shot. I don't know if they actually pulled it off. I know a lot of times when they do like one shots, they will use CG to kind of, you know, there's a break, because to get to be able to do this, to actually do this, you would have to move the camera into cars, into a drive in the car to another location, get out. Like, there's so much movement, and everyone would need to be acting perfectly, and no one could accidentally look into the camera. An extra can't make a mistake. No one can make a mistake. So unless they did like a bunch of takes of these hour-long episodes and no one messes up a line, shot like, no, not shot like Blair Witch Pendulous. Shot as if there's no cuts, there's no edits. It's really, really amazing if they actually pulled this off. I don't think they did. There's like, it's inconceivable to me that they could remember their entire episodes, an hour-long episode's worth of dialogue, and hit every mark perfectly. But I don't know. They might have. The subject matter is dark. It doesn't get like super graphic. It doesn't get graphic much, actually. It's just kind of emotionally like tragic and demanding of you. They kind of touch on, and I've seen this advertised like, oh, it's gonna tackle the manosphere and really like address it, and like kind of a little. They mention it maybe twice, and then like it's the theme of the show, right? Like masculinity and how people see masculinity. But them actually mentioning like the manosphere, Andrew Tate, like incels, stuff like that, they kind of only do that, or even internet communities, they only do that a little bit, which, you know, fits into this story, right? It almost feels like you're watching events just happen, from them, the cops like breaking into the house and arresting the suspect, all the way through police process, like their whole ride to the police station, the whole process of getting processed at the police station, like bringing in a lawyer, like it is amazingly shot. I cannot say enough about the technical aspect of this show. It's up for a bunch of Emmys. I'm sure a lot of those are technical. The Bye Bye Man had a pretty good one shot at one point. I think I tried watching The Bye Bye Man and I turned it off. And it's very rare that I'll turn off a movie. I will sit through trash, but The Bye Bye Man was a little too much for me. So yeah, I highly recommend you watch Adolescence. Again, be prepared for emotionally devastating, and just taxing on your nervous system. And I do recommend Weapons. I recommend waiting for Weapons to come out on video. Yes, I'm that old that I still say that. But I recommend giving it a shot because, like I said, it's a fun ride. You'll want to see it at least once. It's a good time. Next, I wanted to bring up just a little tiny bit of news, just a little touch of news that I thought was funny. So if you haven't seen recently, Governor Gavin Newsom of California has been on Twitter speaking in the same kind of voice that Donald Trump speaks in, right? He's using all caps. He's using that stupid cadence that Trump does on Twitter where he like just makes declarations and characterizations of things. And I hate Gavin Newsom. I don't want him to be the nominee. I always have said he looks like the guy in the mob who they make go legit and get like a legit job, like a lawyer or a doctor or something, so that the family name will be associated with something good in the community, right? The public face of like the mob. So just the slip back hair, I don't like him. He probably will be the nominee. I'm not happy about that. But like I said, he's been imitating Trump on Twitter. The resistance libs love it. So, of course, Fox is angry about it. And this is Dana Perino, former speechwriter for George W. Bush, or press secretary or something for George W. Bush. This is the Logical Leftist video, by the way, fellow This Space host. And this is just what she had to say. I think this was yesterday on the 5 on Fox News. This is what she had to say about Newsom's tweeting habits.
The thing is, or at the debate, the other thing for me is that for the last week, Gavin Newsom, and why am I giving him advice? You have to stop it with the Twitter thing. I don't know where his wife is. If I were his wife, I would say, "What? You are making a fool of yourself. Stop it. Do not let your staff tweet. And if you're doing it yourself, put the phone away and start over. And if he's got a big job as governor of California, but if he wants an even bigger job, he has to be a little bit more serious."
All right. So there's Logical Leftist. There he is. So she was mad about it, right? They were addressing it on the show. I'm sure they said it was lame. It was dumb. Newsom's trying to copy Trump. Trump is the blueprint, blah, 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 blah. But, she got dragged for it on Twitter, got made fun of. The title of Logical Leftist video is, they don't get it. They don't get the joke, right? Ha, ha, ha. So this is today on the 5. Again, airs on Fox News at 5 o'clock. That's why it's called the 5. There's also 5 members of the 5, where they have 1 liberal and 4 conservatives. A plethora, a diversity of thought, right? Dave Rubin, the marketplace of ideas. MSNBC actually had a show a while ago called, and by a while ago, I mean like a decade ago, called The Cycle, which was 4 people with 1 conservative and 4 liberals. And those 4 liberals were all people I think have gone on to do cool shit. Crystal Ball, who's now on Breaking Points. Torre. Here. Let me bring up The Cycle. Bring up a picture of The Cycle. Here's The Cycle. So this was the cast that I remember. Hang on. This is the cast that I remember. Fucking, you got Crystal Ball, who's now on Breaking Points, right? And Secular Talk with her husband, Kyle Kulinski. You got Torre, who been writing for The Root for a long time, I think, or The Nation. He's got a show that I watch on YouTube called Rap Latte, where they talk about new rap albums coming out, and I've been very into it in the last year or so that I've been reviewing rap albums on my channel. Also, not just rap. I have a rock album called by DERY, band I've been talking about a lot, review on there, as well as I'm going to, I think next week or the week after, maybe this Friday, Sabrina Carpenter's got a new album, so I'm going to listen to that and review it. Whenever Taylor Swift drops, I'm going to do that. Cardi B. So it's not just going to be rap, but for the most part, it is rap albums on my YouTube channel. But I've been watching Rap Latte a lot to get good breakdowns by him and King Green. Kornacki, we all love Kornacki, right? I love Kornacki. He's my boy. I love him at the charts, pointing at the screens. Election time, he is the dude to watch. And he broke Bridgegate when he had a show on weekend mornings that then Chris Hayes took over for. I think probably due to pressure from Christie against NBC because of Bridgegate. And then you got S.E. Cupp, who came from Fox News and is now was on MSNBC on the cycle and is now at CNN. She is the only one that, she's the conservative. So she's going to be the one who has not made great progress, in my opinion. She's over there at CNN defending Israel and shit. And being like, Mom Donnie's scary. He's going to make New York a hellhole. But anyways, here's Dana Perino on the 5, the OG of the panel show with one differing opinion on the cable news. It's weird that it happened twice. Today on the 5, talking about the backlash that she got and just the Gavin Newsom thing in general. Some more. I haven't seen this clip. It's 11 seconds, though.
And that was my point, is that if you're doing this and it's not authentic and you're trying to do somebody else who you say is Hitler and you think that we don't get the joke, oh, no, we get the joke. It's just not funny. And that was...
Okay, so that was her defense, is that we get the joke, it's just not funny. All right. I think you get the joke and you hate it and it hurts your feelings. And it makes it look ridiculous. Because Trump does tweet ridiculously. So someone mocking him, a governor, tweeting in the exact same fashion, you can't even say he's trying to imitate his style. He's just doing it exactly like Trump does. And just pointing out, and just by sheer virtue of doing that, I think the benefit of that, if there's any, is just pointing out that, this is not normal. This is not a normal thing for a president or any government official to tweet out. Now, I don't think Newsom thinks that. I think Newsom thinks it's really fucking funny and it's going to get him the primary in the Democratic nomination for president in 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. Jesus Christ. What year is it? Wait, no, 3 years. It's not 2024. But I think Newsom's a bad choice, man. I think Pritzker would be much better. I think Tim Walz would be much better. AOC, I just don't see happening. But, we were surprised by Zoran on primary night, so we'll see. Speaking of which, we will be doing a show for the actual general election in November on election day. So, stay tuned for that in a couple months. But yeah, man, I don't like Gavin Newsom. I really don't. I don't like this rallying around. Again, man, this is a governor tweeting. This is just like Cory Booker giving a speech in the Senate. This is just like Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer talking about their strongly worded letter. This is fucking nothing materially. And the clips they were playing, the B-roll in that whole segment on the 5 that they were playing was Gavin Newsom going around cleaning out homeless encampments. Now, Fox News is saying it as if California's overrun. Look, the governor even has to go out and clean it himself, blah, blah, blah. Newsom, this was a publicity stunt for him to be like, I am cleaning up the streets and I am fixing the homeless problem. You just displaced a bunch of homeless people is what you did. You either put them in jail, you got rid of their stuff. I mean, I saw an article recently talking about, I think it was about in Seattle, talking to people who have been through, homeless people who have been through raids, and what they've lost and how it makes them feel. And one woman talked about losing her husband's ashes, and thinks like, I don't know, I hope it's not in a dumpster somewhere. I hope I can get it back one day. And it's fucking heartbreaking, dude. These are human beings who need fucking help. They don't need to just be kicked out from this place to that place to this place to that place, or put in jail and warehouse, which is what Trump wants to do in this administration. And I'm sure Newsom wouldn't have a problem with that either, is my fucking point. I don't want blue Trump. I don't want blue Trump. And that's what he is. Matter of fact, let me cap off this segment. Let me cap off this segment so that y'all can cut it into a nice little package with these fucking photos. Of motherfucking Newsom and his ex-wife, Kimberly Guilfoyle. Because they're not so far apart, man. They're not so far apart. As evidenced by, this is my favorite one. This is the one I post under any tweet I see, like supporting him or whatever. I'm like, really? You want blue Trump? I don't want blue Trump. Because look at this shit, dude. Look at this shit. It's literally like, I wouldn't be surprised if this was a Trump hotel. But nor would I be surprised if this is his fucking house with the gold everywhere and the fucking rugs. And look at this fucking, look at this shit, dude. Who's this motherfucker think he is? Is this when like Casino Royale came out and everybody he wanted to be James Bond? Like, fuck this dude. Fuck this dude. But I'll reiterate, fuck this dude. But if he's the nominee in 2028, and it's that or I don't know, Trump again, because they changed the law so he can run for a third term, or it's his son, or it's JD Vance, or whoever the fuck, I'm voting for Newsom. Like, I don't give a shit, because I can at least try to push Newsom, right? You can try to make him embarrassed. I think he's kind of a weather vane, to be frank. I mean, the fact of having Charlie Kirk on his podcast. Why is the governor to have a podcast? He'll go wherever the fucking wind blows. So if you blow him hard enough, and I'm sure that's how, that relationship ended. Anyways, let's move on. Let me move StreamYard over here, and let me capture this screen. Nope. Well, I don't want to do that. I'll do that. Okay. Now we're going to play a game, folks. Now we're going to play a game, and we need our special glasses to play this game. Here we go. Let me turn the volume up, and let me do full screen. There we go. Okay. If anyone has been consistently watching this space, you may recall a few weeks ago, maybe a month or so ago, with Christina. Again, shout out Christina. Post a link in the chat again, Johnny, for Christina's Cash App. We played this game, The Operator, where you're basically an FBI agent. And we're hot on the trail of some cyber hackers and some murder suspects. One of which is Ben Dixon. Ben Dixon's on a list in this game. So I don't know what Pastor Ben has been up to, how he got into this game, but, we're looking at him sideways. We've been looking at him sideways ever since. I just also found out that there's another The Operator game. The Operator, like 911, basically, where I guess you're a 911 operator. So we'll play that too after after we finish this game. But this is my little playthrough on this space. This space exclusive. It doesn't even go on my channel. You know why? Because I'm too lazy to cut it out of the streams. But I got a million games, man, and I want to play through some of these at least. So here we go. We're going to continue. We're going to continue our playthrough from last time. Here we go. I hesitate because I know it just starts. And we got to listen. We got to remember where we were in the investigation. All right. So, oh God. All right. So this is the hacker group. All right. We owe them because they helped us out with an investigation. Just want to get this over with. Open my terminal. Oh God. Okay. How do I do that again? Oh, here we go. Terminal. Okay. Oop. 19.98 dash no secure. Oop. There we go. All right, let's see what she has to say. Uh-oh.
Hello, Operator Tanner. Hal told me that you'd be calling.
Hold up. My bad. I clicked on the wrong window. Okay. Hello, Operator Tanner. Hal told me that you'd be calling. What's this about?
Okay, I'll try to keep this short. About a month ago, I started working on a missing persons case. A woman reported that her husband had been gone for over 48 hours. Almost right away, the case felt different. Red tape all over the place. An unusual lack of cooperation from my superiors and colleagues. Unanswered calls.
So we think there's a
Suddenly,
conspiracy
the
going
FBI
on
felt like the most
in the
incompetent
FBI.
department in the country. After an almost endless game of phone tag, I finally managed to get an appointment with a superior. The plan was to sit down and talk about the case first thing Monday morning. That Sunday night, I'm awoken by a phone call. The woman's apartment has burned to the ground. And the woman, what's left of her anyway, has been found dead in the ashes.
Tommy sounds
It
strange.
gets worse.
Does she have the
I
Epstein
started looking
files?
into
What's
the
going
fire,
on here?
Of course. I couldn't help myself. Plus, I felt like I owed it to Mia. That was the woman's name. Mia Cole. Anyway, it wasn't long before my superiors found out and pressured me to stop. They told me the fire had been ruled accidental, the result of faulty wiring in our oven. They told me I was wasting my time and precious FDI resources by looking into it, and said if I continued, I'd end up pushing papers in a basement somewhere. But that fire, Operator Tanner, that fire was no accident. I can feel it. Mia was murdered. I just have to prove it.
Seems like it.
That's where I'm hoping you can help me.
Why don't you get Hal to help you with that? I mean, look, we're all looking for the Epstein files. I understand, but like, I can't do anything. I'm inside.
I'm sorry, but I can't really go into that. Not now, anyway. You just have to trust me. Go ahead and search them in the Human DB. The husband's name is Sasha. Sasha and Mia Cole. Please.
Okay. Boom. Human database. Sasha Cole. Did I misspell Sasha? Oh my God, I did. Let's white it out. It's got to be another agent or something. Or an asset. Again, we're looking at Ghislaine and fucking Jeffrey here. You do not have necessary clearance to view this profile. Well, we could see her face, though, and get some information on her. I don't have the clearance level. All right, so what does this all mean?
Look, I don't know why, but someone doesn't want us looking into Sasha and Mia Cole. But we have to, Operator Tanner. It's our job. Who's going to do it if we don't? Can you help me find proof Mia's fire wasn't an accident?
How can we access the case
Take a
files?
look then? Oh, thank you. As far as how to access the case files, that's not really my area of expertise. But you can ask Hal.
Okay, how do I access the files? So it looks like I can't give you direct access, but I found a bug in the chat. I should be able to inject a query that'll get you in. Type this. Okay. Bro, what?
Sorry, I don't understand what that means, Tanner.
Huh? I didn't know I could do that. I said it to her. Not in this chat. Well, can I copy and paste it? It's a lot. The chat with Andrews. What do you mean the chat with Andrews? Where's the chat with Andrews? Oh, it's over here, but... Oh, okay. That one worked.
Despite being, well, a thorn in the side, you have to admit Hal gets results.
Yeah. All right. Summary. Following report was written by Agent Andrews and modified on blank by blank. Okay, notes blanked out. Fire started around 2 a.m. and was successfully contained by 3:12 a.m. Owing to the duration of the fire, minimal evidence remained at the scene. Single victim identified as Mia Cole through dental records. Tenant information: a wedding ring was discovered. The autopsy revealed no anomalies. No other signs of physical trauma were found. No indications of forced entry or struggle were evident in the home, aligning with the findings of the victim's autopsy. The fire response team's report, referred to report blank, concluded the fire originated from faulty wiring in the oven, and conclusion supported by investigation. All right. So it's a cover-up, clearly. Question is, was it Sasha? Is he also an agent? And they're like married on paper, you know, and they're undercover like the Americans and shit? Or was his wife an agent and he didn't know and she got murdered? Or they're not an agent, they were assets, knowingly or unknowingly, and they were murdered. Let's see. Here's the ring. Here's the wedding picture. Oh. All right. We got Mia Cole there. All right, so we don't know what Sasha looks like. And it looks like the thing was smashed specifically on his side. So maybe it was him. Or maybe someone was trying to get to him. All right, so that's the ash sample. Chemical analyzer. You've opened a chemical sample. We have automatically given you access to the chemical analyzer. You can find it with the other applications. Please review the user manual. You can find those documents on your personal drive. All right. Your supervisor will contact you with further instructions. All right. Well, what the fuck? Am I going to read the instruction manual for real? Open the sample in the dedicated software. Input the appropriate settings for your sample using formulas found thereafter. Start the analysis process. Note that this may take some time. Once the analysis is complete, open the data report application. Input the results from the chem scan analysis and initiate the calculation. Then the report will then return the chemical composition. All right. So start. Settings. The propane ion size varies depending on the sample. For a liquid sample, okay, it would be 2. For a solid, it's typically around 6. If the material is organic, the ion size must be set to 3.5. For a gaseous, all right. So let's do 3.5. This is fucking complicated, dude. What is delta V for organic? Except weight in grams. Motherfucker. Say what? I gotta do math? Bro, calculator. 4.2 times 250. All right, 1,050. Threshold set to half. Oh my God. Where's the calculator? Divided by 2. 525. Oh, well, I'm doing the wrong thing now because it says it's not organic. Damn it. All right. All right, so we're going to do 6 then. 6. What's the delta V? Weight times 100. 4.2. This is going to be like 420, right? Yeah. Hey, 420, bruh. Half of 420 is 210. And what's the last thing? Sample matrix size. Default value of the matrix size is 5. If you're using an older version, I'm going to set the matrix to 4. I don't give a fuck. Start. 5. This is Carmen San Diego, but just like for adults and more complicated. It's kind of spoopy. It's a little spoopy. Look, we got our max left hat while we're in the FDA. We're going to get in trouble, folks. All right, results. What does any of this mean? What? Okay. How to read the results. Here we go. Let's look at the instruction manual again. ChemScan LCA will give, as a resulting analysis, a frequency response curve and additional sample characteristics. Those values are going to be used by the report. Open the report software. Okay. There we go. Can we get rid of some of this stuff? And input the CCTV and frequencies. Okay. Oh my God, bro. Look at this shit. The response frequency must be entered from the highest to lowest intensity. There must be between 1 and 5 spikes that are higher than the threshold. Higher than the threshold represented by the red area, you can use the mouse to point and calculate. Okay. All right, so, all right. So this is frequencies. 9. 9.25. What's CCT? What's that number? Oh, 901. Oop, 901. pH 6.5. Second frequency 2.45. Third 1.55 and 10.62. Calculate. Cellulose, wood, composition 2, gasoline. So it was said, it was intentional. Other non-identifiable residues. Okay. Okay, now what? Here's proof. There we go. We did it, folks. New to the job, but we did it. There were traces of gasoline on the fire.
I knew it. Faulty wiring might... You know what? This was no accident. Someone started this fire and killed Mia. But why?
Why are you doing this?
It matters to me.
How so?
I grew to know her. Mia, I mean.
Ah.
With our line of work, you try not to get emotionally involved. That's what they teach you at the academy anyway.
Maybe they're in love.
From the start. And usually I can turn the switch off. I learned
Oh shit.
feel nothing.
Oh shit. What's happening?
Never could. She wanted to be a singer, she told me. That was her dream.
Are we zoning out while she's telling us her love story?
She did have a good voice. Really. She was...
They're in love. Maybe. She was pregnant when the husband disappeared. And there's no trace at all of the husband. She's got a face in the database. There was a baby, yo.
Are you still there?
I did zone out. Yes, I'm here. Yes.
Oh, anyway, thanks, operator. Because of you, I finally have proof. Knowing Hal, well, as much as someone can know Hal, I have a feeling this won't be the last time you and me work together.
Good luck. All right. Yeah, it's very strange the way the FBI has handled this case. It's almost as if they're responsible or they're covering it up or they knew about all of this. Are we a company man? There must be a good reason. It does seem suspicious, yes. Or I want to do my job, Hal. That's it. Well, I'm going to go with wanting to do our job because that's what we're here to do, folks. We are an agent. And we're going to find justice. Exactly. That was the implication, Hal. I know you probably still don't trust me. I'm on the FBI's most wanted. Yes. Hacked into your computer. I get it. Yeah. Yeah, bro. You insulted me. Why would I go through the trouble of working with a low-level employee? Sorry, if I didn't have a good reason. I have literally no idea how. I'm in too deep. I could still turn you in. Fuck you. What up, Trench?
Operator Tanner, can I have a word?
All right, this is our boy. He's the director, but like I guess we know him since before we got hired here. Of course, Director Trench.
I see that you've been looking into the database entries for Mia and Sasha Cole. You want to tell me why?
Do I tell him the truth or I lie? You know what? He's our boy. We need someone on our side. If it's going to be anybody, it's going to be him. I guess maybe. Or we just keep it under our little hat here. You can probably see everything on the terminal. Ooh, I don't know. I'm going to tell him the truth. I'm going to tell him the truth. Tell him the truth. We get fired, we get fired.
I see. I should have guessed Hal might be involved. This lowlife has been making our lives very difficult lately here at the department. But we're working with our cybersecurity team. We'll catch Hal soon enough.
Word, please.
In the meantime, and this is very important, if you hear anything else about the Coles, you come to me right away. Understood?
What's the big deal about them?
Oh, there's no deal, Evan. It's just highly confidential, classified, and way above your pay grade. I'm sure you understand.
I understand, Director.
I'll talk to you later.
Bad choice. Suck my dick. Lucky me. Okay, I think that's a save point. We'll see. I'll get back in. But hey, we progressed. We made a little progress today. Director Skinner, you're hiring.
So who the hell am I talking to this time?
Still Tanner.
Good. You haven't been fired. I was afraid I'd have to explain this goddamn case all over again. I went back to where Connie said she took the photo in the desert. You remember, right? Where she said this flying saucer supposedly landed.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't find a flying saucer or any aliens breathing their last wheezy breaths or anything like that.
Look at the
But
eye.
I did find
center of the
something
logo.
else.
What'd you find?
You could say that. You could definitely say that. I found stones. A bunch of stones lying there on the surface of the sand. I'm no geologist, but they look funny to me. Like they'd been moved, put there for a reason, you know? So, I call it in. Because I'm sure as hell not gonna dig myself, Tanner. Not in this suit. A team arrives an hour later, and they start digging. Sure enough, under one of the stones, they find a body.
Oh, shit.
Advanced state of decomp. They dig under another stone. Lo and behold, this time they find an entire skeleton. Turns out, we're standing on some sort of desert graveyard.
Looks like the aliens have a place to put their test subjects after they get out of here, right? Right, folks? We got aliens. Found a body and a skeleton? How many corpses are out there?
Hard to say, but I counted more than 100 stones.
Damn.
If they're all grave markers, well, I'll let you do the math.
On a body and skeleton.
Messed up, right? And judging by the size of the skeleton, it belonged to someone young, Tanner. Real young. Look, I won't beat around the bush. The medical examiner has finished a preliminary report on the skeleton, and they found what they believe is a photo of the victim in the sand, buried there by the bones. Never seen that before. Any chance you can take a look at all this and get me an ID, Tanner?
Consider it done, Agent.
Let me send you the files.
I'm trying to build on my rapport with this dude.
Well, it's taken a while. Hard to access the satellite out here in Roswell.
Dryfield.
Okay.
Making up
Looks
names.
like it went
That's
through.
funny.
About goddamn time.
All right, great. What?
There's a man in the photo with the girl, Operator Tanner. Getting an ID on him could help us find her identity too.
Oh, my bad. That was the help thing. I don't need that. All right. Folks, how do I get back to the main menu? Here's a question. How do I get to the main menu? Good question. How about we just exit out? I think that'll work fine. All right, folks. I'm going to just hang out with chat a little bit. No word from Carlos yet? Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to go a little long here. Difficult Truth is not here yet. But I am here with you. So we're going to just enjoy our time together. I'm going to keep the glasses on. I want to see what's trending. We're going to do a little what's trending here. Well, we got new South Park tomorrow, so I'm very excited about that. We got new Alien Earth tonight. I'm going to be watching that. Again, like I said, my channel, we got reaction to the Fallout trailer, reaction to the Resident Evil trailer. I'm going to be posting the full Gamescom coverage as soon as I'm done here. And I'm checking to see if we got a trailer for the next South Park. No, not yet. I'm very excited. I got my reactions to South Park on there. I got, and I will be making a review this Thursday for the new episode that comes out Wednesday. I'll be making a review for Peacemaker, which comes out on Thursday night, on Friday. So I'm excited for that. And yeah, I got, again, album reactions, movie reviews, Fantastic Four, Superman. I just gave you my exclusive thoughts on adolescence and weapons. I'm sure we'll talk about that more in the future. I do have, follow me everywhere. Follow me on Twitter, Blue Sky, Twitch, YouTube. Twitch, again, I'm kind of inconsistent, but if you follow me on Blue Sky and Twitter, you'll know when I go live. I'm trying to do it once a week, folks. I might do it this weekend. Might even do it Thursday or Friday. We shall see. But, I want to get back to Elden Ring. I want to get back to Jedi Survivor because I just want to finish that game. I got some games on the computer, like Metal Gear Revengeance, that I want to finish. So I got stuff planned. It's just about doing it. What are we saying here in the chat? Are you singing? Rich, follow me. Everything is all right. I'll be the one to tuck you in at night. And if you follow me, I can guarantee you won't find nobody else like me. This was announced. Motherfucking Lego Batman. Another Lego Batman game that kind of incorporates mechanics from Arkham, the Arkham games. Yeah. Does this sound? Yeah. Yeah, Pendulous, I feel you, because that's how it usually is for my streams too. I stream for hours and barely anybody shows up, and that's fine. I talk to myself all day anyway. I might as well record it. But, you know, jump into the Twitch, and you'll see when I go live, put on notifications, whatnot. Again, follow me on Twitter and Blue Sky, and you'll be able to see when I go live and watch me suffer through fucking Elden Ring. I'm stuck on the Frenzy boss in the DLC. I want to play some more Dead Space and Resident Evil 4 for Halloween. So we got those coming up. But yeah, let's check out this trailer a little bit. It just looks, again, fun. It's Lego, but he's got the Batman's outfit, the Robert Pattinson one. But then here's like some Batman Begins shit, Christian Bale training with the League of Assassins. It seems like they're building this grander, you know, taking elements from all the movies and comics and TV shows and whatnot, and building this game. Dude. It literally looks like Arkham City. Like you could, they said it's open world and shit. I'm very interested. I know my nephew's gonna be very excited about this. So I'll report back when he gets it inevitably. But yeah, that was some big news from the Game Awards. I'm not the Game Awards, fucking Gamescom. Yeah, let me not scroll on Twitter on air because I know that some unsavory things might pop up. Hold up. Wait, we got one more clip I want to play. What is this? Fucking Jon Stewart and Jen Psaki.
I've been shocked by how undemocratic the Democratic Party can be.
Tell me, what do you mean by, I don't disagree with you necessarily, but what do you mean by that?
By putting their foot on the scales to get, you know.
What do you mean by that?
Make sure that Hillary Clinton comes out of the thing, or make sure that, you know, that they're.
She nods along,
that they're
having
listening
not contributed to any of this shit.
Anger about the way that even the.
All right. I'm gonna let Difficult Truth take over for the real news section. All right. Thanks for playing FBI with me. Thanks for listening to me to talk about weapons and adolescence again. Follow me everywhere. You see the links there. They're gonna post them in the chat. Thank you very much for watching this space. And here is Carlos with a Difficult Truth and some real fucking news. So let's get educated. Let's get educated about.
so caught up in the day-to-day, just keeping your head down and how we can survive. We float by each other like ghosts every day, ignorant to the struggle, the fight with one another, complacent with the fact that our systems are broken, with the fact that the top 10 will always be first in line, the fact that we are killing our planet and allowing them to keep us divided. We must stand together and rise up. It's time we wake up, and that is a difficult truth.
Welcome, welcome, welcome to the show, everyone. Thank you all for being here. Thank you to Devil Advocates Production. Appreciate the content. Thank you and for everyone being here. I appreciate it. And it is the top of the hour. So if you haven't done so, folks, please help us out. Spread the word. We are here Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays. There's live content. There's syndicated content. There's something here for everyone. So please spread the word and subscribe, share, like, do all the things. Do all the things here on this space. Thank you all for being here. Just a shout out to the chat here. Welcome everybody, and a huge shout out to all the hosts on this space. Appreciate all of you guys. Farmer Bob, Devil's Advocate Productions, Heat, how's it going? John Lithium, Pendulous Dragon, Rich P1K, Groove Dragon, John Lithium, Sassy Sassari, Saris, JK, Johnny to left. Thank you, appreciate it. Welcome. Make sure I got a couple folks going here. All right. Okay. Welcome, welcome. I just wanted another Arkham game, but they had to force an always online MMO instead. I haven't actually, just to kind of reply to that. I haven't actually played fully through the Arkham. I think I started Arkham, but I haven't gotten very far, to be honest. Latino Mifun, welcome. Seth Evans, welcome. The money added to the ICE budget is enough to feed every hungry person on Earth for the next 3 years. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. That comment definitely caught my eye, because we've got a lot to talk about on that end. All right, folks, let's get started. Let's try this over here. With this? Yeah. There we go. So this is a thing that's happening, folks. It is not a joke. This is not a joke. This is not a haha. I'm just playing around. Much like his teasing of trying to run multiple terms, which he cannot do technically on paper. He is now very seriously trying to finagle the midterm elections. And the reason why he's trying to do this is because he and the Republican Party know that they are they're cooked. They're cooked in the midterm elections. Things don't look that great for the Republican Party, and overall, in general, the Republican Party platform and policies are not that popular. They're just not that popular. And they know it. They know it. We've seen what happens we've seen what's been happening at the town halls. It has not gotten better for Republicans, as we saw the last town hall with Representative Mike Floods. So the other option that they have is to try to stack the deck, so to speak. And he's trying to do this in multiple ways. The president, Trump, one of the ways that he's trying to do this is by asking the red state governors to redistrict the state so that there's more red seats, right? The other way that he's trying to game the midterm elections is by trying to limit the amount of ballots that get counted. I mean, this is unambiguous at this point. This is unambiguous at this point. It cannot be without a shadow of a doubt that the Republican Party just does not believe in democracy. They don't like this idea at all. Nice shirt, tie combo. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, Heat. Snazzy new outfit. Thank you, Rich P. Voter suppression hurts Dems. Yes. And fundamentally, they don't care about democracy. I mean, seriously, they don't. And there's no if, and, or buts about it at this point. Hold on, folks. Let me get myself set up again. Oh, sorry. There we go. Etchbox, welcome. There we go. There's no better demonstration as to what's happening here. I like wearing headphones because I know that the Discord noise wasn't me. Had me checking. No, I'll make sure that doesn't happen again. There we go. Trump vows to try to ban mail-in ballots before the 2026 midterm elections. Can he do that? I mean, like this headline kind of it's kind of silly in a way, because like obviously he can't, but is that really like the point? Whether he can or cannot do it is kind of not the point. Can he? No, I don't think he can legally. So it's kind of a silly way of framing it, to be honest. President Trump promised on Monday yesterday to work to end mail-in voting and said that work is already underway to destroy democracy. I mean, create an executive order to ban it before the 2026 midterm election, although the Constitution does not give him this power. I mean, like, yeah, that's kind of the point. We, as a Republican Party, are going to do everything possible that we get rid of mail-in ballots, he said during an Oval Office meeting with President Zelensky. We're going to start with an executive order that's being written right now by the best lawyers in the country to end mail-in ballots. No, he technically cannot do this. Stop entertaining at news. That's what enables him, you irresponsible ducks. Yeah, I mean, like the framing of it and not really leading with the important stuff here, I think is the problem, right? Because like obviously they should be reporting on this, But the problem is how they frame it. Like, can he do that? Yeah, I don't know. Can he? Who's going to stop him, right? Like, if the Constitution says he can't, who's going to stop him? Mail-in ballots are corrupt, the president said. He suggested the method is susceptible to voter fraud, claiming in California it's so corrupt where some people get 5 or 6, 7 ballots delivered to them, which this is all fiction. Okay, so just to be clear, all of this is fiction. The idea that there's some kind of massive voter fraud going around the country is just not true. It's just not true. Sorry, it's just not true. That can be tampered with or enable people to vote multiple times. But soon after the 2020 election, Deborah Cleaver, the founder and CEO of Vote America, a nonpartisan voter information site, dismissed the idea of widespread voter fraud as a myth. I mean, like, it's been a myth. It's been a myth since the beginning. And what they want is to stop this idea of voting, is to introduce the idea that voting actually is too corrupt. We don't need to do that. Instead, maybe we should, I don't know, perhaps get rid of the whole idea as a whole. Will they bust the disabled to polling stations? Not a chance. They won't even give them healthcare. But he will bring them back in 2028 when either he or the GOP need them to win. The outgoing ballots have a barcode, and then you send your ballot in, you put in the return envelope, and that barcode has to match the barcode that was sent out in order for the ballot to be counted. After that election, I mean, again, there's no, like, you can show all the evidence that there is literally no voter fraud, no statistical meaning. Like, the amount of voter fraud that actually happens can probably be maybe a handful of events, of incidents in the entire election where tens of millions of people vote, right? Like, we're talking about what, 100 and something votes, 100 and something million votes. I mean, like, it's a statistical rounding error. Like, it's a blip. The amount of actual voter fraud that happens is incredibly rare. After the election, the director of the nation's cybersecurity agency, Christopher Krebs, called the 2020 vote the most secure in American history. Right. Again, it doesn't matter like how much evidence there actually is. That's not the point. In 2024, when Trump won the presidential election, the U.S. Census Bureau said nearly a third of ballots were cast by mail. And again, he won that election, right? The White House told CBS News in a statement that Democrats had eroded our faith in elections with policies like unfettered mail-in voting. I don't know what unfettered mail-in voting is, because that's not a thing. That's not a thing. Like, are they saying that more access to mail-in voting is eroding the faith in our elections? Because, like, that's not... unfettered mail-in voting doesn't exist. President Trump wants to secure America's election and protect the vote, restore the integrity of our elections by requiring voter ID, ensuring no illegal ballots are cast. Wow, it sounds like we already have things like this, and preventing cheating through lax and incompetent voting laws like in states in California and New York, said White House spokesperson Harrison Fields. Hey, real quick question. What voting laws are we talking about? Can we name one? Because chances are they can't. Like, what exactly are we talking about when we're referring to incompetent voting laws? I'm confused here. Ladybug, welcome. Sounds like a good thing to me. Right, the more people that vote, the better. Though it's rigorously checked, mail-in voting has been a thing in my state since I was a kid. Oh, 100%. Like, I mean, there's no basis for this, which begs the question, like, why? This is Orwellian language, right? Because what exactly? Where is the evidence that we need to have these rules in place? when Republicans talk about voter integrity, the first thing that you need to ask is, well, you're claiming that there's a problem with the election. We need evidence of that. We need evidence of the issues here. Like, where's the evidence that there's massive voter fraud? That we need to do these things. And number two, will these things actually solve that problem? So I mean, like, the answer is, well, no. It's also how the military votes. Yeah, exactly. In a social media post earlier in the day, the president said that the impending order would help bring honesty to the 2026 midterm elections. Of course, honesty meaning that the Republican Party wins. That's the honesty that he's talking about. He claimed that the states are merely an agent for the federal government in counting and tabulating votes, and that they must do what the federal government, as represented by the president, me, the God King, for the good of our country to do. But Article 1, Section 4 of the Constitution says the states have the authority to regulate elections, not the president, and this may be changed only by Congress. Again, it's important to point out that this is unconstitutional and illegal. The point is, who's going to stop him? Right? And just to be clear, this is before we continue here. This is the famous diatribe here, unhinged diatribe. This is paragraph posting at its finest. I don't even know if I can get. I don't know who designed Truth Social, but it is god awful from a design point. Anyways, I mean, like, what is this? This is a web design nightmare. Anyways, I watched a geopolitics channel earlier where they said that Putin had told Trump that he didn't like mail-in votes. I mean, hey, it wouldn't be surprised, right? I mean, that wouldn't surprise me if perhaps he got some inspiration. Fascists suck at art. True. Did Nunes design it, or was he just ahead for a while? Good question. I forgot about that, John Lithium. Very good question. I forgot that Devin Nunes was one of the people that are like really behind this website. I forgot all about that guy, honestly. I'm going to lead a movement. Rid of all mail-in ballots. And also, while we're at it, highly inaccurate, very expensive, and seriously controversial voting machines. Which, of course, I have no idea what he's talking about. There's literally been no controversy with regards to the voting machines. The only controversy that has happened is Fox News losing, almost definitely over $500 million. And now Newsmax losing $65 million for lying about the election. So no, there's nothing controversial here. The only controversy is whatever these Republicans have manufactured. The difficult truth to read. It's more obvious than ever that Trump is taking marching orders from Putin. I mean, it would not surprise me that he definitely got inspiration from Putin, which costs 10 times more than the accurate and sophisticated watermark paper, which is faster and leaves no doubt at the end of the evening as to who won and who lost the election. Here's a question, like, would he believe the results if we actually did this, which would be incredibly expensive? Like, everything he's saying is actually backwards. If we switch, like, you know, if we indulge this hypothetical, we just snap our fingers, everything is like he wants it, and he loses the election, right? Like, or rather, his party loses the election in the midterms. Would they say that this was a fair election, right? Would they say that this was fair? Because, like, let's be honest, this is not about actually caring about the integrity of the election. We are now the only country in the world that uses mail-in voting. This whole thing is just a lie. That's not even remotely true. In fact, the article goes into detail about that. But okay, all others gave it up because of the massive voter fraud encountered. We will begin this effort, which will be strongly opposed by the Democrats. Oh, we got a cat on. We got a cat. We got a cat, folks. Look. This is a very rare instance where we actually get a cat on stream. Look at that. I know she looks very unamused right now, but I can guarantee you she's purring up a storm. All right, cat. He's trying to get to your mouse. Hermit Neurologist. Russia has mail-in and online voting. Yep, exactly. Then I make all their bullshit excuse trying to make up, making to throw up arbitrary barriers to voting just match that transparently obvious. Yeah, I mean, I guess so. Most of the real work they do, budget a machine could do. The rest is just dishonest bullshittery to obfuscate the real decisions being made and the reasons why from us. Yep. That face. Yeah, she always has that that face. It's just who she is. Postal voting is used in the UK. Oh yeah, there's more than 24 countries use mail-in voting. I mean like it's just a lie. Remember, the states are merely an agent for the federal government in counting and tabulating votes. No. They must do what the federal government is represented by the United States, by the President of the United States, me, tells them for the good of our country to do. Which, hey, what happened? It's funny how quickly the idea of like the quote-unquote states' rights ebb and flow depending on what they need, right? With their horrible radical left policies like open borders. I have yet to hear that policy. Men playing in women's sports because, that's a thing that happened under Democratic leadership. They mandated men playing in women's sports. Of course, this is just the transphobic trope here. Transgender and woke for everybody. That's right. Mind you, we're talking about elections. Democrats are virtually unelectable without using this completely disproven mail-in scam. So in other words, everything is the opposite with these people, right? So what they're saying is what they're really saying, let me translate, is that Republicans are unelectable. So now we have to rig the elections And that's that. Elections can never be honest with mail-in ballots and voting, and everybody, in particular the Democrats, know this, and I and the Republican Party will fight like hell to bring honesty and integrity back to our elections. You gotta do it right, folks. You gotta do it right. The mail-in ballot, and by right, it means that I win. You lose, I win. Using voting machines that are complete and total disaster must end now. Remember, without fair and honest elections and strong and powerful borders, you don't even have a semblance of a country. Again, the classic fascist tenet of always constantly being in crisis, the country being in crisis. Thank you for your attention to this matter, Donald Trump. God. You know, you want to laugh, but really, like, the ramifications of what he's talking about is fundamentally just like, look, I understand that the United States, as it is not a it's not a very democratic country, but whatever semblance, whatever measly semblance of democratic systems and institutions and processes that we do have, he wants to destroy that. I mean, and there can be no other, and what more of a symbol, right, to destroy than the election itself, than the elections. In fact, I'm pretty sure the last point of fascism, of Umberto's points, is the rigging of elections. In fact, the last point of Umberto's 14 points of fascism is fraudulent elections. Because if he gets his way, if him and the Republicans get their way, where they make the system to get rid of mail-in ballots. Oh, Mayhem Hippie, welcome. I got you. Here, let me actually go this way. There we go. This stuff is like blocking the way because I don't have an account with True Social, and I'm not going to get an account with True Social. But the bottom part says, thank you for your attention to this matter, Donald Trump, President of the United States. He wants to use the old system where ballots can just be stuffed down the back of a seat. Yep. Is this a replay? No, this is live. This is live from Polymarket. Wait, no, not from Polymarket Studios. From... oh, I'm not witty enough to come up with something on the fly. They freaked out over a regular ass bag of legitimate votes is all to set up another January 6th if they can't rig it. Yep. Live from New York. Nine Colorado clerics call Trump's plan to eliminate mail-in voting a misguided overreach. It's a very dangerous precedent, not just for this, but down the line. That's the point. Yes, Groove Dragon. That's the point. That's what I was saying. If they actually get their way, whatever, the biggest symbol of democracy, right, which is the ability to cast a vote. Now, whether or not you believe voting does something, whether or not you believe that our electoral system is useful or not, that's besides the point. The point being is that the biggest symbol of democracy is being able to vote for stuff, right? To be able to vote for somebody, and that is the very core of what he's talking about. He wants to destroy that. He wants to destroy that. if we had any doubts that this person is an authoritarian fascist, I mean, this is pretty much it, right? Like, there is no other. We've met all the points for fascism, right? Like, down to the last one of fraudulent elections. There's nothing else. Like, that's it, folks. And once again, I make my case to the normies who may be watching. If folks want to share this message, because it is all of our jobs to share this message. If there are any normies that are still that haven't that watch this, this is it. This is it. Wake up, folks. I mean, we're at the point where Trump is trying to say that elections don't matter. In fact, the states should turn over that policy to him, right? The states are the states in his mind, not my words, his actually. The states are nothing more than vassal states to the federal government. I'm not saying that. I'm not misinterpreting these words. I'm not putting anything out of context. He's saying that. They must do what the federal government, as represented by the president, me, tells them for the good of the country. So to all the normies there who are may not even be aware of this, this is the time. Wake up, folks. Wake up. The fact that none of the damage was reversed in those 4 years is part of why we're here. Yep. We've hit those points since 2020. Yeah, I'm saying like, I'm saying that like there can't be like there's no this is as unambiguous as it gets, right? Like that's it. Like we can't. There's no doubt. There's no misinterpreting. There's no like, oh, but you're taking him out of context. Oh, but he's not actually going to do that. Oh, but he can't do that. Oh, but the Constitution says. Oh, but Trump, he likes to exaggerate. You know how Trump is. He likes to over exaggerate about what he's talking about. Like, there's no room for any of that at this point. Like, you can't say that at this point, especially when he's telling you explicitly. That's my point. And to the normies, again, wake up. This is it. This is it. This is the real world right now. And we need everybody to stand up. And to the MAGA people, I'm not sure if this is the correct question, because I don't know if you are even reachable. But to the MAGA people, is this okay? Do you even care? For Donk, he's not even trying to get reelected this time. Right. Sounds like an abusive relationship to me. Yep. There's no MAGA in this chat. No, this is for people that may see it, not whether or not they're in chat. That's not how election works. States up and numbnut. Yeah, the states run the elections, of course, and he knows. Well, it's kind of hard to tell whether or not he actually knows this, but the people around him know this. Okay, the people around him know this. The people that are letting him say these things know this. Think you're Stephen Miller's, right? In fact, more than 30 other countries allow voting by mail for some or all voters, according to the International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Systems, an intergovernmental advocacy group based in Sweden, Canada, the United Kingdom, Switzerland, Germany, and Denmark are among them. I mean, like, this is very easily a Google search away. In the US, like, I mean, the fact that he lies so much and there's like no repercussions for this is wild. They're not reachable. There are writings from after the fall of the Nazis about how the Nazis literally used hope of converting their hopeless devoted neighbors as a distraction from actual advocacy. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. In the U.S., mail voting is widespread. 36 states offer some form of no-excuse mail-in voting, including 8 states that conduct elections entirely by mail, while the rest require a documented reason, such as illness or military service. The pandemic gave mail-in voting a huge boost in the 2020 election. About 43% of voters cast their ballot by mail that year, according to the report of the Election Assistance Commission. In 2024, mail voting dropped off, representing just over 30% of the total votes, about 46.8 million. The Commission said that last year's numbers exceeded pre-pandemic levels. The topic of mail-in voting came up during Mr. Trump's meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin. After the two meeting, the president told Fox News' Sean Hannity that Vladimir Putin's a smart guy. You can't have an honest election with mail-in voting, he said. There's not a country in the world that uses it now. I mean, like, did Putin just tell him that no country uses mail-in voting and therefore that's bad? Like, even though Russia uses mail-in voting too, I'm confused. Yep, that's right, Redonk. Mr. Trump said the two talked about the 2020 election and that Putin told him you won that election by so much, and that's mail-in voting is how Biden got it. I mean, like, wow. So basically, Putin just like told him that that's what happened. And that's it. And that's it. It's incredible how this is all going down. It is astonishing how all of this is going down. I feel like being in America without fighting in some way is just quiet compliance now. Yep. That's what happened, and that's how stupid he is. I mean, that's it. That's all it takes. That's all it takes. Audits and investigations, some conducted by Trump supporters and Republican secretaries of state, showed no evidence that the 2020 election results were inaccurate. And that's it, right? Like, I mean, we don't need any more of that. This has been rehashed to death. We know that there is no serious shenanigans as part of like some plot by the Democrats to steal the election, right? Like, that's the point. Like, if anything, the plots to steal the election were by Trump, by, for example, the fake elector scheme, which the fact that he was allowed to even run after all of this, which there's plenty of evidence that he did do this. Like, he did have fake electors set, and the Republican Party absolutely colluded to try to make this happen. The fact that he was still allowed to run, the fact that like how many people actually went to jail for that? Not many, if at all. If I can remember, a couple people pleaded guilty. But really, like the repercussions, the accountability, it was just not there, and that is really, really an asinine situation that we find ourselves in, where the 2020 election was in a way was under threat, but not by some plot by Hugo Chavez, or not by some plot by the Democrats to steal it through, quote, mail-in voting, or through the machines, the Dominion machines or whatever. Not through any of that, but through fake elector schemes. Through this idea that Trump could replace the what was it, the secretary of something, the DOJ, the head of the DOJ, and they were supposed to come out and make a statement about the integrity of the election via trying to convince Mike Pence to say that he was not going to accept those electors. I mean, like, if there was any threat to the security of the elections in 2020, it was through the Republicans. Gary DeFarve, it's been any means necessary for white supremacy from the start. Yep. I mean, we have the GA calls. Yep. Democrats held Trump to account about as much as they did the bankers who set up the 2008 financial crisis. Yep. There was a literal conspiracy. Yep. And they're pretending like it's like the Democrats or something. President Trump wants to secure America's election and protect the vote, restoring the integrity of our elections by requiring voting ID, ensuring no illegal ballots are cast, and preventing cheating through lax and incompetent laws. Again, there's no evidence of any of this. Democrats have eroded our faith in elections through its reckless laws. Can we name one? Which should have been prosecuted. Yep. To benefit their voters and slow, like how like what are you talking about? Like what they mean is what? That they opened up more poll stations? Is that it? Is that the laws that benefit their voters? I'm confused. And slow walking the counting of votes far past election day, because I mean this has been a thing that has happened every election. But okay. Truly disturbing stuff here. And continuing in this dystopic fascist America, this is directly from the USCIS government site. So apparently we're now considering anti-Americanism in immigrant benefit requests. What is anti-Americanism? I don't know. Whatever they deem it to be. You said something bad about the dear leader? I feel like that might be anti-American. What is that chill music? The chill music is actually stream beats. Lo-fi stream beats. The Citizenship Immigration Services is updating guidance in the USCIS policy manual regarding factors that consider in benefits in certain benefit requests where an exercise of discretion is required, including factors relating to aliens' past requests for parole, any involvement in anti-American or terrorist organizations. So they deem that anti-genocide protests are, they could say anti-genocide protests are anti-American. Separately, as well as the use of discretion in adjudication of certain benefit requests where evidence of, quote, anti-Semitic activity is present. Again, they're not talking about like actual like Nazis. They're talking anti-Semitic Nazis. They're talking about, they called the anti-genocide protests anti-Semitic. Okay. So we can see where they're going with this. Separately, USCIS has expanded the benefit requests that receive social media vetting and review for anti-American activity. Again, anti-American, I have no idea what that is. For all we know, it could be like, oh, you said you posted an anti-Trump meme, that's anti-American. You're left wing, that's anti-American. America's benefit, anti-American activity will be an overwhelming negative factor in discretionary analysis. America's benefits should not be given to those who despise the country and promote anti-American ideologies. Again, what is that? Who knows? It's whatever I say it is, essentially. America's benefits? No thanks. Lately, I don't know what the benefits would be. U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services committed to implementing policies and procedures that root out anti-Americanism and supporting enforcement of rigorous screening and vetting measures to the fullest extent possible. So yeah, the point being is that they're now trying to expand this idea, and again, we're talking about immigration. So they're trying to bottleneck legal immigration. Looney Tunes, welcome. What's freedom of speech again? Nah, don't know. I have not known what freedom of speech is in quite a while. So yeah, we can dispense with the idea that it's about coming to America the, quote, right way. That just doesn't hold any water. And you can check this out on the government website. This is not a news article. All right, folks, we got to speed run through this last one. We're keeping track about these lawsuits that are happening over in Alligator, the concentration camp, Alligator Alcatraz, Alligator Auschwitz. We're keeping track of this here. There is some updates. Judge dismisses part of the lawsuit over Alligator Alcatraz immigration concentration camp. A federal judge in Miami dismissed a part of a lawsuit that claimed detainees were denied access to the legal system at the immigration detention center known as Alligator Alcatraz. I think that they should stop referring to them as detention centers. Just because the government refers to them as detention centers doesn't necessarily mean that's what they are. I would say that they can just call them what they are, concentration camps. I moved the remaining counts of the case to another court. Claims that the detainees were denied hearings in immigration court were rendered moot when the Trump administration last weekend designated the Chrome North Processing Center near Miami as a site for their cases to be heard. In other words, so it's not that like there wasn't any merit, it's that the government was forced to correct that action. Or at least pretend that they were going to correct that action by designating where they could be heard. U.S. District Judge Rodolfo Ruiz said in a 47-page ruling Monday night dismissing the Fifth Amendment count. The judge granted the state defendants a change of venue motion to the Middle District of Florida, where the remaining claims of the First Amendment violations will be addressed. Those include allegations and delays in scheduling meetings between detainees and their attorneys, and an inability for detainees to talk privately with their attorneys by phone or video conference at the facility whose official name is the South Detention Center facility. The ACLU attorney, Eunice Cho, the lead attorney for the detainees, said federal government only reversed course last weekend and allowed the detainees to petition an immigration court because of the lawsuit. So we'll keep track of what's happening here. All of this is going through the court system right now, as well as the lawsuit, the environmental, as well as the environmental lawsuits that are also being filed. So we'll definitely have to keep track of this. Because really, I mean, like the conditions in these concentration camps are horrific, as we've described before. Detainees at the facility have said worms turn up in their food, toilets don't flush, flooding floors with fecal waste, mosquitoes and other insects are everywhere. Again, this is not like news. We talked about this, but hopefully something happens with either of these lawsuits. But we'll definitely keep track of this. Civil rights attorneys also said officers are going cell to cell to pressure detainees into signing voluntary removal orders before they're allowed to consult attorneys. And some detainees had been deported even though they didn't have final removal orders. Along with the spread of respiratory infection and rainwater flooding the tents, the circumstances have fueled a feeling of depression among detainees, the attorney wrote in a court filing. I mean, yeah, it's inhumane. It's completely inhumane. And we'll definitely keep track of these lawsuits since this is very important. I hope that something like this gets this place shut down, and perhaps set precedent to shut other concentration camps down. I mean, truly, this is horrific stuff. But nonetheless, we'll keep track of it. All right, folks, it's about to be 8 o'clock, so I'm just going to head on out of here. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for your support. You guys are what makes this channel go. Again, folks, thank you. Make sure you do all the things like share, subscribe, spread the word Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. Again, there's live and syndicated content here, so there's something for everyone. Please spread the word. Thank you all. And stay tuned for Movie Night Extravaganza coming up next in just a second. As always, folks, please stay safe. Please take care of each other. I love you all, and I hope to see you guys in the next one, Tuesday, 7 p.m. Eastern. See ya. Bye-bye.
Extravaganza.
After covering Rogue One and A New Hope, we're talking about The Empire Strikes Back tonight. The 1980 second Star Wars film, now considered by many to be one of the greatest films ever made, and one of the rare sequels that's better than the original.
What is thy bidding, my master?
There is a great disturbance in the Force.
I have felt it.
We have a new enemy. The young rebel who destroyed the Death Star. I have no doubt this boy is the offspring of Anakin Skywalker.
Like A New Hope, Empire Strikes Back stars Mark Hamill as Luke Skywalker, Harrison Ford as Han Solo, Carrie Fisher as Princess Leia, Anthony Daniels, Kenny Baker, Peter Mayhew, David Prowse, and James Earl Jones as Darth Vader, and adds Frank Oz as Yoda and Billy Dee Williams as Lando Calrissian.
I cannot teach him. The boy has no patience.
The Empire Strikes Back adds new locations to our understanding of the galaxy far, far away, including the ice planet Hoth, Dagobah, and Cloud City, a mining colony on the planet Bespin. The Empire Strikes Back is not directed by George Lucas. Although George Lucas did come up with the story, he then hired Lee Brackett for $50,000, the famed science fiction writer and screenwriter called the Queen of the Space Opera, who worked with Howard Hawks and John Wayne on movies like Rio Bravo, Rio Lobo, and El Dorado, and who adapted The Long Goodbye for the screen for Robert Altman in 1973. In 1977, she had terminal cancer and would be deceased long before Empire actually came out. When she passed, George Lucas worked on a draft of her screenplay where he stripped out most of her dialogue but kept some of her ideas. He then passed it over to Lawrence Kasdan, who was working on the screenplay for Raiders of the Lost Ark, would go on to write and direct Body Heat and Wyatt Earp. For a director, George Lucas chose Irvin Kershner, one of his former professors at USC. In 1977, Alan Ladd Jr. agreed to a once-in-a-lifetime merchandising deal that gave George Lucas most of the rights because he expected it to flop as everyone else did. But Fox had the first refusal rights for any Star Wars sequel. George Lucas' second contract with Alan Ladd Jr. gave him full creative control. Fox would only distribute in exchange for 50% of the gross for the producers on the first $20 million, or 77.5% if it rose above $100 million. They avoided calling it Star Wars 2 because the 2 for sequels was seen as inferior. Ironically, 1980 was the year Superman 2 would come out and be hailed as another one of the great sequels that surpasses, at least in some people's opinions, the original.
Impressive. Most impressive. Obi-Wan has taught you well. You have controlled your fear. Now, release your anger.
The Empire Strikes Back production was plagued with injuries and calamity. Mark Hamill had been in a terrible car accident right before A New Hope came out, and it disfigured his face. So the ice monster scene on Hoth was added to the screenplay to explain those injuries. Beginning the filming with the Hoth scenes on the 6th largest glacier in Norway. The largest snowstorm in half a century delayed the film's production, and between the filming of A New Hope and Empire Strikes Back, a fire broke out at Elstree Studios, destroying Stage 3, causing more delays in production. Vader and the stormtroopers slipped on fake ice. Carrie Fisher passed out on set from an allergic reaction, and her use of painkillers and hallucinogens. A terrible flu outbreak that dropped her down to 85 pounds, and overwork made her experience on set hellish. Mark Hamill and Harrison Ford both fell on set. Mark Hamill had taken up fencing and karate to get ready to film, and then became isolated and depressed from how much time he had to spend with the Yoda puppet rather than the other human actors. He also injured his hands doing a stunt that involved jumping off the speeder bike.
He just took it was a little love nip.
I was the only human being on the call sheet for months. It would say, actor Mark Hamill, part Luke, props, snakes, lizards, robots, smoke machines, Gila monsters.
If you choose the quick and easy path, as Vader did, you will become an agent of evil, and the galaxy will be plunged deeper into the abyss of hate and despair.
Are you standing right in front of the light?
Yeah. Didn't invite me.
Conflict broke out between Urban Kirshner and Mark Hamill, and Kirshner and the producer, Gary Kurtz, who was eventually recalled and replaced by Fox. The film's budget ballooned from $8 million to $30 million. When the cut was finally completed, a whole bunch of reshoots were necessary. 22% of the film reels were found to be defective because of the magnetic soundtrack. In a final gesture for sticking with the shoot, George Lucas used the profits of The Empire Strikes Back to give his crew $5 million in bonuses.
When I first saw the dialogue that said, Luke, I am your father, I said to myself, he's lying. I wonder how they're going to play that lie out.
Obi-Wan never told you what happened to your father.
Before I introduce the panel, please like this video and subscribe to the Movie Night Extravaganza YouTube channel. Then hit that bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. Super chats are now open. If you have any pressing questions, send us a super chat, which helps me maintain the expenses for the show, which I'm obligated by the rules of the Geneva Convention to stop everything and ask the panel. Another way to help us out is to become a patron and give us money every month. In exchange, you get access to all of our after parties, bonus content, and we'll tell you even more movies we watched recently. Patreon.com/Movie Night Extra. We have a Movie Night Extravaganza Discord. There's an invite link in the episode description, and we have a Letterboxd HQ account. So those are 2 more places to follow along with us. Okay, let me introduce the illustrious panel. We are live right now on This Space. If you aren't following them, join This Space TV on YouTube. Link below. Conan Neutron is the co-host and senior producer for Movie Night Extravaganza, host of PROTONIC Reversal, an independent Film Critics of America film critic, and the frontman for the band Conan Neutron and the Secret Friends. Check out his music at neutronfriends.bandcamp.com. Christina Oakes is a co-host of Movie Night Extravaganza, a streamer on Twitch, twitch.tv/cosmopolitics, a host at This Space, hosting Christina's Corner, and is across social media at Cosmopolitics and on Letterboxd at Christina. Lauren T is the front woman for the band Moon Rebels and a guitarist on tour with Conan Neutron and the Secret Friends. I, of course, am your host, Forrest Miller. Asteroids do not concern me, Admiral. I want that ship, not excuses.
Fantastic. Great. Love it. Here we are, everyone.
We kind of ragged on Rogue One, like the dad joke that he told, that Vader told in that one scene in Rogue One. He kind of does that more than I remember throughout the entire original trilogy.
But he's so scary, he pulls it off.
Yeah,
right. So it's just like, I'm more scared than like annoyed.
I really do like. He's like, asteroids do not concern me. I want that ship, not excuses.
right. Yeah. No, it sounds like the world's worst middle manager. This also happens to be a Sith Lord.
The one guy goes, I will take accountability for this, and then instantly gets choked. And it's like, that was like the guy that was willing to take accountability.
When he doesn't get choked is like,
yeah.
Wow.
Welcome, Lord.
Hey.
Welcome
to the show. You're wearing a Jaws shirt, which we just covered as well. We're apparently in our summer blockbuster mode, so that's good.
Got a Vader helmet. So.
That's right. Well, first of all, welcome to the show. Yeah. There you go. We have a special guest. It's Darth Vader.
Glad that also trans.
Dude. So because of the scene
all the way from Mustafar,
he chokes out the Admiral through the screen. Darth Vader could be streaming and could choke somebody out, right? Like that's
because it's ostensibly a Zoom call, right? I mean, it's like, sure. How is that much difference in the StreamYard, right? It's like, Look, Lolo Hostings, if you force choke me in a dream, you better wake up and apologize.
There was just one person I wish I could have force choked sometime.
No, there you go.
Well, force not tell them our secrets in the bedroom, okay? I'm just saying.
Lauren is moving away from that immediately. Yeah. Lauren, your band is Moon Rebels, and it is great. And it is a Star Wars-ish title. One of the reasons why you got first pick at the movie that literally everyone wanted to do when we said we were doing Star Wars. Everybody wanted it. I said,
I'm
nope.
so grateful.
It's Lolo Hot Strings. He's the only one that's allowed. Her band is called Moon Rebels. That's
I have
what's
to
going
say, Zack Snyder should be sued by you guys.
by Lauren.
I'm just saying.
I'm not sure what that has to do with my current line of inquiry, but sure, we'll allow it. Yeah.
Because he made that Moon Rebels movie.
Oh, that's right. He did. I forgot about that.
I've never
I
even
don't-
seen it, and I do that.
It's supposed to be-
I got the reference.
It was supposed to be better than
When
Star
I was
Wars.
when I was doing the band page, I saw that and I was like, well, it's a movie. It's fine.
You know, it's fun,
Zack
though.
Zack Snyder and the fanboys. That's
Okay,
that's his
I gotta get this whole Big Bang Theory thing out of the way though, because
Well, I'd like you able to complete my sentence from earlier, but sure, go ahead. I mean, whatever. It's anarchy.
that's
Yeah.
the only episode to me that matters as a nerd. Besides the one where Mark Hamill actually does marry Sheldon and Amy. But like the fun fact is Carrie Fisher and James Earl Jones never met in person. Never until that episode. They filmed that.
All right. Well, there's some
there's
some Big Bang Theory information. It's apparently more important than what I was saying. Lauren, your band is called Moon Rebels. Tell us how and when you first saw Empire Strikes Back. Please tell us.
Okay, this is really funny because I'm here to probably provide more comic relief than actual factoids and things like behind the scenes facts, because growing up, and this is hilarious because we always had the sequel of every movie, and so we had Temple of Doom, we had Empire, which I thought was just Star Wars growing
That's what
up
Star Wars is.
when I watched it. So I'd only ever watched the second one, but I also feel like I saw a bunch of iconic scenes and just mashed it all up in my head. I was pretty young when they came out, so it was all just like, in my heyday, that was like the prequels that came out. So I hadn't really
What are those?
Prequels? You mean Rogue One? Yeah, we did that one.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I like when my boyfriend is a massive Star Wars guy, and he's a bassist in Moon Rebels, Eric Reif, and so I by way of him have become a massive Star Wars nerd myself, and he has taken me on the journey of like the order that the movies should be watched in, and like the original versions that weren't effed around with by George Lucas, and so when we were watching all of them, I was like, we were watching A New Hope, and I was like, I don't feel like I've ever sat down and watched this whole thing. And he's like, what?
Yeah.
We started with that.
Well, and that's an important distinction, because they were something that, they ran on cable all the time. You would see bits and pieces of them, right? And before we lived on an on-demand society, it was like, well, you had to have like a VHS copy and a VCR. I wish I still had those VHS copies of the unmessed with versions, by the way.
Those don't know what those things are.
Right, exactly. Well, there's this thing called a VCR. There's a thing called a tape. I saw Return of the Jedi first in the theater, but I was like super young. And like I guess my parents were like, whatever. He's fine. He can catch up. Like
80s kids, yeah.
And I think like a lot of things with my dad just wanted to see it. I think that's really what it comes down to. Like, because I saw these movies, like, why was I seeing that? And it's like, oh, my dad wanted to see it. Okay. And so I saw Jedi way before I saw A New Hope and way before I saw Empire. But like you, I remember like this was the kind of thing that like these movies were so big, they were like on the news. They would like have scenes from it. Oh, Star Wars breaks new records. And they would have like a scene of like something going on. And some of them were like from this movie, including, I mean, if you were to make like a best action sequences of all cinema, you got to have the lightsaber duel between Vader and Luke, especially with like all the shadow play and like and utilizing the weapons, which light up as like one of the only sources of illumination. Oh, so good. And it's this movie. It's not the first movie. They don't fight in the first movie. And there is lightsaber fights in Jedi. Don't get me wrong, but like it's all of the most iconic Star Wars scenes, like 90% of them are from this movie.
Yeah.
You really like rewatching it in order. Like you really realize how much of like foreplay kind of the Obi-Wan Vader fight is compared to like the Luke Vader fight, because it's like I remember being a kid and like obviously watching them in order and then being like, wow, you know, the Obi-Wan fight with Vader, that's so cool. But then the Luke fight goes on and on and on, and they're throwing shit at each other. Like Vader hits him in the head with like multiple metal boxes and shit, and like then he knocks out the fucking window and like and then after
Vader.
After all that, he's like, by the way, I'm your dad.
Yeah. So
I'm your shiny leather daddy.
Right. that's what he actually said. James Earl Jones got that wrong. No, it's one of the great moments of cinema, right? Like that too. And it's one of the great misquoted moments of cinema too.
Yeah.
James Earl Jones misquoted it in the intro, which is not Luke, I'm your father. It's like, no, I am your father. And it's so funny because it's one of those things that everyone, if you like, you know, here's a lie detector, you have to, you know, swear that this line is this. People like the guy that said it would think it was like what it was. But that's the kind of cultural cachet that this has. So unfortunately, I found out about it before I ever saw the movie because I saw Jedi first. And like I was like a kid too. And I'm like, all right, that's his dad. That's crazy. And then I was like, oh, okay, I see. Yeah, it's like
I was Luke, I am your father, because I feel like in Tommy Boy he does it into the fan. He's like, Luke, I am your father, and so I thought that
or Austin Powers.
You're right, because it's been homaged and referenced so many times, right? That it's like, and then like that's not even counting like the Kevin Smith of it all, right?
It also reminded me of like film, like, you know, people who just think Star Wars is like beneath them. It reminds me of like in Pitch Perfect where Anna Kendrick and Skylar Austin are discussing Star Wars. She's like, it's not really that big of a reveal. Vader means father. It's right there. It's a dead giveaway. And I'm like, oh God, thank God the internet didn't exist back then, because then people would be, if Star Wars had come out today, yeah, people would be like, okay.
Luke, I am your muta. I am your muta.
Luckily, they never made any sequels or prequels to this other than Rogue One, so that's crisis averted. I gotta say the special edition, and again, we went into it with Jason for A New Hope, but could not overstate like how big of a deal it was at the time. But after seeing A New Hope and being like, oh, everything that was added was sort of like completely unnecessary and or worse. Okay, cool. That's the case with this too. And one of the biggest things that, and this is, I'm not going to be the guy that sits here and bitches about the special editions, but Tamura Morrison, who plays the Jango Fett character and later plays Boba Fett in other things, just redubbing the voice actor that did the original Boba Fett's voice, which is great, with like objectively worse one and changing the lines to be worse because, you know, he's no good to be dead. Amazing. You're just like, wow, that guy's my favorite character. And now when I watch it, I'm like, why did I like Boba Fett so much? Because he's not that threatening. It's just like, oh, he's just another guy. He's like, there's like 7 of these dudes all trying to, you know, get this guy.
To be like an Australian accent too.
Exactly. It's
the one big change I think that really works for the special edition is like swapping out like the Emperor. Or, you know,
well, the Emperor did look like trash first time you see him, you're like, what are we watching? And like, and the thing that everybody's thinking the first time you see it is like, wow, Darth Vader has a boss. You know, that's like what you're thinking.
I had major palpitations for Palpatine. Like, I'm like more of this guy. Really?
Well,
he looks better in
about
the special edition.
Yeah,
that's the one good.
We talked about this with right. with Jason. We talked about this with Jason, I think twice. But like the whole thing with Vader in A New Hope, like Tarkin's kind of like Tarkin seems to be kind of the boss, like the
Tarkin's
boss. Like,
kind of the boss. Yeah, absolutely.
Like he made it like Vader's like choking the one guy the first time you see him choke anybody, and then Tarkin's like, Vader, that's enough, and he like lets him go. And in this version of it, there's nobody. I mean, the Emperor obviously, but he doesn't give a fuck about the admirals. You know what I mean? Like, so he's going through like Vader is just like has the whole. It's actually pretty funny. Like it's almost like comedically timed that every single time an admiral fucks up, he has to go see Vader, and then Vader's like just casually fucking choking him.
Yeah, worst
and like
boss
that
ever.
that shit felt terrifying to me as a kid because it's like, whoa, he could choke, but like like as an adult watching it back, it's like he's so casual about it. He's like having a conversation like this, and he has his hand out, and he's like choking the guy, and he's like, "All right, you're the next admiral." And then the guy's like, "Yes, sir." Like
Average Tuesday.
That's what I'm wondering. I'm like, how is he doing that? Is there something that I'm missing?
I've tried so hard on this show.
like Spaceballs like nails that so well with the thing where it's he comes in and he's like. And he has his fucking the Schwartz that he can hit people in the nuts with, and everyone's like just covering their nuts, just like hovering in the corner. Like they nailed that dynamic where he's like,
That's right. You know what? I think for our very last after part of the month, we should just dedicate to Spaceballs since we won't really be able to cover
I'm
it.
down.
Let's do it. Love the
So I
after
think
party, that'd be perfect.
I'm glad that you in the intro for us mentioned the Hoth stuff, because the Hoth stuff is so formative for a number of reasons, and especially when you're starting off a movie and there's like, wow, they're on an ice planet now. This is crazy, and you get to see these like crazy critters that are a good example of like the Lucas world, and you're like, and then you get to see Luke get messed up, and that scene where he's like trying to get the lightsaber, but he's really not a good Force user yet. Pivotal. As a young person of like, wow, that scene's so cool. And we like reenacted on like the monkey bars. You get like one kid hanging on the monkey bars. And another one would have like a thing of Pepsi or something. And
We all tried.
But it was very, very real that like that was like an important scene, and it just drops you in. And we've talked so much about that, and that's kind of a Howard Hawks thing too. It's a lot of Howard Hawksism in this that I'm picking up on now, but it just drops you in. You're just there, you're in it. They're on, this is the base, this is what's happening. There's no there is exposition because you have the crawl going up, but then you quickly get like, Luke is like dying of hypothermia. Han has to put him in the Tauntaun, which is gross as hell and grossed me out for still kind of gross actually. Yeah, but I get it. It sounds science, but
and I'm assuming Mark Hamill was complaining about how his hair looked different and all that stuff.
Mark Hamill did a great job. We're not going to talk too much trash on Mark Hamill, but the build up to all this though is when the Empire finally gets to the Hoth base, because then you see the AT-ATs, and the AT-ATs are like a combination between a freaking tank and like a predator of some kind, and they're huge, and it was maybe one of the coolest things I've ever seen. And George Lucas, from the same town that I am from, who lived in the Bay Area just like me, was inspired by the cranes in the Oakland Harbor, which if you look at them, they do kind of look like AT-ATs. And I was like, oh, I wonder if those things were walking. That'd be pretty crazy. And that's like how he came up with these. And one of the most effective kind of like scary things coming at you ever. And they actually based, I think, the beginning of the Empire Strikes Back video game, the original one, on that scene. And it was crazy and immersive. And it's wild how little of the movie takes place on Hoth for how important that is foundationally to Star Wars and those types of scenes, right? They had like another one of these video games that a bunch of them where you're just in these different scenarios and like Battlefronts. Is that what it's called? Lolo, you would probably know.
Yeah,
You're
Star Wars Battlefront. Yeah.
And you'd be in these various areas, and that set the scene for all of that, because some of that stuff did exist in A New Hope, but really it's all about, oh, this planet's ice. Oh, now we're in a jungle. Now we're doing this. Now we're doing that. And it's so... It's exactly all the microclimates.
The reason for all of the awesome wardrobe, like the parkas, because like Eric got a replica of the blue parkas that they wore on set like one year, because it was just like all of the clothing that they made, the world itself. There was like these weird racist looking snow troopers that I was like, what is happening with that?
It does look a bit like the Ku Klux Klan went on a skiing vacation. You're right, but
I didn't want to say that those three letters, but I wrote that down.
They're based on like they're based on like various like the NATO troops and like the Wehrmacht style troops, like the different like Nazi troops or whatever. Like the uniforms that at least the Empire has are based on those like Nazi uniforms.
It looks like SS for sure. Like some of that, for sure.
And so Lolo, you're right, because to this day, whenever there's a heavy snowstorm and I'm putting on like the winter gear, immediately think of Ice Station Hoth every time.
You think you're gotta watch out.
I don't think I'm a stormtrooper. I said I'm putting on like the rebel gear, right? You got your hood. Okay, now it's sounding worse, doesn't it? No, but the furry, like It's good winter looks. I mean, let's respect. We're talking about the rebels here, not about the Empire can F off. I'm very bold to say that the Empire can F off.
Oh my god. Yeah,
Oh,
don't get me started on that.
Such words have never been spoken before, Conan.
Yeah, I know. I'm so brave, so brave.
There's a town called Finsta, which is a town in Norway, which is where they shot all of the AT-AT parts of it, and also they shot
it's probably the middle of summer.
Well, no, it was in the worst snowstorm in 50 years.
It's a joke. It's a joke because it's cold in Norway. That's the joke.
Wait, what?
I'm leading up to something. I'm leading up to something with this.
Go ahead.
So it was the worst snowstorm in 50 years, and they had actually the Norway, the ski patrol guys actually have to come in and rescue a bunch of the actors because they were kind of stranded in the snow in the actual production. This was the first thing they shot. So they immediately went to Norway and got caught in the worst fucking blizzard, which delayed the movie by I think a few weeks or something, because all of a sudden it was June before they could actually finish it. That's how bad this the snowstorm and the reshoots and everything were. And this town now, Finsta, is actually they've taken the Star Wars thing and they've taken it to the next. They're like a little like a town that I don't know, has all of the stuff preserved and everything, that they're yeah, come see all of our, this is where Star Wars was that.
Yeah,
that's
come hang out at Scenic Hoth. Yeah. get one of those tourist posters, right? In the old style of the National Park Service.
Yeah.
It's the 6th largest glacier I think in Norway. It's it's huge, the expanse of it. But they had to have the actual guys from the ski patrol guys actually come and save Mark Hamill and Harrison Ford.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, Forrest, you mentioned about all the injuries and all the problems that Mark Hamill had to bump his head 16 times in Yoda's hut for the director to be like, yeah, you got it right.
He hated that director. The director was George Lucas's professor from USC.
And he has a crazy his career is so I'm gonna just show my cards here. I think this is one of the greatest movies ever made. It's not only the best Star Wars movie, but one of the greatest movies ever made.
The cliffhanger was revolutionary too. That was something that wasn't really a thing in films until this movie really.
I didn't know that's true. Yeah, it leaves you.
And it's clearly on the very short list for one of the best sequels. One of the best sequels of all time as well. Can't speak to that. But that said, Irving Kershner, the only other movie
sequel in the only sequel household.
Right, exactly. Irving Kershner, the director, the only other movie I've seen him do is RoboCop 2. Which is not remotely as good as the actual RoboCop. So, one of the most disappointing sequels and one of the objectively best sequels of all time.
He did well first of all,
it's not bad RoboCop 2, but real RoboCop exists.
I didn't know RoboCop 2 existed, Conan.
Frank Miller wrote it. It's, again, if it was called anything else, I'd probably be singing its praises, but it's not worthy of the name in my opinion.
He launched Irving Kershner launched an acting career on Last Temptation of Christ. He got cast by Scorsese.
Oh really?
And as John, as John's father or whatever. But they also had, of course, his name's Irving Kershner. He had he did the movie version of The Raid on Entebbe when they did.
You know what else he did?
Because everything that Israel does, they have to make a movie about it. And
sure. He's in Angus too. That movie, that 90s movie Angus. Anybody remember that? Kathy Bates is in it.
God, I haven't thought about it until right now.
I got a promo VHS copy of it when I worked at Tower Records, and the guy who's the assistant manager was like, "This looks like a movie you'd like." And after I watched it, I was like, "Should I be insulted by that or complimented?" It's fine. Angus is fine. I'm not here to light Angus up, but he's in as an actor. I didn't realize he was an actor, but he's got a cinematic looking face, right? So yeah, fine.
The next movie that he did after this, Never Say Never Again, was the last Sean Connery James Bond.
That's right.
A couple years after this.
That's right. And I know that because I've been listening to my friend Mike Scott's new podcast, Bottled and Bond, where they go over all the movies of the Bond franchise and drink attendant drinks along with their recaps of all the various Bond movies, which I've enjoyed more than some Bond movies, frankly.
We all know Pierce Brosnan's the best James Bond ever. We know this.
By the way, is it inexplicable that Lando's wearing Han's jacket because he's literally in the Millennium Falcon? Like he's just taking over Han's role as Millennium
But
Falcon.
he's all buttoned up.
Dude, by the way, are we getting into the Lando of it all? Because it might be time to get into the Lando of it all.
Yeah.
I need cape moves on stage. Cape moves.
Yeah. Oh, should I do a cape? Yeah. Okay.
I find it. I noticed this more this time. I've always noticed it, but I noticed it so much more watching it last night for like the millionth time. But like they introduce Lando by Han being like, "No, I don't trust him. I don't trust him." But
yeah.
you know,
He's my friend. Of course, I don't trust him.
Like that guy in the movie. That sounds.
And then,
Yeah,
and then Leia. Yeah, that's what you should say. What, you don't trust him because he's black? But no, but like they so the next time or whatever, he's like,
I think
Leia's
Chewie
like, I don't
actually
trust him.
said that.
But he's like, but like the next time he's like Han's like, no, I don't trust him, but like, you know, but we're here. He's like, no, I don't trust him. And then he immediately trusts him and gets fucked over. And it's like, dude, you just said like 4 times you don't trust him. Like you're not gonna watch your back as you. He's like, I have a surprise. He's like, I have a surprise for you guys. You're gonna love it. And he opens the door and it's just Darth Vader. And it's like, you just said 4 times, like you don't trust him. Like you
don't know how to feel about
Okay.
it.
IMDb inaccuracy, I think.
They go back and forth with him. I want to like him as soon as I see him.
Oh, because he's like endless charisma.
Like,
It's Billy D. Williams.
I'm gonna like him.
Have you seen that
I
man
understand
dance?
about that.
Well, and think about it. Think about it.
Yeah.
His name is William D. Williams.
Yeah.
Billy D. Williams.
I'm
amazing.
I'm talking shit like I haven't had like a friend or two that I'm like, oh no, of course I don't trust them, and then my wallet disappears, and I'm like, how could they do this to me?
Because they're both charismatic, sort of rogues. Like birds of a feather in a certain way. But the big thing, the betrayal is like, it's such a big deal because you're just investing enough in Lando. Like, all right, this guy's cool. Like he's busting Han's balls, but that's all right. We'll allow it. And then
you get the feeling there's tit for tat. Like
it's like Solo's probably ended up on the other side of it before. There's a thing about like maybe he owned the Millennium Falcon before, blah blah blah, et cetera, et cetera. Doesn't require a prequel movie to show you. And then you see that reveal, and the reveal of Darth Vader being at like the head of like, you know, the chairman of the board of executives, and Han, to his credit, immediately starts shooting. Like instincts strong, just like, oh my God, it's Vader, shoot him. And then just Vader's just like pop, 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 pop. Nope.
Yeah.
Denied.
Well, I guess he learned from Greedo, whatever happened there. Next time he needs to immediately start shooting.
Start shooting immediately. But I think there's such a great import in those scenes and the perceived betrayal, because it is a betrayal at the time, of Lando, that you just invested enough in him. Like, okay, this is one of the good guys. He's like, and then it's like, oh no, he's not. So then you do need that. And, you know, spoiler alert, he gets a little bit of a reprieve in this, but, you know, spoiler alert for a movie almost as old as I am. In Jedi, of course.
How dare you,
does.
Conan?
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. Next thing I'll be just saying.
People are like, what's a Star War?
Yeah,
I feel like a lot in like
next thing I'll be saying like who's Luke's father. You know, I'll be spoiling that next.
I feel like again, I'm gonna go back to this, like when they pull up to Bespin and stuff. I feel like Chewie is saying a lot of important stuff, you know, and everyone's like responding to him, and you're like answering the questions, which I thought, like watching it a second time, I don't think I picked up on that, you know, like watching it more times than recently.
Chewie, that's racist. No, Lolo, I think you're onto something, because think about it. It's the opposite of like the Hitchcock bomb in the room, right? Because the thing with the bomb in the room with Hitchcock is like, we as the audience know that we know more than the people on screen don't. And in this case, Chewie's like telling you like, look, man, this is probably a bad idea. Like, I don't know if we should be trusting Lando in this situation. And we're not getting any of that. We just have to engage with what we're seeing. right?
You
Which
can
is
tell by Han's
Man's best
response,
friend right
like
there.
he's answering the questions, but like you kind of can tell
Yeah.
like what's being said, like almost like on the other end of the phone, like if you couldn't see.
right, and you're only hearing one side of the conversation, so it's again showing, not telling, right? Which is a key
Mhm.
reason why I love this film. And then additionally, you have like when he greets him, that they have like, oh, maybe this isn't going to go so great, and then it says like, I was just messing with you, you know, which is great because then it gets your expectations up, brings them back down, like you're on a ride for it. And it's one of the times that works so well with the introduction of a new character.
At two, Lando.
In Jedi, he's somehow a general for the rebellion, even though he pretty much just joined them. They need higher recruiting standards. That's such an Israel ass move. It's like you're like, oh, they killed like 14 19-year-old generals. Oh no.
So all right, I'm very briefly put on the nerd hat here. In the comics, they approved Star Wars comics, some of which written by a friend of the show, Gary Whitta. There's a much longer process of it. Like he gets put on trial for a while. He has to like prove his worth, et cetera, et cetera. For the purpose of the movies and how quickly the movies move, think about how many plot points. We're already to Cloud City.
Yeah.
We've missed a whole bunch of stuff going over to it, right?
Again, this is stuff that Mark Hamill talks about all the time when he's asked about Star Wars.
Like it gets dragged down if you give too much backstory. And I think that works out well for the films. We'll talk about Jedi next week. We don't need to take time doing it for there. But the redemption of Lando, I think, is key, and him coming around is key to the movie. But that not being resolved in this movie, like him being like, okay, you guys still got a lot to make up for, bro. You sold us out. Like that's huge.
Yeah. Okay. By the way, is it Bobby time?
Yeah.
It's always Bobby time, baby. Let's roll it.
You gotta get
All right, so
friend of the show.
Friend of the show.
It's R.I.P. It's been a while since we had a good Bobby clip. Apparently she was all over the fucking set of the original trilogy of Star Wars. She was there more than anybody.
yeah.
Like literally any movie, any Star Wars movie, you type it in. She interviewed the director, the producer. She interviewed Lando. She interviewed Carrie Fisher. She interviewed Mark Hamill. She interviewed the guy that played Vader, but not the guy who played Vader's body, David Prout. Like she's interviewing all of them.
Cloud City.
Vader's, not Vader's body. That's bad.
For this space.
You know that
you're all probably thinking, who is this Bobby?
Yeah, Bobby Wygant is and she's a noted character in her own right, and someone that we I feel like we used to do way more clips, and then we would almost always pull something of her, and it would almost always have like some element of her, especially if it was a male guest, like where she just gets like, you're a little too flirtatious with, like, this is kind of like feel like you're kind of crossing a line, but I love it.
Yeah.
So this is bad. And I told you guys what this one is.
Yeah.
This one, this is her. This is her talking to Billy D. Williams and Carrie Fisher, and this is immediately awkward.
All right, can't wait.
On the
Can't wait.
first Star Wars, it
Ready
really is. They're saying you're the new kid in town.
It's nice to see you again, by the way.
Thank you, thank you. Billy, do you think that there are going to be some people who are going to say, "Oh, well, there he is, the token black now"? And what do you have to say to those
Well,
people?
about things like that, really. I just want to have a lot of fun, and this is part of it. And I was very pleased to be invited as a part of the Star Wars cast.
Your role, are you now that you look at it, are you pleased, and did it turn out the way that you thought it would?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I was quite pleased. I was astounded when I saw it for the first time about 2 weeks ago. I mean, it's the production is just incredible, and everybody else in it is just incredible. Besides me.
It is your first time to do anything of this sort, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now, it's got to be feel a little strange, doesn't it, when you were working?
Well, it was a different rhythm, and this movie has its own personality. But everybody was Carrie and Mark and Harrison and Kirst. Everybody was very, very helpful to me, and I think I got into it. It's a real departure for me.
Smooth.
But I really enjoyed myself.
Carrie, I remember when we talked during Star Wars, and you said that it was so difficult because the effects weren't there, and you were talking to a blank screen or something.
Yo, she's high as fuck. Look at her eyes.
Oh man, yeah, she's on shit. Multiple things.
Learn your lines and don't run into the asteroids.
That's
right.
That's
We all,
good.
you know,
That's good.
have to
Solid.
learn how to. No, picked it up real easy. I mean, you just do what you got to do.
Especially since we're so used to how she was, you
I
know,
may
very
look little, but I kind
energetic.
No, we all have to look at a piece of tape and agree that it's an asteroid or a Minoc or some kind of space monster. So it just requires a lot of concentration, a lot of imagination, and great willingness to be a little foolish, a little childlike.
What do you remember about Cloud City, about doing that particular segment?
His planet? There was really a lot that wasn't there, but it was beautiful. Actually, the things that were there were actually some of the matte shots behind us were beautiful. But I think that was a little easier to do than the cockpit sequences are the most difficult and so forth. So Cloud City, I have a couple of fond memories about Cloud City.
What's so difficult about the cockpit?
Oh, well, that's where they put all the blue screen stuff. So when we're in a cockpit and you see stars, or when we see it for the first time like anybody else. There's nothing there. And, that's a lot of times they'll shoot the front of that, then they'll shoot the side of it, then they'll shoot the back of it. And all the time you got to match exactly what you did when you did the first one, which would be the front of it.
Yeah, there's so much more activity and so much more action going on.
In the little cramped quarters, it's real hot.
Direct to sync point. There's this over there and there's that over there.
Right, a lot of it's directed without sound.
Yeah, she's definitely high, by the way. But that's good. Your planet?
Yeah,
great.
I like how she's like, I had a couple fond
So was
memories
Billy
over
D, man.
Yeah.
Dude, they were both. They probably smoked out right before that show.
I don't know if you guys remember when Billy D. Williams was on Dance with the Stars. Everyone was like, "What?" And he would barely move. He'd be like,
"Yeah, I know." The guy is the smoothest. He's smooth.
And the woman would be like, "Duh, duh," and I'm like, "What has happened?" I'm like, "How did he get on?"
He's a minimalist. By the way, I love that, the Star Warsism of the say the lines and try not to trip over the furniture. That's good. That's just trying to trip on an asteroid. That's good. That's solid.
But I don't know. Just something really funny about the way she was like, "Oh, I got a couple good memories about Cloud City, baby."
Yeah. You're probably in Cloud City right before the show. Am I right? Yeah.
It's like the way people talk about. It's like the way
there.
It's like the way people talk about Vegas or Nashville.
Yeah. Cloud City, aka when the Supernaut stops and we make a stop on tour, right, Lolo? Yeah. Allegedly.
It's so funny now looking in hindsight how Carrie Fisher would talk about Star Wars. It's so funny. When watching, Craig Ferguson and just how abrasive and just hilarious she is when she would talk about it, in the last 15 plus years of her life.
I love
why she works so well as that character too, because she's so
it's iconic. One of the most iconic adventure sci-fi. I mean, look, anytime you have an action adventure female that until you have Alien, you're thinking of Princess Leia.
Yeah.
And then there's two of them. Okay, you're thinking of Ripley and Princess Leia now. And it's and that was the case for a long time, mostly because they just didn't exist in films.
Like Sarah Connor from
Sure, Terminator 2. Yeah, I mean, again, we got up to about 5 probably, by 2000. But I mean, Princess Leia, not just a princess, despite Han. And I forgot how adorable it is how he always is your worship to her. Is great. It's perfect. And this is the first time you see the actual romance aspects of it, which all work. All that works.
Yeah.
And
I think he says your highnessness or something.
Also,
she's pretty. I mean, she's pretty high.
That was before the Bobby Wagon interview. Yeah.
We haven't really mentioned how she speaks, her cadence, and how a lot of people always hated how she would go in and out of that very imperial royal way of speaking. And I'm part of it also too could be taking inspiration from the fact that Debbie Reynolds, she's a mom, you had to learn Singing in the Rain, learn a transatlantic accent type of way to speak. And I think that's where something like that's important for someone like Princess Leia to have, is that she has a certain way of speaking that sounds very almost refined and regal.
And like, and it's phony, right? Like there's something like,
but it changes when she gets angry. When she gets annoyed or angry, like when she's like, you stuck up, half-witted, scruffy-looking nerf herder, right? Like it's a totally different cadence. But Han's response of like scruffy-looking, you know, that's the thing.
And then also she said something that I always like. This scruffy-looking thing is what stuck with me, but. Laser brain is something going to be saying much more frequently.
Nerf heard like they came up with a slur like on this line. They're like, you Nerf herder, like
that's so great. I mean, name that band, you know, and that back and forth about well, you said you wanted to be around when I made a mistake. This could be it, you know. Great, like they're it's so.
And then she goes, I take it back.
Yeah, it's so Howard Hawks, and again, as someone who now has seen a bunch of Howard Hawks movies, like, oh, so that's just as we were talking about the Hidden Fortress and the Kurosawa of it all with The New Hope. It's absolutely like he's doing like the Howard Hawks thing in this in a good way, but it's like in space. It's like, all right, only angels have wings, but in space, right? And it works so well, and we get to see more of Princess Leia's actual personality here as well, up to and including, like, you know, at one point, you know, he's like, can you please stop calling me that, when he says your worship for like the third time, or whatever, along those lines. And you start to see them actually have a rapport, right? Which was, of course, originally a love triangle before the reveal of Luke and Leia being brother and sister. But you know, hey, we don't need to get too much into that. But
I mean, royalty. What are you gonna do? You know,
right? Is it that much different? Yeah.
And I don't think even George Lucas even knew really what was gonna 100% happen with it, the characters at this point either. So
well, they do. This is the first time they're gonna say there is another, and it's like,
which is so that's such a hard scene.
Yeah,
he dips, and you get to see the red, like as the X-wing flies away, you see like Yoda gets like a reflection of the red, and he goes, there is another, and you're like, what are you talking about? You know, it's again, I had that.
Does it go
spoiled.
right to her then, or what does it cut away to? It doesn't cut away right to her, does it?
Yeah, I should have known. I literally just watched it, but I don't remember. But I just remember. I was very impressed with the lighting on Yoda for that one, which I do want to get into the Dagobah of it all. But before we dance away yet again, we need to address the carbonite freezing.
Yeah.
And how effective that is, because again, we're talking about like the blooming romance between Han Solo and Leia, right? And then you have this thing. You're like, what is it like? What are they doing? They're freezing him? Like, what has happened? Like, it's a crazy thing, right? And for all intents and purposes, like, oh, this may be the end of like basically everyone's favorite character. Yeah. And it's so important because we have, I mean, I get it, and I get the third wave feminism representation of it, but the I love you, I know.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, Harrison Ford
that's so good.
And they were like, let's make a compromise. Let's freeze you instead.
Yeah, and it works. And it gets us that scene, which is, again, that's another one of those, like, if people are talking about like romantic scenes in movies, right? Everyone's going to bring that up.
Chemistry.
Oh, it's great.
Yeah.
It still works, even after all these years, right? It still works in the way that like lesser ephemera has leaned into it.
Too. It's like, oh my God. Come on.
There's something like I noticed it now that I know this. I haven't really noticed it in the past, but when Leia's wearing the puffy jacket for most of the movie, right? It's because she had the flu, and then she also had like her kind of drug stuff going on at the same time. And I think she had a really bad fall, and then she turned to like painkillers because of the fall. And then I think that ruined her immune system. And then so she got like a really bad flu. She's 85 pounds. And that's why she's wearing the puffy jacket.
You have to add all that weight.
She is tiny.
Well, she's 5'1", and Harrison Ford's 6 foot. So like she had to stand on boxes for that height difference, because they're like, he's like a foot taller than you, Carrie.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, wow.
She's I don't know. She's so zooted by Return of the Jedi. I'll never forget really early on in Reddit when people were like going in on Reddit and like, you know, with like Reddit theories and stuff. Somebody tracked down, like, she puts her hand on Han's shoulder in Return of the Jedi, and there's just she has a coke nail like a really blatant one. Like
Oh,
the
yeah.
rest of her nails are filed all the way down, and then the one nail is like perfect bump.
Total coke now. Well, and that's and so the Star Wars holiday special, the infamous Star Wars holiday special, which is a documentary featuring friend of the show and next week's guest Bonnie Burton of formerly of LucasArts. She is coked up out of her mind in that, by the way, and it is so readily apparent. And I do hope that we get into that when we talk about that. But it is like, no, this is like, it's time for an intervention for Carrie Fisher at that point. And that's a larger discussion and perhaps a worthwhile one. But I just really want to hammer home the I love you, I know, great ad lib, right? I mean, that's not even written in the script, if I remember correctly. Amazing.
George Lucas hated that apparently. Does not like that because he was like, Han wouldn't say that. My Han wouldn't say that.
But it flips the power dynamic because you have this woman who's obviously gorgeous. She's a member of royalty. She's the head of the rebellion. She holds all the power, and this scruffy little nerf herder just boom turned it back around, and you can tell she's the kind of like you SOB, but kind of into it at the same time, which is great. You know, that's so it works so well. And that's another thing. By the way, Lucas instincts are terrible. Let's just go ahead and say that because every change in special edition was for the worse, except for the Emperor not looking like.
I think we need some more quasi-racist aliens to throw into here. I really like my brain doesn't necessarily comprehend that this is the same year that like Carrie Fisher the same year as in Blues Brothers, and in that amazing just she has the machine gun and she's chasing them down the entire movie.
It's great.
This is the same year that she Empire came out.
Conan.
Okay, Mon Mothma erasure. Sure, she was the leader. Is he in this film? No, she's not. We'll talk about Mon Mothma next episode. We celebrate Mon Mothma in this household. Don't worry about it. Wait till next week. Okay, all right.
Conan, go back
in this house. Mon Mothma is a beautiful Italian American woman.
So speaking of the line, when this is a whole on IMDb, and I found this fascinating. When Han Solo was about to be frozen, Princess Leia says, "I love you." In the original script, Han Solo was supposed to say, "Just remember that, Leia, because I'll be back." I have to say it like that.
Of course.
But at the time of filming, Harrison Ford
Don't worry, Leia. I'll be back.
Imagine if that was the line, though.
Well, but they weren't sure Ford was going to come back for Jedi, right?
And apparently, it was actually discussed between Irvin Kushner and Harrison Ford, and that's how they came up with the line.
Wow, that's great.
Which is hilarious because the entire trilogy, Han Solo was like, "Oh, I'm gonna leave," and he never leaves. And Harrison Ford, the entire trilogy is like, "Oh, I'm not coming back for the next one."
Yeah, he's kind of doing the same thing. You're right.
Yeah.
Hey, kid, I'm not coming back. But I'll do 5 minutes.
This is my last movie.
Yeah.
Well, Conan, can we talk about Yoda?
Well, we should. So let's get into the Dagobah of it all. Quick sidebar. While Dagobah's happening, I always forget it's the asteroid chase. It's a scene, and they literally fly into a gigantic sandworm in space. How do I forget this? Because there's so much stuff that happens in this movie, it's easy to forget about. Even though you're like, you have that epiphany, like, oh, they're in its stomach. And it's like, oh my God. And then they fly out and you get that great flying out the teeth. I'm like, that isn't even like a C-tier scene of action in this incredible film. But we got to talk about Dagobah. We got to talk about how hard that goes. And by the way, how much of a gremlin, just a malevolent gremlin Yoda is to Luke, in that way that when you meet the sensei in the martial arts movie, they try to feel you out and feel out what kind of person you are by seeing how you treat someone of lower worth and lower status. Yeah, right. It's something Kurosawa did all the time. It happens all over. And like Yoda is like, he's wilding out when you first meet him.
George Lucas wanted him. He was pushing for Frank Oz to get a Best Supporting Actor nomination for Yoda.
Well, again, like I mentioned last week that
Oscar I do receive.
Sir Alec Guinness as like thinking of the ultimate teaching the craft to the young hero on their journey, Yoda. Like when we think of like the best Star Wars training quotes, it's all Yoda, and it's all in a space of like 10 minutes.
And the
it's crazy.
Alec Guinness, that fucking bitch. He did get his. He got 0.25% of the gross for this movie,
And
just
he
for
still
doing
talks shit.
those few scenes. He got his. He only had to be in those few scenes. He had a few days work. They gave him 0.25 of the gross of the entire thing.
I
Just
know
for that.
Robbed I was.
Robbed I was.
Well,
Wait, so this is George Lucas rejected Frank Oz's voice for Yoda. This is just it's 30 seconds. Just,
Okay, all right.
By the way, George didn't want my voice in the beginning. I gave him a tape. He said, no, thank you. And in post-production for about a year, I heard that he was auditioning voices for Yoda. He had no intention to use me for voice. And then I was on my honeymoon with my first wife about 25 years ago or 30 years ago. And he said, Frank, maybe could you come out in Hawaii? Could you come out? And I think we'd like to try your voice. And so I flew back and recorded Yoda.
I mean,
it is weird when you think it's the same guy who does Miss Piggy. Like you kind of like, all right, well, I can't unring that bell.
But
Ever so similar.
Mark Hamill had a hard time like with the Yoda stuff and laughing that Frank Oz was like, I'm gonna bring Kermit and Miss Piggy on set so you can laugh your ass off when needed.
Because Mark Hamill could only interact with Yoda for that. They shot those scenes over 3 months, and he only was able to communicate with the Yoda puppet. And I mean, I had that thing in the intro, and he got bit by like one of those Gila monsters, like.
Yeah, it's a swamp, right? It's a freaking. There's like animals, beasties everywhere,
and they brought the actual animals, and like it didn't bother to like defang them or anything. You know what I mean? Like, so he's just like getting bit by like a Gila monster on the head. Like
you can't get defanged. It's in their union. Uncle Alligator made that concession, I think.
He also right before he left Hoth, well, right before he left Norway, he jumping out of the speeder. He had to actually do that stunt. They were like, "Oh, we don't have a stuntman for you here," so he had to do the stunt, and he smashed his hand into the ship. So honestly, jumping out of the speeder, so he had like a fucked up hand, which is funny because then he loses that hand.
Yeah, that's Andy. Hashtag it gets worse.
Yeah.
All right, so we gotta talk about Dagobah, right? So all we know,
Dagobah, we must talk about.
All we know in the movie, outside of the attendant material, where we get to see, a very much more serious Yoda and earlier material that is clearly a major part of the the Jedi world and the Republic, the pre-Empire Republic. And what we see here is, again, he's just been out on his own for forever. He's old. He DJ.
Talk to myself, I do.
And clearly, like he's leaning into trying to train this kid. But he wants to push him. He wants to push him to find out what kind of person he is. Because think of who his father is.
Mm-hmm. And look, Bo.
The great, one of the most egregious Sith Lords of the modern era, the ruination of the entire world of the Jedi, et cetera, et cetera. So, because at first you're like, oh, why is he being such a hard ass? Like, why did you go through all that stuff? And the reason why is because he wanted to find out his character, wanted to find out what kind of person he was.
Does he have a temper? Or
right, exactly. And so again, he does it through the classic. It's a trope if you like watch samurai movies of just, again, the old master. You don't know what he looks like, and they just try make out to be like a beggar or a pauper to see how they are treated. But when they don't have anything clearly to offer the supplicant.
Kurosawa loved to do it with just like a drunk, like he loved to just make the guy pretend to be drunk, and so like
absolutely, yeah.
And so he'd be like, and then he'd be like, get out of my way, sir! I'm trying to find a powerful samurai leader, and then he'd like push the guy, and the guy would be like.
Yeah, it's like drunken master stuff. Yeah, absolutely. Well, yeah. And so, but like I had forgotten, I have seen this movie so many bloody times. I've forgotten just how hard he goes. He's like, he like goes and eats Luke's food and basically, that's terrible in such small portions. Just like he's immediately like
bring that up again.
he's all up in his biz. He's like dicking around with like the equipment. And it's like, what are you doing? He's getting into fights with R2. It's like he is going so hard immediately. You're just loving it.
Oh yeah, I like.
I
Okay, so I
forgot.
came up with a thing too. I came up with a thing because there's a thing where he's digging through his stuff.
Yeah.
Yoda really has a badonkadonk. Like they're really making him like stick his booty out, and I was like, wait a second, I should not be attracted to this right now. But, and
800 years you work out, but Donkadonk you would have too.
Does not matter, age discourse.
I think I used that as a hashtag for the social media.
I think you know what's so interesting. You know what's so interesting though? Like we talk about like Yoda is probably the most.
Yoda's got swamp ass.
There you go. Yoda's probably like the most one of the more recognizable, profitable merchandise of Star Wars. You can have your own life size Yoda.
I found my classic Yoda figurine earlier, and I think I sent a picture to the group about it. But like, I should have. I didn't think to bring it down. But like, what's funny about it, and I called it the pre-bimboification of Yoda because he looks gnarly. Like, it's like, yo, that guy looks old AF.
There's so many forehead wrinkles.
He's so wrinkled and gnarled and crazy looking, and when you don't know who he like suspend disbelief. You haven't seen this movie 1,000 times, and you see this like guy. This is like, what is this guy's deal? Like, what's this like old lizard's the whole situation? He looks like a malevolent frog, and he's been 1,000 years old, right?
Yeah, and now look at Baby Yoda. How that was the best kept secret when it came to the Mandalorian coming out. Like that, everyone loves Grogu. I have my own Grogu. I got 2 of them.
I love The Mandalorian, and I love Lone Wolf and Cub, which is basically what it's based off of, and I'm okay with it.
It's just interesting, like how people are still trying to figure out, like how Grogu's related to Yoda. I'm like, it's a Yoda. It is there's more than one. It's a species in itself. But Frank Oz.
Well, technically speaking, there's Yaddle, but it's just Yoda with a wig on, so therefore he's a cross-dressing icon.
But I don't think
they're set, like they set up the mood of him so well. Like I think at this point, when they get to the swamp, the New Dagobah. I mean Dagobah. Sorry, I always say New Dagobah because that's what Eric named his Animal Crossing town. But they do the theme, the Star Wars theme with a minor third, and it's like and that just made me have goosebumps. And
it's such a good piece of music.
Setting that thing up where you don't actually believe he could be the Jedi because you don't know, you haven't watched it yet, right? But it's like,
and who have we seen to be the master before? It's Alec Guinness, who's still like, floating around as like a ghost because apparently I shouldn't have. It's a big hit. I apparently shouldn't have written myself out yet, even though I got a taste on this one too. And it's effectively playing with expectations that if you are watching that for the first time, it is a big surprise. And again, that's playing with your expectations. But why would you think it'd be like a big, a strong looking like bearded white dude,
And he's kind of like doesn't have to move a lot, which is like in the later movies where he's flipping around and shit. I'm like, why are they making him do that?
Yeah,
I hate that.
He's been using the Force for like 800 years or something, right? He doesn't need to be flipping around.
Doesn't have to
He
move.
was supposed to voice Yoda, but he was like, no, Frank Oz is a better choice.
I think he's good, right, excellent. I think that Jim Henson's probably underrated as a voice actor, but Frank Oz is better.
Yeah.
And think about the character. What do like the his way of speaking, the voice, right? I mean, this is like, again, this is something we compare characters to.
Yoda pulls up. It's not easy being green.
Well, Conan, I think you know this too about Yoda's speech, is that it's a speech in object, subject, verb order. Very few languages on Earth have it, and it's more based in Amazon River Basin.
And to the Western ear, it sounds more alien. It sounds like an alien. Oh, wow, that's good. All right, Forrest, you're just gonna do it after me if I do it, so you do it. Go ahead, read it.
Good glow this is.
There you go. There it is, everybody. But then when he gets serious, first of all, it takes Obi-Wan like coming as a Force ghost, like, hey, like this kid's all right, and then Yoda shifts immediately. I guess we can't say his body language changes because he's a puppet, but the way Yoda moves changes, the way his eyes are changes. Like he doesn't look goofy anymore. Like it looks like, oh no, this is okay. Which to be able to have that kind of posture-based acting with a puppet, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
They don't do it
Well,
like that
so that
usually.
there's it goes so hard because he literally like he's fucking with him nonstop throughout the kitchen, and he's giving him food. He's like, eat, good food. This is like, you know what I mean? Like he's just being
Conan.
weird. He's just
I
being,
thought about that because Conan, like, whenever we're like, are we gonna eat next on tour? He's like, I don't want to talk about eating. And I was like,
Yeah,
oh
he was
my
getting-
god, I
he
have
was
to
getting-
bring up this.
Conan
this
was getting
man
real
who's
mad
like,
on
Yoda, eat.
Conan was not having it at Caterwall. Like, I don't, if anyone else tells me about their meals,
Dude, everybody wanted to fucking tell me about what they're eating. I'm like, oh my god, tell it literally anyone else. I don't care. Tell Yoda.
I was like, yeah, it sucks, but I need to tell you about this fish and chips thing.
But yeah. Oh yeah, terrible. Anyway, but about this thing I had. Yeah.
No, so he's fucking with him, and Luke is getting like all like Luke is getting all prissy like he does, you know, like because he's still like by Jedi
40% less whiny at this point.
Yeah.
Right?
But he's getting into because he didn't eat the food, so he has, you know, he's hungry and he's getting hangry. And
expect me to lift the next wing when I'm hangry?
He's like, wait, and Yoda's head goes down and he goes, teach him, I cannot, or whatever. Like, you know, he's impatient, and then all of a sudden you hear the Ben Kenobi voice. He goes, "So was I when you first, when you first taught me." And that's like that moment. It goes so hard. You're like, can Luke hear that? And obviously he can, but like there's that moment where you're like, can Luke hear that? Like, is he gonna realize in that moment? Like, and then he's like, I don't know. He's kind of looks around. He's like, Ben, like.
He's scary. But Yoda's theme. I love Yoda's theme song because I keep bringing it up. The John Williams of it all is just like it carries me away.
Mm-hmm.
So anytime there's a theme introduced, I'm all over it. But Yoda's freaking scary. He's craggly. They say he's like just where you find out he's like 800 years old.
That's why people like Grogu so much.
And like when he's like, like he's like, I'm not afraid. You will be.
Yeah,
I know. Yeah,
that freaked me out. Generally, I was like,
which that's the moment that like Jim Henson's voice probably would have gone crazy. Like, you know what I mean? Because like he's so many different like voices, and like, you know, the dark crystal or whatever. Like you could see him like doing some Skeksis shit with a voice or something like that.
Oh yeah.
But there's like, I don't know, the whole thing. I forgot that Yoda when he gets into the fight with R2, he goes mine. He's hitting him with a stick.
Very
so good.
obnoxious.
Good stick.
But like Luke is, I mean, look, I think that, I mean, obviously, I don't know, who knows how long it would take me to realize that this is Master Yoda. But like, he's like, oh, I knew your dad. And I know Yoda. Sure, like I could take you to Yoda. Like at some point you have to be like, are you Yoda? Like, I don't know. Like it's like in my head, it's just like,
I like how his
if he knows
voice
your dad,
instantly changes when he finds out he's Yoda. He's like, wait a second, I can train. I wasn't, you know.
He's like Ben, tell him I can do it.
I'm good. Tell me I'm good.
I don't know. He goes back to like New Hope, annoying Luke, where he's like just trying to get off Tatooine, and it's like, bro, we get it. You want to get off Tatooine.
But this is
Yoda roasts him for that shit too, because he's like adventure, action. A Jedi
craves not these things.
Yeah, and it's like, yeah, dude, you just want to get off Tatooine, like.
just dropping hard lines like he's about to do a rap battle over and over again. No, and he's right. And again, this is part of the hero's journey of Luke, that we think we see the full thing within A New Hope, right? And to a certain degree, it is a complete story. But like, no, from the larger perspective of the Luke Skywalker story, this is the midpoint. You know, this is the call to adventure, the refuse the call, et cetera, et cetera. This
that was early Dewey. This is middle Dewey.
Right. Well, I mean, we laugh about it now because we think about it in terms of there being so many meta contextual references for it. But the reason why it works is because of that classic prose, those classic beats, and done in a way that we just hadn't seen before. And by we, I mean culturally we. So I'm gonna steal the screen share for a second real quick. We got actual Yoda on here right now. This is my for the viewing audience, this is my Yoda figurine. Hold on a second, let me pull it up. My Yoda figurine. right? That and mixed with my big bobblehead Boba Fett that used to make gun sounds. I don't know that his batteries went down, but it used to make like blaster sounds. And I think if I remember right, because this was an OG toy, he would also go, "He's no good to me, dead," as well. But it's not the Australian voice. But I would need 3 watch batteries to tell you because it's which I don't have.
You're so good to be dead.
Deep. You're gonna get an egg.
But look at how gnarled this Yoda figurine is. This is definitely pre-bimbified Yoda. I mean, like he's like, I was like, yo, that man is jacked up looking. Oh, man, this
So
frog dude.
I'm trying to find.
But he kicks ass. He's great.
Yeah.
Honestly, Yoda is so much better of a teacher than Obi-Wan is. Obi-Wan doesn't teach Luke anything. Like he gives him like.
Oh, you mean old Ben Kenobi?
Yeah, Ben Kenobi. It's like
Ben Kenobi.
He's doing the best he can. This man's been hiding out too. But like he doesn't have like we get the broad strokes of what it is. But it's like the entry level class in college, right? Rather than like, okay, this is a Yoda, you're up with the master now. Nice.
Yeah, and then he also really lets Luke down. He never even tells him it's his father and shit.
Yeah, you're missing some key elements when you do that sacrifice play that you don't even let anyone know about. Anyway,
so when I was a kid, I went in for surgery constantly because of my ears, and my parents would like bribe me to go into surgery with like. Just like they'd be like, "Oh, you could get something at the toy store." And one time before a surgery, I got Ask Yoda, where you would press his hand, or you would have a thing like he had a sensor right there, and then he would start moving, like the face would start moving, and he'd answer the questions. But it was all like Empire Strikes Back. So he's like,
once you go down the path to the dark side, forever will it dominate your destiny.
And it's like I don't know, it wasn't like exact line replicas. It was like you just asked him a question and he would be like, he'd just answer like fears, the past, to the dark side, or like, yeah.
But I also feel like other than the broad strokes that we get in the first movie, like this is the movie when we think of what we know about the Force and what was expounded on it. It's most of it's set up again in this 10-minute training sequence. It's up there with Rocky for one of the best training sequences in all of cinema. Like by the I know if only had Eye of the Tiger going in Empire is the only way it could be better. But like because you have our protagonist showing up and basically swamping his hog motorcycle, not the other kind, immediately, and getting stuck in the swamp when we start off. And by the end of it, he is through the power of the Force freeing himself, and in turn potentially, for the course of the story, the rest of the universe and his friends. Even though he said like very clearly, hey, your training's not done, by the way.
Yeah.
And like, this could be like a really bad mistake. So this is again, some of the hero's journey stuff, but it works so well. And it's not even that long of a sequence, which is crazy when you think of how long they was dicking around in that fake swamp.
I mean,
wait, Lauren, go ahead. What were we gonna say, Lauren?
It's a little unlikable, just the way that Luke is kind of playing his character out at this point. You're still kind of like, oh, this guy is such a twerp at this point. Like 40% less.
Not as bad as a new. As a New Hope.
But I feel like where it changes is you get that sequence where he goes into the dark side cave and he gets into the lightsaber duel with Darth Vader, and then you see that scene where like underneath the helmet, it's him. Right. And that's where it changes for him. And I feel like that's where he's really starts to be, you start to get like, okay, whiny Luke is gone. Now he's like, coming through on the other side. And honestly, that scene does go hard as hell. Like it is like, that's right. What's up? He said not to go in with weapons.
So that first Lee Brackett, who, did The Long Goodbye, did a lot of those John Wayne movies, but also was like, was known as like
oh, it's disgusting in here.
Black.
Been alone a long time, I have. Questions ask not.
Weapons you may bring. Weapons you may bring. Turn on the black lights. You may not.
Okay, all right. I derailed at that time. Go ahead. Yeah. Anyway, moving on quickly.
Funny.
I feel like we've been pretty on. I feel like we've been pretty on. Besides my Yoda impressions, we've been pretty on topic. But the original Lee Brackett draft of the script, which she had like terminal cancer and died like
You,
right
you
after
said she's the one that
finishing.
did Long Goodbye. Is that right?
Yeah, Long Goodbye. All
Nice.
of those like classic Howard Hawks. Like she was
Ah,
working with
yeah,
Howard
yeah.
Hawks, and
Yeah,
she was
makes
working with John Wayne a lot. But she was also a sci-fi writer, and she was like the queen of sci-fi novels, right? Because she was
Nice.
doing the screenplay. It's like the classic Barton Fink thing, where it's like someone who's been very successful, like writing, but like not in a way that's gonna like, you know, like she and her husband were living together, and like she was kind of needed to make more money, so she ended up going to Hollywood, like in the classic Barton Fink kind of way, and then getting put into like a completely different category, like for a lot of her stuff. She like George Lucas decided that the dialogue that she put in, he like stripped all of it away. He still gave her a screenwriting credit and like fought for her to get a screenwriting credit because he had like, she was like a classic, you know, she's like an iconic you know, person in the world of sci-fi. But she was one of the few things that remained from her original script, which is The Adventures of Luke Skywalker Part 2 or whatever. Like one of the few things that remained is the training sequence. She was the one that put that together.
Good on her. Because I do feel like it's
Did
just
she
it's
have
go ahead.
Leia as a character, like a woman character, or did that get added by George Lucas? Because I read that he was like, I'm not going to have it if there isn't like a female character.
Well, I mean, this is for the second one, so it's like she didn't write the first script.
But also,
Yeah.
yeah, we mentioned Lolo in our first episode, well, our second episode, but first in this series is you know, it gave, you know, the girls in the playground someone to be too. Although everybody wanted to be Han Solo though.
Loved
I mean, it
it.
didn't matter. Yeah, I mean,
no, all the whiny
yeah,
boys
still.
are Luke Skywalker.
Right?
I honestly,
yeah.
my favorites are R2-D2. Gotta say,
That's the most fun to play, probably.
It's every emo kid that's like, I want to get out of this godforsaken town. They're like, but Luke Skywalker.
it is interesting that she actually did do a bunch of stuff with Howard Hawks, because it is like the classic, because there's elements of this, the things that we leave with love, things we remember, things that make us feel like this is an important thing to our culture and to our identity and whatnot, are all the same kind of stuff that she did in these Howard Hawks. They were known as like hangout movies at the time, where it's like you just have these characters interacting with each other as they go through like what it is they're doing. So in this case, it's like a space rebellion against a galactic empire. Okay, cool. But they're also like trying to, you know, go through the mundane every day of like what that means. And then they have to like evacuate the base, and then they're doing this, and they got this, you know, witty repartee back and forth. And we think of that as something, I mean, you know, who's a big fan of that? Quentin Tarantino, right?
Yeah.
And he's talked about making like his Howard Hawks movie. You know, we talked about it recently, Jackie Brown. You know, it's a thing that
His best movie, perhaps.
right, and it's very naturalistic. There's a lot of people that do that kind of thing, but it's crazy to think about that she actually worked on those movies that like inspired all this kind of thing, like, you know, Only Angels Have Wings and stuff like that. That's awesome. I actually did not know that.
The ones she worked on El Dorado with Howard Hawks. She worked on Rio Lobo. She worked on
Rio Lobos. Yep.
Yeah, she worked on Hatari, which is another Don Wayne movie that's not Howard Hawks, like Rio Bravo. She also wrote one of the great
I did a better job of being R2 than the trash can Stevie. How dare you? But anyway.
No, but she did one of the great screenplays with William Faulkner, The Big Sleep. Which is a movie that,
I love The Big Sleep.
Like
yeah.
a movie that like influenced, you know, Tarantino's whole world. You know what I mean? Like,
I had a lot of seen it.
Can I say the one nobody want to get stuck with was C-3PO, by the way, who is still a queer icon, and gets some great scenes in this. Not the least of which is he gets to be worn like a backpack, which is great. Chewie and C-3PO stuff is all solid gold. I wish there was more of it. It's the one thing I was like, why not have more scenes of that? Yeah, the C-3PO and R2-D2 again is the Rosencrantz and Guildenstern of Star Wars.
Disney. Think about that. Think about Conan saying here. You know that show
I know.
on Plus would be such a success. They did it with the Lion King. They did it with Timon and Pumbaa.
Well, and you could do the thing where we have you know, Chewbacca and Han Solo talking, where it would spoil the entire Cloud City sequence if you knew what Chewbacca was saying. That you have C-3PO and his like reactions, his completely danger averse in every possible capacity, reactions to literally anything being said. Why do the scenes with R2-D2 work? It's because of C-3PO's exaggerated reactions, right? Like this is all showing. This is all, not like pages and pages of exposition. It's got nothing to do with that. It's just cool. And you know what else is cool? Is I had the action figure of Chewbacca with the C-3PO backpack. And I wish I still did, because it was totally badass.
Oh, I love that.
Now, there's something I want to discuss too. Is obviously like with Darth Vader, I feel like it created the trope of the parent being, the one to defeat the parent that you didn't know about. Like this is a common trope actually in soap opera. Someone mentioned a Star
I thought you were going to say Greek
soap
myths, but yeah, that works too.
I mean, seriously, it really does work. A lot of characters come back, try to destroy like a relationship or a character that they're actually related to. But they knew all along. Like that's a soap opera trope that's been used so many times, and I'm thinking this is Star Wars.
Well, and what's the difference between like a soap opera and like a space epic, except for spaceships and like blasters, right? I mean, like let's be real, and I say that as a fan. Like if it's done well, it's done well. Good storytelling is good storytelling.
I mean, look at Wicked.
Yeah.
What? Who is the Wicked Witch of the West's father? The wizard. Who she wants to destroy?
I don't believe that has been revealed yet.
I cannot believe that. but this is like a common. Like also to imagine it. I mean, with those movies that should not be named. Imagine if they had actually done like a Star Wars from like Darth Vader's point of view the entire time.
Honestly,
I am here for that.
I might be down as long as we get the Darth Vader that's like bodying people at the end of Rogue One and is being a badass and not just like sitting around being forlorn. Because that was the problem with one of those movies that we shall not name. It's like, no, he should have been killing dudes. He should have been killing dudes immediately and be like, oh, this is the most fearsome badass in the entire galaxy. And everybody is afraid of this guy. And at no point ever in that movie was I afraid of him. I was sort of like, oh, that's an icky decision.
I don't
when the kids got killed because it wasn't earned. In that same way, the end of Game of Thrones, spoiler for the television show Game of Thrones, where there's a heel turn by Daenerys Targaryen. It's like it's not earned. You should have the whole season of her like pushing the boundaries too far and going over the edge, and you didn't do any of that, so none of it's earned. It's bad storytelling.
It's like House of the Dragon season 2 being such a filler episode. It's like, when did they go in the war again?
So, by the way, just real quick before we move on, I have an action figure of Chewie with a dog the bounty hunter mullet. Great. No,
the term space opera, right? Like that Star Wars gets tagged with. It actually was pejorative that in 1941, Bob Tucker coined the term space opera to reference soap operas, saying like, oh, in the world of sci-fi, these are just like soap operas in space. So that's like the connection between. Yeah, that's like the connection between those two separate genres. He was trying to like downplay between his between the harder more specific sci-fi or whatever and like space opera. This is a space opera.
Yeah, there's literally two characters right now in General Hospital who should be dead. They literally got stabbed with poison. They had a funeral, everything, but they're alive. Like it's
stabbed with poison. They stabbed with poison.
How are they alive?
No one ever really dies.
General Hospital. I am the doctor now. Dr. Yoda.
That's surprise casting. Yeah. So
George Clooney. I am not.
All right. So fantastic. Okay. Is that enough of that, or are we gonna keep doing it? We got to talk about the malapropized, most iconic quote of all movies, which is the reveal of Vader being, spoiler alert, everybody, being Luke's father. And again, we talked briefly about how just badass that sequence is, where he's throwing everything at him. He's using the Force. He's throwing there's like a kitchen sink. I think there's actually, isn't there a Spaceballs homage where you actually see a kitchen sink fly out, if I remember correctly?
Yeah. The kitchen sink from? Because that's where they got jumped. They got.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I don't know, but that is what's happening. And then
he's throwing baggage, abandonment issues, emotional trauma.
But then he cracks the window, which it makes the seal, like the vacuum of outside happens, which is just another in the whole time. And remember, this is like with very little actual contact, lightsaber to lightsaber contact, you're like, oh, he's getting the business, man. This is crazy. And it's very effective. It's a very effective scene. And then because you see them do this battle, it takes place over multiple areas. And again, the most badass and iconic of which, the thing that I always remember is where it's like it's very dimly lit and everything's illuminated by the lightsabers. And it's so well done. And it's so good. And it's so something that, like, when you think of Star Wars and you're like, hell yeah, that's like one of the things that you think of, right? And it's not even that long of a scene, which is crazy. And then you get the whole, like, he's driving home, he's driving Luke, he's pressing the advantage, cuts off his hand, right? And again, that's what you get for bitching about it, Hamill. And you get the reveal, and you get it in this part of Cloud City. We've seen a lot of Cloud City, but this is the inner workings. This thing's got to be floating somehow, right? So how is it doing it? All right, well, this is the area where, down is a very long way. And that's effective in a completely different way than the rest of the battle was. And it's effective in such a way that, like, there's nowhere for him to go. And there's nowhere for him to go emotionally as well as physically. And that's one of the reasons why that's one of, like, the scenes that everyone's like, oh yeah, that scene. Even if they remember the quote wrong.
and the whole thing too, like, Vader's not trying to kill him. Because Vader could he wants to do what the Emperor accuses him of doing. He absolutely is trying to do, which is like the law of the Sith is that there can only be two at a time. So he wants to rule the galaxy as father and son. And that's like, and Emperor's constantly accusing him of doing that, and that's because he's trying to do it. So there's a good reason to accuse him of that. I feel like the Emperor just come out and be like, whoa. All right, we'll rule the galaxy as father or son. Where am I in this picture, buddy? A touching moment between the two of you, but I have some questions. Where's the me of it all?
Lolo,
I love when people say, "Where's the me of it all?" Where's the me of it all?
Where's the meat of all? Where's that HR meeting in the freaking Star Destroyer, right? Lolo, you want to talk some 3PO?
We didn't get to. I at least didn't say anything because I feel like we touched on him really briefly, like the prissy robot, and how irritating he is, and how his stuff only works with R2. But the part where he keeps giving the stupid odds. Because
right. Never tell me the odds, right? Yeah.
I was like, I never I don't want to. I hate knowing that kind of stuff. That instantly puts me in a bad mood. Anyone would. But
one of the funniest moments is with Han, though, where he basically cock blocks Han. Like him and Leia are having a moment.
As a kid.
It's still a great moment, but
it is. And it's so funny. The 3PO is just obliviously like, hey, everybody.
Of course, he's the cock blocker. Yeah, he is a wet blanket. I think he also realizes though at the end that the hyperdrive isn't working and kind of somewhat helps to save the day. So I mean,
to be clear, to be clear, was an astromech. It's his actual literal job.
Yeah,
but I love 3PO. As a kid, I found 3PO annoying. I think 3PO. I don't think Star Wars works the same way that we think of Star Wars working without him. And to be clear, I don't think he's ineffective without R2. I think he's better with R2. I think R2's, but it's really any character that just we don't understand.
Like Bob Odenkirk and Dave.
Sure, absolutely. Mr. Show's incredible. Obviously.
I love the other part where he sees another 3PO unit or whatever and is like, hello, you look very nice. And he's like, eat your top.
Yeah, it sounds like he says eat shit, right? And it's like, oh my God.
I have written right here.
How rude.
My favorite Star Wars swear. If me and Eric say it in our household, eat your top.
And we don't know what it means, but we know that 3PO is very flustered about it. And that's all we need to know because you see, and that's it. And here's the thing. Here's why 3PO works. He's also the Margaret Dumont. Think of the Marx Brothers. What are the Marx Brothers without Margaret Dumont? Nothing. Because there has to be somebody playing it very straight that's like, oh, well, I never. Well, you should sometime. That kind of you don't have that if you don't have somebody that's playing the straight person. And
the Marx Brothers without Margaret Dumont is just a special ed class.
Right, exactly. Just a bunch of autists going at each other. Yeah.
Stevie has a question. I think that might be a good after party thing.
What's the question? Okay, hold on. Did you guys? All right.
Audiences.
Did you guys see the video? If you really want your chats read, do a super chat, people. Did you see? Although we break that rule all the time. Did you guys see the video where they taped the audience genuine shock when they found that Vader was the father? No. That
That's
sounds
a good- that's a
interesting.
party.
Again, I saw Jedi
Yeah.
first, so I was already spoiled for me. But
So I need to remember to download this. There's this really amazing video that I saw on Twitter recently, for once. But it's these kids responding. It's these kids waiting online. These kids are waiting online for Return of the Jedi after that long wait. And there's this one kid like this like really like cool like this cool black kid that's like clearly like the center of his friend group or whatever, and he's like, a lot of people hate Darth Vader. They think he's evil, but you know what? I root for Darth Vader. Darth Vader is the man or whatever. He's like he's the one that's going to take on the galaxy, and it's like, oh, you're like a sociopath, aren't you?
that's the classic like learning all the wrong lessons from the movie.
Yeah,
right, exactly. Yeah, you're not supposed to idolize the characters in this movie.
Gotta play the dark side characters too, you know.
That's true.
Like when
He's
you're
like
on
the
the
earliest-
playground.
He's like the earliest. He's like the earliest version of that. He's like an early version of the American Psycho guys.
And then like one more thing, I love the medical droid, the Super 55.
Oh yeah, great.
That is
All,
my
the droids in this are also great, and they're so inventive and cool. And all the Vader talk also reminded me that it wasn't just R2. I was either R2 or Vader. Those are my two, which I guess you could just look at me on this show and you could figure that out. Those are my two roles, right? See, Force Choke on StreamYard, # Force Choke on StreamYard. But yeah, I mean,
one too many Yoda impressions.
Yeah, if I only could, my dude. If I only could. I just have to do it with a look instead.
Of the Empire stuff, just the aesthetic of Darth Vader in this, it instantly is like, you know, as a rock and roll lady, I'm like, I see the shiny
He's
leather,
cool.
the stuff, the inside of their ship, their, you know, the SS costumes, how they look real sharp, you know, and all of it's just like, I don't know, there's something about it that's just, I can't take my eyes off. I do feel lured by the dark side.
and so that's where it works well, because you think about like, oh, who'd want to join like the Empire? So it's like, oh no, they got cool uniforms. You can, the idea is you can like lift your family out of poverty.
Are
you know,
we
like
the baddies?
yeah, exactly. Well, but it's something that by the incredible productions that we take for granted, frankly, because we compare things to this. But we don't think about like, no, this is, where did this freaking come from? It just came from the brains of some very imaginative people who were very creative. And it defined the look. I mean, how many freaking flagrant Star Wars ripoffs did we get for like years and years and years? One last year was Zack Snyder. Yeah, anyway.
I'm sure at least like one of you guys have also watched fucking Triumph of the Will. You know, Lenny Riefenstahl's classic.
I put it on for recreational viewing all the time. Yeah.
But like,
if you're interested in film, you should watch it, and not because you are endorsing the message behind it, but because as a filmatic piece of work and what it does, it's important to understand conceptually.
Yeah. Well, it's like she's like the one person that's managed to capture like the weird like dark magic of Hitler, right? Like on in the thing. And
to say.
Please don't cut me out of context.
Please time code 13320 to place that out of context on X.
But like, so George Lucas was very very inspired watching Triumph of the Will. Well, not, I mean, so you know.
All right, we're take two. We're gonna take a take two on that one.
George Lucas's whole thing with the Empire and the set design and the production design and like a lot of the stuff was very inspired by watching Triumph of the Will at USC.
That's a little bit better.
It's better. It's better. Yeah. No, I mean I get what you're saying. Like it's okay.
Yeah, we get forward. This is not a pro Hitler podcast.
Let's throw that out there. We do not.
No magic. No.
We're a pro Empire podcast and we vote. No, that's not true.
I'm an Empire apologist. One more thing I wanted to say before we jump to one line.
Your subtitle is Imperial Guard. I mean, you're not doing yourself any favors there, but okay, you know.
No, the last thing I wanted to say, and I didn't get to say this. Hitler, what? No, so,
I feel like he made some great points and did nothing wrong.
That's a second.
We were doing so well. Okay,
so the the last thing I want to say. This is quick. Read my no. No, so when they we talked last time about how they filmed this at they had the now I've completely lost the name of the studio that they filmed this at in England. But they had that big studio in England, right, where they were filming all of this stuff, and they also made The Shining there. Like they had all the sets for The Shining there. And Kubrick, between A New Hope and Empire Strikes Back, Elkin Studios, I think, Kubrick was using the same studio sets where they had the Star Wars stuff left over from A New Hope, and accidentally burned down 65 Star Wars sets.
For The Shining, right? This is the thing you were saying with Kubrick. Yeah. That's,
So between A New Hope and Empire Strikes Back, Kubrick filmed The Shining there, accidentally set it on fire, and 65 of the original Star Wars sets. Yeah, accidentally, but 65. Well, he said he lit his own stuff on fire too. But so there's this great picture of Kubrick standing in like the ruins of this giant studio set, and they had to remake 65 Star Wars sets, like separate.
Kubrick should have reimbursed them. Like, come on, man, come on.
I'm sure someone's like, Stanley. Yeah.
Stanley's not here, Mr.
Stanley's
Torrance.
not here, Mr. Torrance. Okay, listen. Letterboxd is a place where film lovers talk out with and to each other about the films that they love, maybe the films that they didn't love, maybe the films that are exclusively just shipping whether or not Luke and Leia were going to hook up before the movie ended. And of course, all of this is best expressed succinctly. Everyone gets to have their say. Everyone gets to chime and opine, not just Siskel's and Eberts of the world, right? It's a bottom-up democracy. Everyone gets to say what they're going to say. Best expressed quickly, not doing your tie five in front of the brick wall necessarily, but they're collected weekly for the purposes of this show and this bit. These are the Letterboxd one-liners for Empire Strikes Back. Let's roll them. This movie is great, but I was really shocked by how ugly Yoda was. Sorry if that pisses anybody off, but I only ever seen Baby Yoda, and adult Yoda is a fucking busted.
Oh. Fucking busted.
Wait a minute.
That's Iowa Berry, by the way, the great actress.
Love her. I was like, wait a minute. I love when actors have.
Busted I am.
Let's see how you look at 700.
Hey, wait. Black don't crack, guys. Remember that.
Oh, that's true.
Well, black don't crack and green don't. I don't know. Green don't wean. I don't know. What...
Yeah, what's the green? Yeah, what is the green?
Don't
version
lean.
of
I
that?
don't know. Green don't lean.
We're gonna workshop this material. We'll have it ready by the after party. Don't worry.
Once you go down the aging path, forever it will dominate your destiny.
Me, I love you. Empire Strikes Back. I know.
Amen.
Yes, indeedy. Yes, indeed. That's just one I agree with. That's not funny. It's just yep. All right, it's good.
That's good.
Simple,
I
crisp.
I feel like there has to be like face masks and like I don't know, like kelp or something on Dagobah that Yoda could have put on his skin to like.
But who's around to impress?
That's true.
Moisturizer.
Moisturizer I use. Wrinkles gone. They are.
I should moisturize more.
He could also just be like, what you see looks really handsome.
Oh yeah. Use the Force. Wow, talk about a misuse of the Force. Hey.
I look very handsome today. You look very handsome today.
You look very handsome today.
You want to help me pick up girls. I want to help you pick up girls. All right, let's go.
Stormtrooper. A stormtrooper as a wingman sounds like a terrible spinoff.
I bought you a Ferrari. He bought me a Ferrari.
It's a Mos Eisley style singles bar. Anyway, that's it. No more. That's it. Wow, my guy Yoda was the original scammer. What an icon! I love his wrinkly green ass.
You just started eating fucking whatever the fuck Luke. Luke was eating like I don't know, like sticks.
Got that.
Luke
It
probably
looks like fur.
It looked like sticks and rabbit pellets is what it looked like.
Yeah. And then Yoda's like, come back to my crib. We can have some real food.
Yeah, because he starts talking that trash immediately. Immediately. Just like, this food, terrible it is. Wow, damn, Yoda.
Bad cook you are. Your house I would not come to for dinner.
I have altered the deal. Pray I don't alter it again. Top 10 coldest lines in the history of the world. Yes.
And then he's like, this deal keeps getting worse and worse. That's how everyone feels about the tariffs, I feel like, with Trump. They're like, oh. Pray I do not add additional tariffs.
Too real.
We have a trade. We have a trade imbalance. Pray I do not add additional tariffs.
I'm too depressed to add on to that. Sorry. When Yoda's face is lit red from the X-Wing engines, as Luke bails on his trainee and says, "No, there's another," to Ben, as his Force Ghost fades away. Cinema, baby! Gosh, I love this movie so damn much.
I mean,
yes,
it goes straight to Leia, so yeah.
Yeah, it's one of the most surreptitious things in a pretty overt franchise.
People are like, wait a minute, her?
Yeah.
Red, I am. Embarrassed, I am not.
Take a shot.
I don't think Vader's
a shot I must take.
I don't think Vader's inappropriate behavior in the workplace would be tolerated today. Shaking my head.
They literally did an Undercover's Boss's SNL sketch with fucking Adam Driver as Kylo Ren, and it was the best thing to come out of those movies.
Oh yeah, New Metal Vader. Yeah.
That's one of the rare SNL, like, more modern SNL skits that I actually did find very funny.
Yeah.
But there's like I don't know.
I would love to see like a board meeting and Vader. Let's spitball. There are no bad ideas. You know, like that kind of. And then like somebody says a bad idea is like.
It's too no bad ideas.
I have changed my mind. There are bad ideas.
That's kind of like in A New Hope.
Is that the skit?
They're around. Well, they're around the board. They're around the table in A New Hope. Like when the first time you get choked, but then the guy just tears into Vader, which like
he's just talking shit. Yeah, I mean like,
I guess they're just getting used to Vader at that point. Like they're like oh this fucking guy. They treat him like
fucking guy.
They treat him like the Taliban treated Osama bin Laden. But they're like, I guess we gotta work with this guy. He's kind of scary, but I don't know. We can.
I guess at least he's on our side.
They probably did what the Taliban did, and like kept trying to give like trying to hint that they would give Darth Vader to the. Give Darth Vader to the rebels. They're like,
we didn't.
I don't know if you want him.
The shot. We didn't mention the shot where you can kind of see his head when the mask goes on. Oh my god,
that's one of the remaster shots, right? That's gotta be from.
Yeah, it's a special edition one. Yeah. It's arguably one of the more effective ones in this one, but it is.
Bald you are.
C-3PO to Han Solo. Sir, the possibility of successfully navigating an asteroid field is approximately 3,720 to 1. Me as I slowly turn to my wife. So you're telling me there's a chance?
See, you can flip it on his head. You can flip it on his head because he's like, they're like, oh, never tell me the odds. But you could be like, that's one. I'll take that chance. I do wonder the whole asteroid sequence. That had to be the thing that actually pissed David Lynch off when he went to go direct Dune, and he's like, because they had like the sandworm, you know what I mean? Like,
it's basically a sandworm, yeah. And you're like, whoa, yo, that's my sandworm. Why you steal it? Why you steal my sandworm, bro?
Much less Polish.
George Lucas stole my sandworm. Why did you do that?
So many iconic scenes in this film, but nobody ever mentions Yoda having a scrap with R2-D2. This show does. Moving to Extravaganza remembers.
Mm-hmm.
Just like Pepper.
Do you think that's the
Star Wars?
Do you think that's the that's the thing that inspired Finding Nemo with the seagulls, where they're like mine, because there's the thing with Yoda going mine.
Probably.
Yeah, he says beating him up with his like walking stick. Yeah.
And he's like, R2, let him have it. I don't know. I wouldn't have let him have it. I would have been like, fuck this, whatever this is.
Only angels have X-Wings.
Pretty good.
That's for the that's for the many Howard Hawks fans out there that clearly are going to be watching this.
Yep.
Thank you.
Holy shit!
That's
so
for me. Sometimes they do things for me. It's okay. I'm allowed.
All right. So alternative names. I don't know when the fuck this came into their ideas. This is why you don't have a draft table where everyone's coming up with stuff. One of Yoda's original names was going to be Buffy. They were going to call him Buffy.
What?
The Vampire Slayer?
Yeah.
Get out of here.
But
no,
I
they
mean,
weren't.
Dead Eye Slayer.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm telling you, it was in the early drafts. The early drafts. They also were going to have him be blue. And then they had his
when old as I am blue, you also will be.
let me read this. I rarely do this mid-bit, but Vader's HR file will be wild AF. Darth Vader, professional pickup artist. These are good. Keep them coming, folks.
He's bringing his kink into the workplace. But the other thing is, and I guess this is canon because it's on the Star Wars page or whatever. Like his Yoda's apparently first name is Minch Yoda.
I hate that.
Me too.
Well, that's like finding out like what is
really
what
close
Sting's
to Minge.
What's Sting's actual
Sting
first
Gordon.
name? Gordon. Yeah, that's like finding out Sting's name is Gordon.
Sumner.
Come on.
I actually didn't know that. Man. It just bummed me out.
Gordon.
Elton John.
I'd be like,
Elton John's real name.
oh, I know. I'd be like, call me Sting. Yeah, I'd do that too. I mean, Jesus Christ.
I wonder what the Edge's real name is.
It's like
I'm on it.
Stanley. Stanley.
Wait, what's the
Edgenberg.
Evans.
What is it?
What's the shit?
Wait, what is it?
Wait, what?
David Hal.
David.
HAL.
Yeah, Hal Evans.
Wow. Yeah, that sucks.
11.
Take the edge off the name, don't it?
What a raging case of trench foot Luke must have taken with him off of Dagobah. Total jungle rot down there. There you go.
You.
That's art from the VHS Village. A couple of VH villagers being shouted out in this one. So there you go. There you go, folks.
I think this is the last one. I have one that's like weirdly titled that I don't know if it's a repeat. But so imagine instead of like Stiggs because like I didn't know his first name was Gordon, but now imagining him being like, would you like to do tantric sex with Gordon?
Can I tell you now that I have remembered? Yeah, wow. I do not, by the way. Now I remember that a friend of mine found that out and like somehow got backstage at a Sting concert and he was like, "Hey, Gordon, what's up?" And he got kicked out immediately.
Yeah,
Sting just like pointed to like the security guy, and the security guy just. They took him off to Guantanamo Bay or something, you know. He was just immediately, he force choked him. Yeah, exactly.
With his eyes.
But yeah, he did like a tantric sex move. Right.
I would not have tantric sex with that guy. He called me Gordon.
Right.
Yeah.
Don't look me in the eyes. You don't call me Gordon.
Sting does have Jedi musician moves, though. I will say that much.
Those are the Letterboxd one-liners for Empire Strikes Back. Please follow the show on the popular Letterboxd platform at Movie Night Extra, where we have all of this stuff that we do, these great episodes. We have short form clips, summaries of the shows, lots of other great content on there. If you're on Letterboxd, have at it. Forrest, the Imperial Guard, as canonically established by the Lenny Riefenstahl talk earlier.
I should have had my name be Minch.
Minch Forest is logging stuff on Letterboxd at Always Flacco. Please follow him for all the stuff we do in this show, as well as so many other things that he's along in his personal filmatic journey and things along those lines. I, of course, do or do not. There is no try. Something I say in my everyday life, by the way. At CONAN NEUTRON. Hit me up on Letterboxd, follow along for the Criterion Challenge. Very near the end of that, actually, and everything else. Saw Weapons recently, as we talked about very recently. Bunch of really good classic cinema ones. It's been a good month for movies, frankly. Now that I can actually see them, seeing movies on tour, like never happens. It never ever happens. So it's nice.
By the way, do or do not, there is no try is some shit like your dad says to you when you guys are like fixing something and he's like, can you hold the wrench? And you're like, I'll try. And he's like, do or do not. There is no try. You're holding that fucking wrench.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I said that to Lolo at some point on tour, right? I was like, whatever. Yeah. Like, I'll try. I'm like, do or do not. There is no try. Christina, she is the disturbance. You can follow her along for anything she's logging to do with the show or otherwise. There's some good Naked Gun log. There's a
I
good,
logged in probably one of the worst biopics of all time. How do you follow up Selena with the movie about Frankie Lyman's ex-wives and make it about
Why are you watching biopics that you know are going to be bad? Like
self-flagellation.
I want to log in a movie because I saw it when I was younger and I was like, let me go back to this one. I was like, nope,
Alright.
still bad.
All right, well,
Oh, they've George Lucas did. They've added CGI.
They've added CGI.
They added more heroin in this case.
I was gonna say CGI drugs. I don't know what to be adding in CGI. Anyway, follow along a Letterboxd for all of us as well as the show. Forrest, let's hit it with the plugs, and then we'll go to final thoughts.
If you're watching us on YouTube, please like and subscribe, and then hit the bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. And we'd humbly request that you watch the video to the end, because it helps us with the algorithm and helps more film fans to discover the show. We're also monetized. If you want to get your chat questions definitely read on stream, you can always send us a super chat, which will help us keep the show going. Every cent helps. If you're watching on Twitch, you can gift us a free sub on Amazon Prime with your Prime membership, but getting subs on Twitch is always appreciated, and it helps to follow us on there as well. We also have an audio feed, which is available wherever you download podcasts, if you prefer to listen to podcasts rather than watch the stream. That's updated usually the same day we stream, but watching on YouTube and Twitch is the best way to get the show first, live as it happens. If you want to support us with a monthly donation and get access to all of our after parties forever, which go patron only after we do them, you can become a patron at patreon.com/movie night extra. Link is in the description for that. It really helps us keep the show going since we do have some expenses to make this happen. We also have a Discord community. Link is in the description for that. We sometimes watch movies we cover on there. We get into conversations about everything from film to TV shows to related podcasts. We even have a Discord channel for memes. It's really fun on there. You can find us on all the social media platforms: Facebook, Instagram, Blue Sky, Twitter, and Threads. You connect with us on all of those. Talk to us. We'd love to hear from you. Lastly, we recently made a TikTok at Movie Night Extra where we're putting up short form clips from the episodes. Okay, passing this to Conan so he can tell you about his music and this week's Protonic Reversal. Conan, who's on Protonic this week?
Yes, y'all. So the Nina Nastasia episode for her new record is now up in the general feeds by the time people are checking this out. Tim Byron of the band Hell Yeah and the Meishi. That episode is going to be coming up later this week, already in for patrons, though. And then Blake Fleming of the Incredible Dazzling Killmen is coming up this year. And Ladio Blanco. Everyone forgets Ladio Blanco. Ladio Blanco is an incredible band as well. Is coming up this next Thursday at the time of this recording. Lots of really cool stuff coming up. Please follow along for the show. ProtonicReversal.com, patreon.com/ProtonicReversal, $1 a month for advance access. Gets you all that stuff and so much more, and helps keep the lights on and these lights on. The lights in this bubble. It keeps these lights on, which is much appreciated. A bunch of other stuff coming up for Protonic as well. Conan Neutron Secret Friends, no shows coming up for August and September, but we have, I'm just waiting for the poster to be done. We have a bunch of tour dates going out to Rat City Recon 2025 with Piss Jeans, God Bullies, or God Buddies, as Lolo calls them. Buildings, Austerity Program, and so much more. Seattle in October 25th. We're also playing Portland. We're playing Eugene. We're playing Boise. We are playing Salt Lake City, Denver, Lincoln, Nebraska, Minneapolis, Chicago. And those are the tour dates for October. It should be a great time. We got a really cool poster coming. I've seen the roughs of it. Chris Williams, who does the art for this very show, is doing another great poster for us in the series of ones he's done for us this year. I'm kind of got this idea of I'm going to get them all hung up together, like in a row or something. Might look kind of cool. NeutronFriends.bandcamp.com. Way of the Neutron is a new record. Pick it up on Bandcamp if you're so inclined, CD or vinyl, and available on all the streamers as well. I just earlier today did an interview with the show Performance Anxiety for Conan Neutron Secret Friends. So that's good. Look for that coming out next couple weeks. That's a great show. Mark Shea does that show. And it was a really substantive and very entertaining discussion about creative resilience. And I feel like that's something that can apply to almost everybody, even if you don't care about my music. Of course, the great Lolo Hot Strings down there appearing with us on all of our October dates. So if you want to meet this green-haired Ishuta, you can do that at any of the places that I mentioned. Oh dear, I never. Then please come out to any of those shows. Again, poster for that coming real soon. Christina, please tell us what you got going on.
Well, I'm getting evicted. That's one thing.
Hey.
Yeah. Yay. I don't know what's gonna happen after this month, but you know. Also, apparently, I'm going to Vegas in December to see the Backstreet Boys at the Sphere, y'all.
I feel like this paragraph has been quite the emotional roller coaster, but okay,
That's
good.
what's my suicide right now is the fact that I'm going to go to the Sphere with my sister and see my boys. Okay, I gotta tell the world. So I got that going and then that going. So, but also do apparently my show.
Maybe you can live with the Backstreet Boys.
AJ single, that's my boy. But I don't.
Was that what was stopping that from happening before? Okay, good.
Yeah. I didn't have a show today, and I didn't know until the schedule happened. So thanks for letting me know about that. I swear, I'm realizing I'm becoming more like Craig Ferguson. The older I get, and the more I do this. You know what I'm saying?
What, Scottish?
I'm like, what do you mean I didn't have a show today, guys?
Oh, okay. I was curious where you're going with that, but you landed the plane.
So many people message me like, "Yo, where were you today?" And I'm like, you know what? This space cares.
All right.
The older.
By the way, we'd like to thank everybody on this space for watching this show as we simulcast over to there for this very broadcast.
Don't worry, guys. I'll probably do it Wednesday or Thursday, or I don't know.
You know, the older I get, the more Scottish I become. I don't know. It's crazy. It's crazy. I blame Craig Ferguson.
Yeah. But streaming, I'm dog sitting. Sammy's been a good dog. And
Shammy.
I call it Shammy. Probably some worse. But yeah, I don't really know what the fuck's going on right now in my life. Just stick around, stay tuned. Anything could happen at this point.
that's such a funny thing to say when you're like, oh, everything's collapsing around. You're like, stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
Yeah.
Let's see how it all turns out. Can't wait to see myself. It's gonna be great.
Yeah.
Lolo Hot Strings, what do you got going on?
Oh man. Okay, so we talked about this in the tour van. I launched my rock page where I go and find not music, but it's going
the other kind of rocks.
Themed. I search for rocks and fossils down in Lake Michigan. So I am going to be documenting my rock stuff there, and it's called rock.opera on Instagram. I also have a vintage handle, and I have a sale coming up where I'm going to be selling my vintage wares, which are finest vintage finds you'll ever find. At X-Ray for Dirt Nap Fest outside as a vendor.
All right.
So I'll have my shit set up for 2 days, August 30th and 31st. And Vintage Vulcan is my handle for my vintage page. And then moonrebels.bandcamp.com. Every little, purchase that for our 2 singles on there means so much to me. To get my music out into the world, it just is, it is a labor of love. So that's my plug-in.
There's another Bandcamp Friday coming up in September, I think. So there you go.
Helps us fund the next. I want to put out an EP, so anything that I get will go towards getting like a physical copy out into the world. Because right now we just have streaming, so that has been a dream of mine, but it's been thwarted several times. There's an album sitting on a shelf in Texas, and so been working at it for a while. But
all right,
yeah. How much does that? How much does that run? Like, what's the overhead cost on like the physical versus the? I mean, digital, obviously.
That's a whole after party if you really want to know.
Yeah,
I mean,
an after party story for sure.
And I had this down to a science for a while, and now it's anyway, whatever.
I've just never really like thought about like that part of it. Yeah.
It can get expensive. You can do a lot of it yourself, but you do need some help along the way.
Well, and then when you have them, then you got to sell them. And that's a.
It's tough peddling your art.
Album I will put out.
Lolo, you want to hit us with some final thoughts on Empire Strikes Back, please?
Oh shoot. I just think that it's a good watch. I mean, I would watch it over and over and over again. I'm glad that it was the one that was in my house growing up to watch, because I think it is the best one. It is definitely a top film for sure. Again, I sometimes get pulled towards the dark side, but so
Well, I mean, they
such my
they're like,
favorite
oh,
film for that reason. But
they're like, oh, you get angry. You're going on the
I'm a
dark
bit
side. It's like
naughty.
I'm
Anger,
angry. I'm
aggression.
angry. Like, yeah, it's like
I'm
I
like
don't-
Mark Ruffalo in the Avengers. My secret superpower is I'm angry all the time.
Fear, anger, aggression. No, but then I also, I got Jedi tricks too, so I'm still vacillating after all these years.
I mean, I guess I just told you, like, I all turned off being Vader in R2. So look, I get it.
I mean, but
Didn't
I
they,
did have the dark side lightsaber built, like I said when
That's
I went
right.
to the
It's
old.
a tell.
Didn't they call those like the gray Jedi in like the comics and the novels? Where like they vacillate between the two.
Yep, it's true.
Gray Jedi, I am.
I mean, yeah, and so I'm excited. I know there is. Final thoughts really is like for me, since these were whole worlds that were created and languages and stuff, like kind of like the Lord of the Rings stuff. It does just put you down in the middle of it. I just think that I've always had trouble remembering things like, what planet they were on. And, there was a point where she was like Dantooine. And I was like, wait, I thought it was Tatooine, and Eric had to come in and tell me. There's so many little factoids that it's just like, as a person who's just watching without going into it that way, I really think it is close to flawless. I'm not the one that like nitpicks everything, and it's like, why did you do that? But yeah.
Empire,
Good
this
stuff.
is.
I'm glad that I am a converted Star Wars nerd, basically.
There
Is
you
my
go.
final
Hell yeah.
thought.
Good movie. This is.
the final Yoda thoughts. But Christina, let us hear your final thought.
Cool. I'm gonna keep it short and sweet since we're running over time, and I know Conan's a stickler for time.
He's a regular
Vader
time.
for time.
He's a regular
Time
time
Vader.
Nazi.
Time Vader.
Oh, God. I was gonna say Time Bandit, but okay. But yeah, one of the greatest sequels of all time, and that's it.
Yeah.
There you go. All right, keep it succinct.
Nice one.
Greatest sequel. This is.
For me, the only purely 5-star Star Wars movie, one I can watch again and again and again and have absolutely flawless in so many ways. And again, as I mentioned before, so many movies fight to have like one moment of pure cinema, and this one has dozens. And it's one of the best to do it. It's what I think of when I think of Star Wars, one of my favorite movies of all time, and it was a joy to discuss it in all its multitudes.
Especially the Yoda ones.
Apparently.
But yeah, that's 2 down.
Two down. Well, 3 technically. I mean, 2 of the original.
Rogue One.
Yeah.
By the way, Rogue One is so
Yeah.
much cooler than the Rogue 2. He's like Rogue 2 to Rogue Leader.
Rogue
It's
3,
like-
and then there's a Rogue 3, and then there's a Rogue Leader.
Yeah.
But there's also like they're like, oh, Rogue 10 and Rogue 9 and 10, and it's like, all right, you guys are not Rogue. You guys have a system. Like, you're not Rogue, but whatever. Like, I thought it's cool that Rogue One managed to get a whole movie out of the fact that nobody says they're Rogue One in that entire sequence. That's the only number they skip.
Everyone hang out for the after party tonight. We're going to be talking more Star Wars and probably a whole lot else, I would imagine, knowing how this show has
Last
gone.
week.
Yeah, exactly. Wow. Yeah.
And I
we go.
managed to put the YouTube link in the chat and not the stream StreamYard link. I'm shocked. I did not sleep, so my brain is going. Whee!
Yeah, apparently letter had meant to be like, you said you couldn't do a stream this week. I'm like, I said that. I haven't slept in a week, so maybe that explains it.
Tune in next week as well for Return of the Jedi with our friend Bonnie Burton, a former Lucas employee who is a firecracker, and should be a great time.
And who ran StarWars.com.
She ran StarWars.com. Yeah.
You gotta ask her about Minch.
She was sending me pictures of Ewoks hanging out with
It'll be
Lucas.
much better than they're like, the people this week are gonna be like, wow, that girl didn't know shit about Star
No,
Wars.
come on. You got a Vader mask on. Jesus Christ. What are you doing?
I think this was a great episode. But I don't know. I want to ask about
Who did your Yoda impression?
Where my Yoda impression? It's marginal, but I need to ask about Minch.
It's marginal but plentiful.
This is
your Kermit's better.
This is gonna be a Minch cast.
Oh, it's time. Oh, it's time. Oh, it's time. Oh, it's time. Oh, it's time.